Faker 选手是英雄联盟最高的山，以及最长的河。他拥有着像珠穆朗玛峰一般的荣耀，在荣耀方面，可能其他选手难以企及。而我做英雄联盟解说10余有年，蓦然回首，我发现 Faker 的职业生涯甚至比我还要长，而且他一直没有停止前進。
상규기 형의 길을 좀 많이 따라가고 싶네요. 그래서 언젠간 바로 옆은 아니더라도 좀 뭔가 상규기 형의 뒤에 있는 그런 선수가 되었으면 좋겠습니다.
오르막길 있으면 내리막길도 있고 그러니까 이제 그 내리막길이 있고 나서 다시 계속 열심히 포기하지 않고 연습하신 게 되게 대단하다고 생각합니다.
저도 이제 경력이 되게 오래됐는데 오래 하면서도 뭔가 오래 하면 할수록 힘든 부분이 더 많은 것 같다고 생각이 드는데 페이커 선수는 저보다 더 오래된 선수잖아요. 그런 부분에서 되게 대단하다고 느끼고 있고 언제든 이제 노력하면은 정상 자리에 설 수 있구나라는 걸 되게 많이 생각했고 많이 자극받았던 것 같습니다.
也对我们职业选手起了一个很好的榜样。这年的坚持对我们这些老将，说实话也算一道激励。
Mình không thể tưởng tượng một ngày nào đó mà khi mà người ta nhắc đến Liên minh người ta không còn nhắc đến Faker nữa sẽ như thế nào. Mình nghĩ đấy là những cái thứ mà mọi người có thể tưởng tượng và kiểu sẽ rất là khó hình dung ra được một ngày đó sẽ đến. Nó cứ giống như kiểu một ngày mà mọi người không ai mong chờ đến vậy.
그냥 미스터 LOL이잖아요. 그냥 그렇잖아요. 써 LOL 이렇게 해야 되나?
Brandon and I, as PC gamers, always looked up to games that were truly sports, that we love to watch and that other people love to really compete with. The thought of being able to create something that would earn the fandom and sort of opportunity to be an esport was a true dream. And Faker is the face of the sport. He is the ultimate personification of the things that make League great.
저는 페이커 선수를 한 단어로 얘기하자면 소나무라고 얘기할 수 있을 것 같아요. 좀 진부할 수 있지만 비가 와도 눈이 와도 시간이 가도 뭐 어떤 힘든 일이 있어도 늘 푸르다. 이게 상혁 선수 페이커인 것 같습니다.
Just the impact I think that he's had on this game, on this sport, it is unlike anything that esports broadly has ever seen. And so, you know, we are incredibly grateful for his contribution and what he has done and how he's carried this game to new heights. So congratulations, Faker, on this very deserved honor.
전설의 전당 첫 번째 헌액자 페이커 이상혁 선수. 헌액 진심으로 축하합니다. 여기서 만족할 사람이 아니란 걸 또 알기 때문에 올해도 그리고 앞으로도 같이 화이팅 했으면 좋겠고
전설의 전당 첫 헌액자라고 들었는데 이제 앞으로도 이제 있을 다른 전설들 이전에 이제 맨 처음에 이상형이 있었다 좀 이렇게 되는 게 되게 부럽네. 나도 더 했으면 더 됐을라나?
일단 상혁이 전설의 전당에 처음으로 헌액된 거를 너무 축하하고 너무나도 당연한 일이라고 생각하지만
당연히 초대 헌액이 되어야 하는 선수라고 생각하고 그리고 앞으로도 정말 많은 또 전설들을 써내려갈 거라고 생각을 하고 이 자리가 정말 걸맞다고 생각을 해서 정말 축하한다는 얘기를 해주고 싶고 더 앞으로도 한 짧게 7, 8년 정도만 더 해먹었으면 좋겠다는 얘기를 하고 싶습니다.
상혁이 형 진심으로 축하하고 이제 사실 뭐 초대로 이렇게 오르는 게 당연하다 생각하고 페이커라는 선수가 그래서 앞으로도 오랫동안 좋은 모습 보여주면서 팬분들에게 큰 기쁨을 선사하면서 활동했으면 좋겠고
상혁아 그동안 진짜 너무 멋있었고 앞으로도 멋있었으면 좋겠다. 전설의 전당 너무 축하한다. 다음에는 내가 갈 수 있을까?
앞으로도 많은 분들께 좋은 영향력을 끼쳐준 만큼 본인 스스로도 행복하고 또 건강하고 그런 삶을 살았으면 좋겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
아들 아무튼 축하하고 또 이게 또 어깨가 또 무거운 일이 생겼네 하면 또 첫 번째라는 거는 원래 어깨가 무거운 건데 또 너를 또 응원해주는 여러 사람들이 있다는 걸 알고 더 열심히 뭐 해서 꼭 갚았으면 좋겠다는 생각이 드네. 아무튼 축하해.
전설의 전당에 이렇게 1회에 올라갈 수 있는 선수는 또 상혁이밖에 없다고 생각합니다. 근데 이렇게 또 없다고 표현할 정도로 나올 선수면 정말 그 긴 기간 동안 얼마나 힘들었을까라는 또 생각이 드니까 한편으로는 정말 짠하기도 하고, 하지만 그런 걸 다 극복해내고 견뎌내고 이렇게 해왔기 때문에 페이커라고 생각이 듭니다. 진심으로 다시 한번 축하합니다.
이번에 전설의 전당 초대 헌액자가 된 기념으로 많은 분들이 이렇게 축하의 말씀 주셨는데 정말 감사하고 감동적인 것 같고요. 제가 이 자리에 또 오기까지 많은 팬분들의 응원과 지지가 있었고, 그리고 많은 팀원들의 지지가 있었기 때문에 제가 이렇게 올 수 있었던 것 같아서 전설의 전당 헌액보다 많은 분들의 응원 그리고 헌사가 저에게 더 가치 있는 것 같고요. 앞으로도 저를 뛰어넘는 선수들이 많이 나와서 전설의 전당에 꽉 찼으면 좋겠고, 앞으로도 열심히 하겠습니다.
전설이 되기 위해 필요한 건 무엇일까요? 전설이 되기 위해 필요한 건 무엇일까요? 마스터리, 숙련도죠. 전설의 전장의 5개의 기동 중 하나입니다. 게임을 얼마나 잘하느냐를 말하는 거죠. 자, 페이커의 이력서 한번 볼까요? LCK 10회 우승, MSI 2회 우승, 그리고 월드 무려 4회 우승입니다. 사실 페이커는 떡잎부터 달랐죠. 어릴 때부터 게임을 좋아했던 페이커는 정말 엄청난 속도로 롤이라는 게임을 마스터해버렸죠.
네, 이제 프로하기 전에 제가 랭크 게임은 좀 무서워가지고 많이 안 돌렸는데, 이제 일반 게임을 많이 하다가 게임이 좀 안 잡히더라고요. 그때부터 좀 랭크 게임을 하기 시작했습니다.
The hype here in Korea around this SK Telecom team is immense.
페이커 선수가 데뷔 전이 그 앰비션 선수하고 붙었었는데, 그때 앰비션 선수가 한국 3대 미디어거든요.
근데 그때도 제가 해설을 했었거든요. 그 기억이 지금 생생하네요.
So good that he can keep up. I was curious to see how well Captain Jack can do this, like because he's been typically a relatively weak player.
Whoa, ambition! What? Faker just executes ambition in that mid lane.
중급의 미디였으면 평범한 미디였으면 그렇게 빛나지 않았을 텐데 앰비션을 뚫어버렸으니
앰비션 선수가 그때 진화하는 그 타이밍이 있었는데 그 진화를 그걸 활용하겠다는 생각을 했던 거잖아요. 페이커 선수가. 또 실행하는 건 다른 내용이었는데 그 자신감 자체가 굉장히 좀 대단해서 많은 분들께서 충격을 받았던 장면이었어요. 이 장면은요.
지금도 이제 그 분노가 아직도 기억에 날 정도로 되게 인상 깊었던 그런 게임이었던 것 같고요. 그리고 제가 늘 하는 이야기인데 되게 농담이라고 사람들이 생각을 하더라고요. 페이커 선수가 이제 뭐 3,000킬을 하든 4,000킬을 하든 5,000킬을 하든 기억도 잘 못할 겁니다. 하지만 첫 킬은 기억을 하죠. 네, 접니다. 나를 첫 번째로 킬해줘서 고맙다, 당혁아. 내 이름 한번 불러다오.
또 이렇게 시간이 많이 흘러가지고 옛날에 있던 일을 이렇게 또 앰비션 선수가 재밌게 말씀해 주시니까 저도 기분이 좋은 것 같습니다.
대앰비션을 상대로 이렇게 강렬한 데뷔전을 치른 페이커는 정말 무서운 속도로 앞으로 나아갔습니다.
Well, Faker, he gets the charm on Namada, and he lights him out. They're not done yet. Impact has to dash away Faker with the chains. He's gonna go in and assassinate Elise.
These are some of the most impressive LeBlanc plays I have ever seen, Noah.
I'm like, even though I only have a mat on the floor, I think he's in the bed. Oh, Faker maybe in trouble here. Deathmark tries to clean it up for Ryu. Oh, look at the cleanse, look at the moves. Faker, what was that?
There's just no way you could encapsulate, every iota of what just happened in front of me when I was casting that.
I can't believe I just saw
he
that.
actually won that duel.
And that game is what put Faker and, to a large part, Korean League of Legends on the map.
Look at the moves. Faker, what was that?
이 장면은 절벽사인데 그 장면 페이커 선수가 잘했다고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 인정합니다.
We gotta introduce you guys to Faker if you haven't seen him already. He might be just the best mid laner in the world.
Keep that farm going on. Reginald putting some pressure down, but Faker actually turning him down a lot of damage. Reginald goes aggressive, pushes the ultimate, gonna get caught out. Faker gets him down.
If we play against Faker, I'm either gonna get dumpstered mid and learn something new, or I'll do fine and still learn something new.
Faker just takes lanes that might not be as one-sided as people think, and he just dominates them.
We have to consider they found once again. Oh my lord! They are gonna fall one after the other in the I think I can mentality. Inhibitor turn in 12 minutes.
Cool was like, Faker senpai, please no stop. And Faker was like, I'm not human. Like, I'm a robot programmed to play mid perfectly.
저 페이커 다마왕.
불사 대마왕. 이만큼 성공적이고 또 인상적인 데뷔 연도를 보낸 루키가 또 있을까요?
이때 엄청 기분 좋았죠. 지금 다시 생각해보면 얘가 게임을 진짜 잘 알았구나. 그가 한 5, 6년 더 앞섰구나라는 생각 많이 했었어요.
They will be the Season 3 World Champions here at the Staples Center.
마스터리란 단어는 놀랍게도 현재뿐이 아닌 11년 전에 페이커에게도 참 어울린다는 거죠. 2013년 그렇게 페이커의 시대가 시작됩니다.
Creativity to me in League of Legends is using tools that other players are not using to defeat what is currently the most popular and meta strategies.
So Faker's played 83 unique champions, more than any other mid laner in pro play. This man plays basically everything, and considering there's a bunch of champs who will just not be viable mid laners, he's played most of any conceivable mid laner period. And the fact that he's often been first to do it, to be the one to be like, this is what we're playing now, and you're all gonna keep up with me, is really impressive.
I don't know if this is a mid-Rumble or if it's going to be a mid-Aurelia.
You look at Gorilla on your screen right now. He looks a bit confused.
상대팀 입장에서는 이제 그때 당시에 준비하는 데 있어서
이런 표현을 해도 될지 모르겠지만 그냥 되게 답이 없었을 것 같다라는 생각도 들기도 하는 것 같아요.
I don't know which one of these Faker is going to play. I would suspect this is a mid Aurelio.
띠레이다.
시범인데.
Explosive cast use. Wolf comes in. There's a four-man pulverize. Kuro knocked back into the play, and Faker takes him out onto. Well, Bang actually gets a kill in the fray. Faker, oh, the double kill, getting those resets.
나올 수가 없는 픽이었는데 그러다 보니까 그렇게 좀 당황했던 것 같아요.
그 당시에는 그런 픽들이 좀 평상시에 좀 많이 떠올랐던 것 같아요.
정말 뭐 게임에 대해서 너무 열정적이고 뭐 밥 먹을 때도 게임 얘기하고 저희 쉬는 날에도 뭐 놀러 가자 했을 때 뭐 게임하는 경우도 굉장히 많았었고.
Faker could play anything. Wow, it's Master Yi. Faker, that's got to be Faker playing the Master Yi. Here comes Ambition. They're going to turn onto him though. Faker gets the damage. Oh, not quite enough because of the position reversal. No, he does get enough. Gets the double kill. Shy looks like he's going to be able to get a bit of under turrets. Wolf coming in. Level 6, they get the flash from Nagne. Faker comes in. He's got the ult.
At this time in history, this was truly Faker God status. Just styling on people, picking these champions that no one else played.
Champion summer for his team, SK Telecom. 3-0 in the spring season, 3-0 in the summer season. This is the year of SKT.
사실 그때는 제 페이커 선수가 하는 게 메타가 됐다고 생각을 하거든요.
남들이 생각하지 못하는 플레이를 해내거나 또 그럴 상황이 아닌데 이럴 상황을 만들어내는 그 선수들이 조금 되게 창의력이 좋다? 잘한다? 그렇게 말씀드릴 수 있을 것 같아요.
Flashes were blown in the mid lane as well. Looks like Faker and Kuro went hard, so there's no flash for this. Hojin in a real bad situation. Faker takes him down 2v1.
Base for a long time, and he's waiting for TP somewhere. He's going to bot lane now.
Just going into the river brush, but it's going to be Kuro getting dropped immediately. How did he even think he could take that fight?
He's probably the most creative player in the world. There are multiple plays throughout Faker's career where you probably wouldn't be able to practice it, and it wouldn't surprise me if he sat there and told you that's the first time I've ever done that.
They're playing towards top side. They do see Faker, and the Cocoon's not going to land, though, so can they get anything else? The flash chase, it's Smeb onto his face, looking for a little bit more, and he's not going to go down. Faker, with just the ghost, gets away with it.
아무래도 페이커 선수는 이제 항상 T1이었잖아요. T1은 또 항상 이제 강팀이었었기 때문에 끝까지 방심할 수가 없었습니다.
He's an innovator. Seeing the kind of things he can do with the tools that we put in the game, it makes us happy to be like, oh wow, this guy can do that? Okay, that's cool.
Please join me in welcoming your finalists for the 2016 League of Legends World Championship!
Kills him! It's a double kill for Rula! Is keeping sight on two! For Faker! Faker down! They've got a big minion.
그 당시에 정글러를 가장 잘 쓰는 미드가 페이커 선수가 아니었을까. 뱅기 선수를 페이커의 그림자라고 그냥 표현을 많이 했었거든요. 그만큼 그냥 뭐만 하면 뒤에 있는 것 같고 실제로 한번 공격적으로 들어가 보면 항상 뱅기 선수가 있었고.
Faker uses his third summoner spell, Bengi, to get revenge!
게임을 하면서 정말 이 페이커 선수를 잡기도 되게 힘들었고 무난하게 가면은 또 페이커 선수가 캐리를 할 것만 같고 그런 게 좀 되게 많이 무서웠고 정말 벽같이 느껴졌습니다.
If you make one mistake, then they will take that mistake and find a way to take the game away from you.
SK Telecom have overcome every challenge. They are the undisputed best team in the world. The SKT reign continues. They win their third world championship.
This era of Faker felt truly unstoppable.
어떤 뜻인지는 알 것 같아요. 상혁이가 이제 게임을 하기 위해 태어난 로봇이다라는 말을
어떤 의미인지는 알 것 같거든요. 저는 오히려 프로게이머를 했던 사람으로서 되게 칭찬에 가깝다고 생각을 하는데 제가 옆에서 본 상혁이는 일단 절대 그런 건 아니에요.
이제 SKT가 당시에 월즈를 계속 우승을 했어요. 그래서 어떻게 보면 이 팀이 월즈를 우승하는 거 좀 당연하다라고 느껴질 만큼 정말 압도적인 포스를 보여주고 있었는데요. 그 당시에 시청을 시작한 입장으로서는 너무 당연한 느낌으로 이 팀이 또 해주겠지.
I came halfway through 2017, which was, SKT continuing to be dominant, but, some upstart teams making their way through. And right at the end of my very first year, that was when Faker's downfall started.
Backs up, mid lane priority right now. I want to see vision because I don't think Samson Gauzy has seen much of that SKT river up there. But they can always pressure mid. Looking at it now with them.
그때 딱 각이 보였습니다. 그래서 앞으로 나아갔습니다.
Flash ult left. They've caught Faker. They've got the CC. The mid laner is down. The unkillable Demon King has done well. The SKT dynasty is over. All hail the new kings.
근데 상혁이가 우는 모습을 본 거는 처음이었던 것 같긴 해요. 근데 저 때 제가 바로 옆에 있었는데 그냥 우는 게 아니었어요. 진짜 거의 약간 목 놓아 운다고 해야 되나? 같은 팀 동료가 그렇게 슬퍼하는 모습을 또 보니까 마음이 많이 안 좋았죠. 네.
저도 울었죠. 이제 자식이 우는데 안 우는 부모가 어떻겠어요.
이때 당시에 이제 정말 선수들이 어떻게 보면은 계속 강행군을 해왔었고 제 개인적인 생각으로는 너무 힘들었을 거라고 저는 생각해요. 왜냐면은 저도 너무 힘들었었고요. 그때 당시에 이제 우리 T1의 기대치는 기본이 우승이었었고 예를 들어 또 승리를 했다 하더라도 이렇게 왜 못 이겼냐. 네, 그런 얘기가 나오던 팀이어서 심리적으로 선수들은 말도 안 되게 힘들었을 거라고 생각해요.
그러면 17년도 그 준우승하고 나서 한 2, 3년 상혁이가 좀 많이 좀 힘들어했던 걸로 저는 기억을 하고 있습니다.
Everyone at the Nexon Arena and you in the chat were there when the dream died for SK Telecom T1 and the Korea curse when it comes to SKT making it to a domestic world championship does extend from 2014 to 2018.
18년도 때는 아마 그때 좀 멤버들도 많이 나가고 또 바뀌고 해가지고 또 새로운 멤버들이랑 같이 하게 됐는데 그때 이제 좀 경기력도 팀적으로 되게 안 좋고 뭔가 계속해서 노력을 해도 뭔가 이기가 너무 어렵다 이렇게 생각을 많이 했어가지고 되게 어떻게 해야 될지 좀 답답하고 그런 연도였던 것 같아요.
LBL has never won before, but that will change today. The crownless are finally king.
The T1 dynasty was probably for the first time and one of the only times really out of the picture. They just weren't the first team that you brought up. They weren't the first team that you talked about.
This is it! The greatest team in the history of League of Legends, taken down by the greatest team Europe has ever produced.
He was just the mid laner, the guy to beat. I also had been watching him for so many years, so to come out on top there, I mean, we were just overjoyed.
Will be making it to the World Championship of 2020.
T1, we will not be seeing them at Worlds.
페이커는 저가는 해라는 평가가 들리기도 했고요. 에이징 커브, 단순 슬럼프가 아니다.
So we're looking at these new players, and Chovy comes in with his 150 KDA, and then Showmaker comes through with all of his ridiculous plays.
Damn,
old legends and old legacies. Goodbye, Faker. Goodbye, T1. Hello, Damwon and Showmaker.
정말 영광이었고 이제 모든 프로게이머들의 우상이 되시는 분인데 이제 그런 프로게이머랑 제가 비교된다는 것 자체가 되게 영광이었고
거기서 경기가 다 끝나고 이제 저한테 먼저 다가와서 수고하셨습니다. 네, 이런 얘기를 했던 게 기억에 남는데 이 부분은 뭐라고 좀 표현할 수 없는 부분의 감정인 것 같아요. 네.
Taking out a former comrade.
페이커 선수는 되게 불편한 위치에 있어요. 게임만 잘하면 안 돼요. 게임도 잘해야 돼요. 팀도 이끌어야 되는데 상징성이 있어요. 흔들려서도 안 돼요. 그리고 못해서도 안 돼요. 계속 11년 지금 데뷔 이후인데도 듣기만 해도 불편하지 않아요?
21년도 때는 저는 이제 좀 되게 자기 주장도 강했고 저의 자아도 되게 강했기 때문에 제가 했던 그런 경험들에 비춰서 좀 뭔가 다음 행동을 결정했다면 지금은 좀 더 그런 지난 저의 경험들을 좀 더 객관적으로 많이 바라보고 또 타인의 그런 관점도 많이 받아들이고 또 수용하면서 더 많이 성숙해질 수 있었다고 생각합니다.
다른 기회를 만들어내고 또다시 우승하고 그런 것들이 인간으로서도 되게 대단한 일인 것 같아요.
인내력이라고 하면 되게 뭔가 버티고 견뎌내는 그런 뜻이잖아요. 저는 사실 그것보다는 그냥 되게 힘든 일이나 역경이 있을 때 그거를 이겨내려고 하는 것보다 잘 받아들이고 그 속에서 배울 점들을 배우고 파도 타듯이 잘 이겨내는 게 중요한 것 같습니다.
상혜경이 11년 동안 많은 멤버들과 시간을 보내왔었는데 저희 제우페국회가 최고 아닐까요?
2022년 제우스가 합류하면서 제우스 오너, 페이커, 구마요시 캐리아, 일명 제오페 국회가 드디어 완성됩니다. 제오페 국회. 그리고 그들이 바로 이를 냅니다. 전승 우승.
This team is working like a well-oiled machine. 18-0 for the first time in the LCK. Unprecedented from this T1 roster. T1 are your spring 2022 victors.
I would say the number one thing that Faker probably got from all these rookies joining is an energy boost. You know, when you're sitting there and you have these bubbly personalities, maybe it fueled him a bit, maybe it gave him a second win.
동생들이잖아. 다 나이 차이가 좀 있는데 상혁이가 또 형으로서 또 해야 될 일을 자기 스스로가 좀 알지 않았나 그런 생각이 들어요.
보통 좀 긴장을 하고 있으면은 상혁이 형이 그런 말들을 좀 해주는 것 같거든요. 뭐 긴장하지 마라. 어차피 뭐 똑같은 경기다 그냥 뭐 스크림 때처럼만 하자. 상혁이 형이 하는 말이라서 좀 더 도움이 되고 의미가 되는 경우가 있었던 것 같습니다.
One more time, San Francisco, it's DRX and T1!
No Lee Sin arounds means no attempt at a smite steal.
Oh! Back, the Baron, still at 3,000 HP.
The smite?
Definitely gonna get no way in the world. T1 are unmatchable. I cannot believe it. Hostile takeover over the wall. Wish from Soraka will heal the mid laner, but Maokai, DRX are taking us to game 5.
나도 온다. 집 끊어줘. 집만 끊어줘. 우리 이거 20초 걸어야 돼. 20초 걸어줘. 20초. 난 죽었어. 이거 못 끊어. 해보자. 해볼게. 아직 도착한다. 아직 도착했어. 잡아야지 근데 뒤에 다 와. 나 터졌다. 아, 깝이다 얘들아. 잘했어. 고생했다.
인석이 오는 거 보고 상혁이 생각을 먼저 했어요. 솔직히 17년도에 상혁이 모습하고 거의 똑같아가지고 아 절실했었구나 하는 거야.
저희는 다 그때 결승을 처음 간 멤버들이었는데 상혁이 형은 본인은 우승도 해봤고 결승도 좀 많이 가봤어서 다른 멤버들의 아쉬움이 좀 더 할 수 있지 않을까? 라는 심정으로 다른 멤버들을 먼저 확인했던 것 같습니다.
그냥 이제 좀 다른 선수들이 좀 괜찮은지 좀 봤던 것 같고 또 어쨌든 결승전에서 지는 거는 되게 많이 아쉬운 거니까 뭐 그렇긴 한데 저는 이제 어쨌든 또 다음 내년도 있고 그런 생각을 많이 했어가지고 좀 다른 선수들 챙기려고 했던 것 같습니다. 2023년도 서머 때부터 뭔가 되게 팔 쪽이 저리고 좀 무감각한 게 있어가지고 그래서 좀 이제 지켜보면서 경기를 했는데 점점 좀 악화가 되니까 결국에는 이제 월드를 위해서 저는 좀 휴식을 팀이랑 상의해서 결정했던 것 같고요.
Faker did get injured. They are on a 4-loss streak.
단 한 명 페이커가 없는 건데 페이커가 무슨 다른 일도 아니라 계속된 선수 생활로 인한 그 무리한 손목 사용으로 잠시 치료를 받고 있을 뿐인데 이렇게까지 팀이 달라지나? T1이 아니었습니다.
일단은 그 당시에는 제가 할 수 있는 거는 뭐 부상에 대해서 막 그렇게 안 좋게 생각하는 것보다는 좀 좋게 생각하려고 했고 저는 뭐 제가 복귀하면은 뭐 이제는 갈 수 있다 이런 생각이었고
After 31 days of being out, Faker makes his return to the LCK. And Guma's also there.
상혁이 형이 돌아오고 난 뒤에 그냥 뭐 오늘부터 우리 이긴다 뭐 그런 이야기를 하면서 다 같이 웃었던 것 같습니다.
요새 이상혁 선수를 보면 굉장히 좀 형 같은 느낌이 많이 들거든요. 그래서 팀의 리더 역할 그리고 중심 역할을 하다 보니까 개인의 성장에서도 그런 분위기가 정말 제가 봐도 좀 형 같다 이런 분위기가 많이 느껴지는 것 같습니다.
또 이렇게 힘든 시기가 있었기 때문에 또 우리가 더 성장할 수 있었지 않았을까 그렇게 좀 감사하게 생각했던 것 같아요.
Back in 2013 is really where we witnessed the beginning of the legacy that Faker was about to build, even though we did not know that it was unfolding right before our eyes. By the time we arrived in 2023, Faker has already become an absolute legend, an icon. He's proven anything and everything that he needs to prove. But there was that lingering question if he was ever going to win a world championship again. And the biggest chance offered itself up. The World Championship was being held in South Korea, something Faker had never been able to qualify before. This time, he made it.
I think there was so much pressure on him to be able to succeed and on the Korean teams to be able to succeed this year. JDG on their way to the Golden Road, they had won spring, they had won MSI, they had won summer, and they were coming into Worlds as the heavy favorites. T1 also lost to both LPL representatives at MSI. They lost to Gen G in summer. People just didn't think they could do it. But lo and behold, when quarterfinals came around, all of a sudden, T1 is the lone representative alive from the LCK.
For T1, the task ahead of them is absolutely monumental. Only LPL team, starting with LNG today. And if you get through that, well, then you get to play JDG. So it's just insane.
뭐 쉽지는 않을 거다라고 생각을 했고 그래도 저희가 연습 되게 열심히 하고 이제 점점 월즈를 통해서 저희가 경기력이 성장하는 게 많이 보였기 때문에 할 수 있겠다 이렇게 생각했던 것 같습니다.
Squaring up with the big old goal here. Flash in, wall bang, first blood! Owner living up to his name! Counter punch coming in from Guma, using the ult to stop the play, and it's Trax. Gala continuing to step up. Desperate to get a little bit more here, but has to be careful. The mark now coming through. Bar is good damage. Guma wants to finish it, and he gets it! And even as every other LCK team falls away, Faker stays standing. T1 stays standing. The last light of the LCK burns bright as they head to the semifinals. For the next 2 minutes and 20 seconds, it's JDG who are favored. Not quite enough members in the mid lane. T1 just need to weather the storm.
네, 딱 각이 보였습니다. 그래서 앞으로 나아갔습니다.
There's on the side. TP coming in. Faker looking to make the play against Ruler. Owner goes in. And again, the combos are clean. The hostile takeover is damn well hostile.
We get goosebumps watching League of Legends plays. I think Fake is responsible for like 8 out of the top 10, and that's pretty close to the top for me.
It is T1 versus the LPL, and they like those odds.
Are you ready for the finals?
Launches in, he finds himself the charm on the fours. There is the ultimate from the Shy, but it just doesn't quite do enough. They try and get out, but Fake has the perfect execution and locks down his fellow ninja. Xiaohu now taking a whole lot of damage, and Faker is in the shroud. He's toying with him. It's a double colors. He backflips away and back in again. It's a triple. It was 7 years since their last, a decade since their first. The SKT legacy has been reignited. T1 will be your 2023 world champions.
중국의 모 매체는 봉준호, BTS, 김연아, 손흥민 그리고 페이커를 5대 국보라고 했고, 미국의 모 스포츠 매체에서는 손흥민, BTS, 봉준호 그리고 페이커를 엘리트 4라고 했습니다. 그는 이미 어떤 종목, 어떤 스포츠란 장르에 머무른 그런 선수가 아닙니다.
And looking back, I think League of Legends esports and Faker, they needed each other in a way, you know? There was a platform given by League of Legends going professional and having all these leagues, and then there was one person who stood up and said, I will be that icon for you.
Every single person who wants to be great at something isn't reading a book about a fictional character. They're looking up to an actual human being. That is the reason that so many people play, because of this single human being.
He's just the final boss of League of Legends.
Faker 选手是英雄联盟最高的山，以及最长的河。他拥有着像珠穆朗玛峰一般的荣耀，在荣耀方面，可能其他选手难以企及。而我做英雄联盟解说10余有年，蓦然回首，我发现 Faker 的职业生涯甚至比我还要长，而且他一直没有停止前进。
상규기 형의 길을 좀 많이 따라가고 싶네요. 그래서 언젠간 바로 옆은 아니더라도 좀 뭔가 상규기 형의 뒤에 있는 그런 선수가 되었으면 좋겠습니다. 오르막길 있으면 내리막길도 있고 그러니까 이제 그 내리막길이 있고 나서 다시 계속 열심히 포기하지 않고 연습하신 게 되게 대단하다고 생각합니다.
저도 이제 경력이 되게 오래됐는데 오래 하면서도 뭔가 오래 하면 할수록 힘든 부분이 더 많은 것 같다고 생각이 드는데 페이커 선수는 저보다 더 오래된 선수잖아요. 그런 부분에서 되게 대단하다고 느끼고 있고 언제든 이제 노력하면은 정상 자리에 설 수 있구나라는 걸 되게 많이 생각했고 많이 자극받았던 것 같습니다.
也对我们职业选手起了一个很好的榜样，这年的坚持对我们这些老将，说实话也算一道激励。
Mình không thể tưởng tượng một ngày nào đó mà khi mà người ta nhắc đến Liên minh người ta không còn nhắc đến Faker nữa sẽ như nào. Mình nghĩ đấy là những cái thứ mà mọi người có thể tưởng tượng và kiểu sẽ rất là khó hình dung ra được một ngày đó sẽ đến. Nó giống như kiểu một ngày mà mọi người không ai mong chờ đến vậy.
그냥 미스터 LOL이잖아요. 그냥 그렇잖아요. 써 LOL 이렇게 해야 되나?
Brandon and I, as PC gamers, always looked up to games that were truly sports that we love to watch and that other people love to really compete with. the thought of being able to create something that would earn the fandom and sort of opportunity to be an esport was a true dream. And Faker is the face of the sport. He is the ultimate personification of the things that make League great.
저는 페이커 선수를 한 단어로 얘기하자면 소나무라고 얘기할 수 있을 것 같아요. 좀 진부할 수 있지만 비가 와도 눈이 와도 시간이 가도 뭐 어떤 힘든 일이 있어도 늘 푸르다. 이게 상혁 선수 페이커인 것 같습니다.
Just the impact I think that he's had on this game, on this sport, it is unlike anything that esports broadly has ever seen. And so, you know, we are incredibly grateful for his contribution and what he has done and how he's carried this game to new heights. So congratulations, Faker, on this very deserved honor.
전설의 전당 첫 번째 헌액자 페이커 이상혁 선수. 헌액 진심으로 축하합니다.
여기서 만족할 사람이 아니란 걸 또 알기 때문에 올해도 그리고 앞으로도 같이 화이팅 했으면 좋겠고.
전설의 전당 첫 헌액자라고 들었는데 이제 앞으로도 이제 있을 다른 전설들 이전에 이제 맨 처음에 이상형이 있었다. 좀 이렇게 되는 게 되게 부럽네. 나도 더 했으면 더 됐을라나?
일단 상혁이 전설의 전당에 처음으로 헌액된 거를 너무 축하하고 너무나도 당연한 일이라고 생각하지만
당연히 초대 헌액이 되어야 하는 선수라고 생각하고 그리고 앞으로도 정말 많은 또 전설들을 써내려갈 거라고 생각을 하고 이 자리가 정말 걸맞다고 생각을 해서 정말 축하한다는 얘기를 해주고 싶고 더 앞으로도 한 짧게 7, 8년 정도만 더 해먹었으면 좋겠다는 얘기를 하고 싶습니다.
상혁이 형 진심으로 축하하고 이제 사실 뭐 초대로 이렇게 오르는 게 당연하다 생각하고 페이커라는 선수가 그래서 앞으로도 오랫동안 좋은 모습 보여주면서 팬분들에게 큰 기쁨을 선사하면서 활동했으면 좋겠고
상혁아 그동안 진짜 너무 멋있었고 앞으로도 멋있었으면 좋겠다. 전설의 전당 너무 축하한다. 다음에는 내가 갈 수 있을까?
앞으로도 많은 분들께 좋은 영향력을 끼쳐준 만큼 본인 스스로도 행복하고 또 건강하고 그런 삶을 살았으면 좋겠습니다. 축하드립니다.
아들 아무튼 축하하고 또 이게 또 어깨가 또 무거운 일이 생겼네. 아무튼 첫 번째라는 거는 원래 어깨가 무거운 건데 또 너를 또 응원해주는 여러 사람들이 있다는 걸 알고 더 열심히 뭐 해서 꼭 갚았으면 좋겠다는 생각이 드네. 아무튼 축하해.
전설의 전당에 이렇게 1회에 올라갈 수 있는 선수는 또 상혁이밖에 없다고 생각합니다. 근데 이렇게 또 없다고 표현할 정도로 나올 선수면 정말 그 긴 기간 동안 얼마나 힘들었을까라는 또 생각이 드니까 한편으로는 정말 짠하기도 하고 하지만 그런 걸 다 극복해내고 견뎌내고 이렇게 해왔기 때문에 페이커라고 생각이 듭니다. 진심으로 다시 한번 축하합니다.
이번에 전설의 전당 초대 헌액자가 된 기념으로 많은 분들이 이렇게 축하의 말씀 주셨는데 정말 감사하고 감동적인 것 같고요. 제가 이 자리에 또 오기까지 많은 팬분들의 응원과 지지가 있었고 그리고 많은 팀원들의 지지가 있었기 때문에 제가 이렇게 올 수 있었던 것 같아서 전설의 전당 헌액보다 많은 분들의 응원 그리고 감사가 저에게 더 가치 있는 것 같고요. 앞으로도 저를 뛰어넘는 선수들이 많이 나와서 전설의 전당에 꽉 찼으면 좋겠고 앞으로도 열심히 하겠습니다.
undisputed best team in the world. Shockwave will fight them all. Cannibal Demon King rebuilds his throne with the skull that is big enough for Form is temporary. Faker is forever.
전설이 되기 위해 필요한 건 무엇일까요?
Really nice predict. You can take it. Huge. Well played. Yep. Yeah. I used it. Shoot 2 seconds. We killed it. It's okay. Get up to it. Okay, not bad. This is not bad, guys. First is slow. We got a first. Okay, wait. Don't get. That's 14 no flash, guys. I go top. Counter no flash. Not bad. Alright, guys. Kill this already. Small guy low. We have here.
You can solo kill Eric, I think. It's all you. I'm nothing. I'm basing, guys. I'm basing. Hey, I might look here. It's all you guys. Yeah, I'm watching you and you. I'm watching you.
Let's hit the
welcome back to the LCS Lounge.
Yeah.
That was yesterday. Great bonus league we had. 6 games, both best of 3s going the distance.
It was nice.
Raz, you've been on your phone this whole time,
Yeah.
these last 4 minutes. Are you struggling to post in the chat?
I'm pissed off. So I was trying to put out there, because, I love to hear from the people in the chat who come in a little earlier. The post was, I'm pulling hot takes from chat today, friends, with a salute. And I've done it 3 different iterations. I've done all caps. I was like, maybe I'm too loud, maybe I'm too obnoxious. I got to dial it down. The message is, your message wasn't posted due to conflicts within the channel's moderation settings. What did I do? Let me free, Silas. Silas, let me free. I don't know what I did. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the offensive one.
I think you are.
Oh my goodness.
Yeah, I want to know what you've been typing chat, right?
Yeah, look, I don't know.
Check his chat logs, please.
Don't check my chat logs. Don't do that, Silas.
Okay,
no, don't do that, Silas. I love poking at the mods in there. So yeah, nice to see you guys.
Yeah. So he asked the question now, so give him the questions. He can still read chat. Luckily.
I can still read it. True.
For now, he hasn't been kicked out of that.
You
But
just can't post.
yesterday also marked the debut of our new LCS format. Greetings, LEC. Today we bring you the latest in league innovation. In an unprecedented, never before seen, definitely have never ever had this before anywhere else, especially in this very league you're about to witness, a whole new way to watch. Best of 3s. That's right, the LCS Commission has cooked up yet another novu, cutting-edge, sparkly, brand new invention to enhance your LCS viewing pleasure. This completely new format features up to 50% more games than there used to be. That's just math. We thought we'd celebrate this groundbreaking innovation that no other league has ever realized until it was invented by North America in 2024 by showcasing some of America's other fine inventions. The light bulb, the printing press, award-winning video game League of Legends, football, but for your hands, and caps. After bringing you live patch action, turbo drafting, JoJo Pim's Twitter, and the WPM of defending champion Yappa, we're sure you'll enjoy yet another great North American addition to your esports viewing habits. Up to 50% more LCS starts right now.
I do like best of 3s.
Yeah, I don't know why no one has ever tried it before.
Yeah, it's kind of a little shocking, honestly.
It's weird.
Yeah. So smart people here in the LCS.
Here's the schedule for today.
I can't do this. I watched too much LPL and LCK.
For the last 8 years. So, week 1 continues today. 100 Thieves vs. NRG is going to be first up. That's why it has the fancy graphic. It's no shade at the Immortals Shopify Rebellion game. It's just that this one's first. I'm sure they have their own awesome graphic that has the moving text and photos and stuff.
Are you sure?
Well, that one, it was all I see are 100 Thieves, right? Where are NRG? Or is the graphic predicting who is going to win? Is
What do you
this like
mean?
production's prediction?
I guess so. It's possible. Look, never count out the underdogs, and we're already seeing this story being set by from our own graphics team.
Also, ThinkCard, who, as we learned in the coaches poll that you did, Jet, put his team in 8th.
He did. It was some reverse psychology.
Yes, reverse
I think the
psychology.
expectations were too high for NRG last split.
Reverse conflict of interest. People are always concerned about rating their teams highly because then people just screenshot it and then wait. There are some crazy people out there that will just wait. They'll put it in their picture folder. It'll be the only picture in that folder, and they'll wait till the end of the split to just like post a tweet at you.
You sound very familiar with this strategy.
It will happen.
Wait, is this you?
That's not me. But there is a specific 100 Thieves fan named David that is making retweets and is already ready because of our power rankings.
I see.
So there are people out there that are that crazy.
I believe it.
Fair enough. So the second match of the day, we're going to talk about that quickly now because we'll talk about NRG 100 Thieves closer to the very start of the show. They were fairly bottom teams last split, but for the most part, they didn't make large-scale changes. What do you think of that during this offseason, Emily?
I mean, I think it tells me that, especially from talking to people on these teams, especially Immortals, who were kind of the scrim gods of the LCS, where everyone's like, we want to scrim Immortals even more than some of the top teams because they give us such good practice. They're so good. Is that both of these teams feel like the spread of players that they had, it wasn't a talent issue?
Yeah,
right?
and I'm always a fan of just like making considerate changes. Right. Like, not having knee-jerk reactions and be like, everything must go.
Right.
Unless if you have a big enough reason to do so. And I think from the Shopify Rebellion changes, like, it makes sense they're building players that are inexperienced in some cases. And like bringing in Tomio, I think is a really nice idea. There have been some teams out there, like a great example is actually K-Corp, that are like, they have one player, like for instance, K-Corp has closer, and in this case you have Tomio, that are aggressive engines for their team. You need somebody that's willing to start the fight, that may make mistakes, but is going to be somebody that's active, participating, and thinking ahead of the game. So I think I want to see if Tomio is going to be that player. That being said, he's pretty flexible. He's going to play Sejuani. So if he's on a Sejuani pick all of today, then I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah, so Shopify, talking about their last split a little bit, since it's the first time we've seen them in a while, they had some good games, but then some really frustrating losses throughout the split. Like, for me, I know that B-Boy was a standout, even though he didn't play in week 1. I'd say Insanity had some moments with the strange champion picks, but then just, I don't know, almost looked better on Hwei in some games. Like, he sometimes just playing meta, he would have been solid.
Yeah.
I can also understand why they are mostly running it back as well, with Tomio getting his first chance.
I think so too, and the consistency is what's needed. The drafting question's been there from the very beginning, where they would be the cutesy drafty team with like the Scion mids and everything, or the Garen mids, and then they changed that nearly half of the split because they were beating the top teams, or some of them, and then they were just losing to the teams that were in bottom 4 a lot of the times.
Yeah.
So we need to see like a little bit of more consistency from that team.
Yeah, we want to talk about Tomio more, and Shopify sent us a video to help us to get to know the jungler. We're just going to roll the video.
Get to know his Tomio.
What's up, guys? I'm Tomio, and I'm the starting jungler for Shopify Rebellion in LCS. Why did I pick my name as Tomio? I picked my name as Tomio because I really didn't know what else to put my name. It was either this or Cookie, because I thought Cookie was going to be a good name, because my first online ID was Tomio Cookies on Facebook. But I was like, that sounds kind of bad. So I just put my real name. There's no like deep meaning for it. And some people actually don't believe that's my real name. My favorite champions to play are champions like Nidalee, Kiana, Graves, and Rengar. Rengar, it was my most favorite champion to play because all these champs, they all take like skill, or they're hard to play. And I liked learning them at the time compared to playing a tank. And my playstyle, I like to just fight and just be very aggressive and be in their face, because I think that's the most fun part of League of Legends, is just fighting over whatever you can. I have Flash on D and Smite on F, but I know a lot of players have Flash on F.
Baker said if you have Flash on D or Silver.
Yeah, I did not know that, but a lot of players have Flash on F, but we'll let it slide. As a certified Toronto man, I always support Drake, but honestly, I think Kendrick Lamar won because, like BBL jersey, I think Drake is more of a singer, or not a singer, but like he's not like a super hardcore rapper, I'd say, compared to like Kendrick Lamar. He's from like Atlanta, he's from like the hood, and they got like, it's like rap, and I'd say Drake is not good for this type of thing. Wearing my red shorts on stage was a good experience. It was a pretty fun experience because that was my first time on stage, and you weren't allowed to wear shorts. You had to have clothes or long pants. But I will miss wearing shorts and the red shorts in general, because I believe that I play the best when I'm most comfortable. Like at home, playing academy or amateur, I would always play in shorts because I feel more loose and freely compared to pants. It's basically like, for example, you're not gonna go to sleep wearing socks. I mean, some people do, but I feel like you can sleep better if you don't wear socks. It's like that. But I'll miss them. Maybe I'll get Riot to lift the rule. I have enough power of myself to do it, so I'll see what I can do. Catch my debut on Sunday against Immortals at 4 p.m. PST. See you this weekend.
What an amazing introduction to Tomio and his character. Watching him in NACL, one of the most funny things, like obviously we could talk about his playstyle and how like, I don't want him on Sejuani duty because I feel like, to his point, the stuff that he played coming up, and I think a lot of the carry junglers that are meta right now, like the Nidalee being the prime example, but if they have Insanity flex into these 80 picks, they can have him play like AP carry junglers. But he is hilarious in content. Like you can see him thinking through his answers and kind of like adding on and adding on to things.
Yeah, I just, he is likable.
Yes.
And he's likable by other pro players. And I know there is a discussion on the dive about him, like long ago his ID was C2 Meteos.
Yes.
Yep.
And I was also of this opinion when he first started showing up on all the high elo streams. I just thought it was Meteos playing Rengar.
Yeah, I did
And
too.
then apparently Meteos asked him to change the name, and he's like, no, I don't want to. And he just kept playing as C2 Meteos. But then he starts streaming as well.
Yeah.
And even though his stream was never big, the chat was all the, like not all, but a lot of pro players would just hang out in his chat and watch his stream. And they don't do that with just anyone, right? So like there's something special about the energy that this guy brings that makes him entertaining and makes him, and made him like really watchable for other pro junglers, a bunch of other LCS players. So I really hope that, you know, I'm actually really shocked that he hasn't gotten an LCS spot earlier.
Yes.
Like, yes, he's had time to develop an academy. Yes, he had a lot of things he needed to improve to his game. But I'm really surprised someone just didn't throw him in.
I agree, and I'm just gonna be simple about this. That video was so damn funny. Like the chat was talking about, like we're based on the fact that like, oh, he's wearing shorts, socks, all that. Yes, hell yeah, keep that vibe. And then like, the Toronto boys out there are so funny, man. They will, even when Drake clearly lost, clearly he's out here defending the brother. No, like
It
no,
wasn't
he's great.
even much of a defense, though. He's like, wait, but also this and this and this.
But
He
no,
wasn't mounting much of a defense,
True,
Riz.
but put a mic in front of him. Any chance you get, he's so funny.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Is he gonna win?
Oh my God! Wait, no, really? We're going straight to that?
So analytically, I'll bring up the point I was going to make before, where I think we talked about how flexible Insanity can be, and a lot of it, the discussion has been in service of he'll play wacky stuff, right? But like he obviously can play standard stuff. He's willing to play wacky picks, but he's willing to play a lot of things, and I think that opens up a lot for Tomio, who I think can be a very different jungler than Boogie. When we talked about Boogie, he was like hard invading all the time, right? And I think if Tomio is on some of these farming carry junglers, it'd be a really interesting look.
I completely agree. I think when you're watching him grind the game, like he is very experimental. Like I remember when he was playing, like, God, there was a lot of memes about his fiddlesticks play because it wasn't great at first, and I'm sure he's like been a lot better at it. But like he's always willing to like try new picks out, and he's just, the vibe that you see in front of you is the vibe that he carries on a team. And like a lot of the times, the biggest critique in a long season is like teams being too negative, especially after losses. He is somebody that will definitely raise the morale on a team.
Yeah.
He's definitely a vibes kind of guy, and I think he's going to be doing a lot of good for this team. So as you mentioned, I'm surprised we haven't seen him in a little bit, especially when you come into the sixth man, you never know if you're going to get a shot.
True.
You never know if it's like how committed they are to the five guys up there. So credit to the organization, Shopify, willing to give, because it's not the first time they've given a sixth man a shot on the team.
Yeah.
It seems like it is true that if you are playing better or something, if they see something in you, they'll give you a chance.
Something that came to my mind when we were talking about vibes is like, so that video was funny, but his comms are way louder.
Yeah.
Yes.
Like he's just gonna scream. I just have this one memory. I was watching him play like Nidalee against Tactical.
Yeah.
On his stream, and he was just screaming Edward Raw like every single time he was nearly killing him.
Yep.
And it's funny that his first game is actually going to be against Tactical.
That's true.
And Nidalee's kind of meta right now, so who knows? Maybe we'll see something. But first match of the day is NRG versus 100 Thieves, and NRG had a rough split.
Yeah.
After their amazing MSI run, they had one roster change for Huhi. And that's not the reason it didn't work, but there definitely were some communication issues. So before we discuss that, let's hear from Huhi on NRG's communication issues last split.
I think just in general, I had a pretty different approach about the game, even with the whole team. And I think just naturally our performance last split just kind of is fixing that by being a sixth place team from like championship winning, and I just joined. We've had ourselves like a much higher expectation, and we just failed to deliver. So I think going into this split, we definitely have like way more open mindset, or a better. We try to like work with each other, way more open mindset. So I think it's already going a lot better.
It's interesting to hear from him specifically going into this split because I feel like I talked to him after their loss last split when they were eliminated from playoffs, and he was like, it felt like things were getting better, but it didn't happen within enough time, right? And a lot of the NRG members were pretty open and honest about who he and the rest of the team. I know Dokla had identified Palafox specifically as someone who they didn't necessarily mesh, like communication-wise, or they didn't have the same way of seeing the game. So I'm really curious to see if those communication issues have been worked out, because we already know that the talent on this team is capable of winning LCS championships. Every single person, even who he didn't win it with NRG, but he has won an LCS title.
Yeah, you oftentimes, I forget a lot of the times how much of an impact just one change will happen. And in this case, it was like you bring in who used a heavy opinion on the team. And of course, it was not just that, it was a lot of things. And in fact, I know we'll show it later on, but I got a chance to talk to the coaches, and it was very much of like, yeah, we changed everything. So we will hear about that as we go through, but it's nice to see that NRG did reflect on last split because it was such a huge dip. I can't imagine a team winning a championship and then not being able to make playoffs.
Yeah.
Or at least like be able to perform at
getting
the level.
bounced so early
bounced
in
so early
playoffs.
is what I meant. Yeah. Bounced so early in playoffs is crazy to me. So would love to see at least a good amount of improvement because we know how good these players are.
They went 0-4 in their last week of summer.
Yeah.
And then got bounced to playoffs. And one of their losses in the last week of summer was against 100 Thieves when 100 Thieves played Shaco Jungle.
Yes, yeah.
As well.
Yeah.
Which was one of the most wild games we've seen in the LCS. Because it was a serious game that meant something. That guy, that smiling guy.
He's already smirking.
But he's like, yeah, I'm going to do it again.
Just in case you didn't think I'd do it again one more time. Shaco Jungle.
But another matchup we want to talk about is Sniper versus Dokla. And this was, like, he's still in his rookie split, his rookie year.
Yeah.
His rookie split was so impressive. And, I mean, a lot of their wins for me was actually just Sniper and Quid running through the other team.
Yeah.
And then they just kind of engaged a lot of team fights because their solo laners were so dominant.
Yeah, I think they played a ton through their solo laners, and River essentially setting up their solo laners. I thought River was also a huge kind of engine for this team. The other thing that was super impressive was how you had certain players on this team, specifically their bot lane, willing to drop ego so their solo laners could shine in a lot of these compositions. And I thought the way that they approached draft, for the most part, across the entire split, really enabled players like Sniper, who just started popping off.
Yeah, and we're talking about how they play through them. It's just the weirdness of like, no, if you're a jungler, if you're a bot laner, you're just F-keying top lane because there's a lot of action happening there solo. And so the fact that we're seeing so many solo kills happen from a young rookie like Sniper is crazy. And you got to see the reaction that he had on cam. Anytime he would get a solo kill, he was popping out. He's such a fun player to have in the league. So just him running Rampage throughout the regular season was crazy.
He did. I mean, we got some emotive top laners.
We do.
In this matchup. Sniper has the big reacts. Dokla also has some big reactions. He didn't get to do as many positive reactions last split because of things like that were happening.
Oh, God.
Just getting sniped on.
Oh, my God.
Solo kills 12 at the moment of that interview. And then the Dokla reactions. This is more what we saw from him last split, unfortunately.
Yeah, but
I missed the flexing Dokla from Worlds.
We saw him like earlier on in the split when they were winning. Like, he's a viber, so we saw the negatives at the end of the split, but during the beginning of the split when they were taking wins, he's a positive viber too. He was flexing, as you mentioned. He's talking his trash. Like, there's a lot there, so I love the fact that they're going up against each other today.
Yeah, I think it'll be really exciting. I also want to give a small shout out. Sniper's brother Crimson debuted yesterday.
True.
In NACL as well.
How'd he do?
They lost 1-2, but that's fine. It's cool though. He did pretty well. He did fine.
I think it's great because he ended up going through open qualifiers to get into NACL. So it's like a rise from him. And so, of course, his same goal is to get into LCS. So it's just nice seeing the Shura brothers all aiming for the LCS.
Yeah. I think Viper's co-streaming right now, too.
Oh, nice. Oh, he's either there or here. I remember.
Oh, yeah, he might be here.
I remember hearing that there was a plan for him to get over here. So if he is in the crowd, would love to see it. So either way, yes, they will be supporting 100 Thieves, who's going to be here today, going up against NRG. And I'm interested to see at least what the changes are going to be for both these teams.
Yeah.
Because expectation coming in from last split, 100 Thieves, I think a lot of people had the same feeling that their stage performance was just crazy good in comparison to their just their practice. So I do think it will simmer down just a bit.
Yeah, and I mean, NRG was that team, right? Which is why, not only because there's a little bit of a grudge match here going on because of last split in terms of how they matched up against each other, but also the fact that it almost felt like 100 Thieves were the new NRG in terms of, pun not intended, their actual team energy and how they came together, right?
Yeah.
Like how they were kind of defying what everyone was saying about them in scrims, how they seemed to be really getting along, how they seemed to be specifically drafting for the players on that team and around their solo laners. That's actually something that previously we'd seen NRG do all the way to winning an LCS title.
And I'm curious to see how the mid lane matchup plays out personally, because Quid was the MVP of the league. He was completely dunking on people. And Palafox, even in his own words, said he had his worst LCS split ever.
Yeah.
And that includes the time that he was playing on FlyQuest in 2021, and then he got bumped back down to Academy. So NRG has had a lot of success keeping continuity throughout their roster, so they're not punching him down again because he had one bad split. But if Palafox reaches the level that he was able to reach towards the end of Summer Split last year and at Worlds last year, then NRG, I think, will be completely fine.
Yes.
Even with Huhi not being on the same page of the team, and even with some of the vibes being down, if Palafox plays at his peak level, they're going to be really good because his peaks are so high. But then you also have Quid on the other side. It was just his second LCS split, and he was the MVP. So it's a question of whether he can maintain, increase, or decrease for what's going to spell 100 Thieves' success and failure.
I agree, and I want to hear your opinions on this because, like, at least for both of these teams, as you mentioned, their success was through mid, and the jungle proximity between both their junglers to mid were like some of the highest in the league.
Yeah.
And that was when NRG was most successful. It was when Contracts and we got to see play through Palafox, and they actually started making plans around the map consistently. And so I think we'll see a lot more of that. I do think we'll see a better NRG this split because of the changes that they've had internally, and also just because you just have to have faith in the skill of the players that they will learn from the last split, and it just won't get worse.
Yeah, and looking at mid jungle, it's actually also really interesting going into the current meta we have right now, where we saw different teams have different approaches, especially for what they were going to do with jungle, right? Like we saw the Sejuani Maokai approach.
Yeah.
And then we also saw, again, farming AP junglers, which have really taken over. We've seen them in LCK, but I definitely think more of players like Shun over in LPL, right? Playing the stuff like Karthus, the brand. And so I'm really curious to see how both of these teams specifically adapt, because I also feel like they're also super strong Senna teams, and I want to see what they think is high prio in draft.
Completely agree. I remember even just talking to some of the coaches yesterday, like even though they have their set opinions of what the meta looks like for them, you can't really trust your individual like scrim bubble. So you just have to see if it works out on stage and what teams you haven't been playing against, what their views are. That's always going to be how it is in the first week. And you see LCK and LPL heavy prioritizing Nidalee, LPL going Karthus. You're like, wait a minute, we're seeing heavy carry junglers on that side of the pond. Here, you're seeing Maokai, Sejuani. If you got Warmogs, happy for you. I mean, Leandri's, of course, for Maokai, but we're seeing heavy Warmogs priority on supports and jungles, and it's like just a different meta. So I'm assuming there are going to be different takes from these teams. These teams have usually been the more creative ones, especially 100 Thieves.
Yeah, I'd say even yesterday, though, FlyQuest wanted to play carry junglers, and at first C9 wanted to play carry junglers, so the initial read was half and half carries, half and half tanks, but we'll see what today brings. Raz, you also caught up with both of these coaches before today's series.
What's up, guys? I've got head coach Thinkard here from NRG and head coach Golden Glue here from 100 Thieves. I'll go to Golden Glue first. Just kind of reflecting on last split, you guys got second in regular season, tied in game score and everything. Kind of a big surprise for you guys. But going into this split, just reflecting on what your goals are going into this split.
Yeah, so we had a better last split than we thought we were going to have. Obviously, I still think we have a lot of improvement to do. We went to Korea in the offseason and trained hard while we were there. And I think this is the kind of season where we can prove that we are like a top team and it's not just a fluke. So that's kind of our goals going into the season, and we've definitely been working hard to try to accomplish that.
Sounds good to me. And similar to you, because you guys came off of being a champion, and of course, I'm sure you had the time to reflect on that split and go put that into the actual performance. What is the biggest difference you guys seen in your practice this split in comparison to the last?
Yeah, we pretty much redid our entire process. The way that we practice, the way that we started scrimming with Immortals, basically the longest of any LCS teams. So us and Immortals have scrimmed the longest so far. But we redid everything: our macro, our practice, our structure. We know that we are better than what we did in spring, but it requires a different approach.
Without saying too much, any difference in approaching a best of 3 in comparison to the best of 1s of the last split that you've noticed?
Of course. Now we get to basically adapt. So going to game 1 draft, it's not just, okay, they're not going to expect all these things. It's, okay, what information can we also gather, and how can we use that to better ourselves in game 2 and game 3?
I appreciate that, guys. Good luck and have a good one. All right, back to you guys.
Good to hear from the coaches. Predictions for today?
Oh, I'm just going to cheat on this one.
Oh, you got the LCS Tibbers?
Wow.
Boom, I'm going 100 Thieves 2-1. I think both of these series are going to be close. And I'm the only one with 100 Thieves? No, you guys have to explain yourselves.
You are.
You guys are haters.
Wow.
Discord, what do you have to say for yourself?
What the hell? Literally second of regular season. Where is the hate coming from? That's what I see.
It's not hate. I would say that 100 Thieves, even in their own admission, just now in the coach interview, said they overperformed in spring.
Yep.
And I think NRG underperformed in spring. So I'm just going to say that I think if it averages out, I thought NRG would have a slight edge today. All of them are 2-1 for what it's worth, which means we're expecting a banger.
I think it's going to be really, really close. I'm curious to see how both teams react after game 1 specifically in draft, because these are two very creative teams, especially on their solo laners. I did err on the side of NRG, or like lean towards the side of NRG, just because, to Jat's point, I think they underperformed compared to what this team is capable of. And I am, I guess, kind of pre-anticipating a 100 Thieves, not sophomore slump, but like second split slump. Yeah. I think the talent on the team is still there, but I'm just siding with NRG today. No hate though. Raz? I love both these teams, Raz.
I don't know, guys. I see hate when I can see it. And I'm sniffing it right now.
Well, why do you hate NRG then?
What? I'm not hating. I'm just looking at the facts of last split, and now I'm looking towards the casters and seeing what their opinions are.
Turning it on you.
Yeah,
that's turning on the casters now.
At the lounge, it's time to get into the game.
No, get him.
Really?
We scared 2-1 at MSI.
Yeah.
The LCS teams have no chance.
Their form is so...
Come on, bro.
Guess we'll have to show them what happened last summer.
Yeah.
What the fuck? Fact is, I just know I'm better than the rest of these mid laners. I'm the GOAT. Let me tell you about mid laners, man.
His ego is out of the roof. It's crazy.
FlyQuest, they're good, but like, they're talking too much.
I think I'm gonna have... I have to beat my old team, but it is Dignitas, so it's like, I didn't really feel too much there, to be honest.
Same with APA. He finds ways to die where I'm just like, how is it even possible?
There is no way NRG wins. I'm never losing this play.
If you guys wanna trash talk, be as good as this guy.
I don't know where to go, cause I can't see. No one never gonna wake me up, so I stay asleep. I ain't never gonna make it out, cause they hate me. I'ma go ahead and bounce back.
Yeah, I can see ourselves winning summer again.
I got this.
Really? Nah, bro, give me that.
Nah, bro, that's me.
Bro, give me the mouse.
Quid, we gotta work on this.
Oh, yo, Jason, good to see you. Good luck making worlds now.
Turn up the heat like I'm cooking. I get out the same energy that I put in.
Yes, I'm still the king.
Long live the king.
Visualize me as Blabber. You're a good jungler, but not as good as my jungler.
Tactical, you lose a lot. How do you stay positive?
At least I'm not scared to take chances like some other players.
Visualize me as Zazel. I bet your face is itchy.
Quicksilver Blast.
What is this? Now I'm FBI.
This question is for Tactical. Who is the most overrated player in the LCS?
Sadly.
I'ma go ahead and bounce back.
It's really hard to focus when like a bad player is talking. It's like the biggest bullshit champ I've ever seen.
That's it, Quid.
This guy would just complain.
He finds ways to look like a complete noob.
My God, they will not shut up after they
Like,
won.
use him for a while. He's not.
Honestly, they're like kind of bad and lucky.
I'll win first, then I'll shoot targets to people.
Be worse right now.
Brainless players.
Yes, exactly.
Yo, get him, get the shit. It's crazy how bad like I'll always outperform
You
you.
don't got that dog in
Next
you?
cannon loser. People are scared of me.
All right, now we're talking.
You guys wanna trash talk? Be as good as this guy.
I run this league.
I'm just so happy to be here, you know?
The best part of the LCS, the glory that comes with it when you win.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the LCS here for Summer Split 2024. Later today, we're going to see if the Scrim Gods can live up to the rumors as Immortals take on a Shopify Rebellion team with a brand new jungler fresh out of NACL. But first, the reigning MVP and the rest of the 100 Thieves are ready to square off against an NRG team looking to repeat last summer's success. I'm Captain Flowers, once again joined by Kobe. Today, also joined by special guest Emily Rand for the TriCast. Woo! We will find you a box.
We got you.
I think we should just keep. Yeah, I think we should keep it like this, actually.
Yeah. It's, we got variation, whatever you want to call it. But we also got 100 Thieves and NRG about to square off in a best of 3. I'm pretty excited for this one. The desk, you guys were all predicting 2-1s one way or the other. I hope that we're going to get the full 3 again today.
Yeah, I love best of 3s. I love that we're now finally in best of 3 world, and these two teams I think are pretty evenly matched. I have no idea where either of them are going to be coming into this split. I feel like neither of them had the playoffs performance they would have wanted.
Well, Dokla is still waking up a little bit, yawning on stage, getting right into Champion Select though, of course. We do have the Skarner bans still remaining here. Don't think we'll see Skarner getting through again.
It's red side tax.
This split in the LCS. But interesting enough, the Nidalee joins Vi here as far as jungle bans, being laid out. And this has been kind of controversial, but like I mentioned yesterday, we have so many Nidalee players, and with Canyon kind of giving everybody the Nidalee pass and everybody opening the floodgates, basically, she will begin to run rampant. Quickly, though, we'll get into it. We are going to get another one of these AD mid laners on the side of NRG. Tristana already picked up, and so we'll be looking at more of the AP junglers further down the road.
Yeah, and I am super curious to see what each of these junglers are going to do, right? As we see the Maokai locked in alongside the Trist, great setup for her poke. And then the Talia locked in for Quid, our reigning MVP. We see a quote from Kondrax on there, where he always bans Shaco, still probably a little scarred from River from that last
So, to be fair, Contracts, he was scarred from Shaco way before the 100 Thieves NRG game that you're referring to. Their last regular season game was a super fun one. 100 Thieves just picked Shaco as well as Veigar mid to actually get the victory over NRG. NRG also super salty because then they lost the best of 5 in playoffs after that as well and got kicked out by 100 Thieves. So NRG definitely looking for that revenge here. But we're quickly following up here, and that Ezreal finally does make his way to the bottom lane.
Yeah, Ezreal was something I was wondering if we were going to see on this patch. Received a few buffs. Just last night on the pre-buff patch, we saw Paze absolutely pop off on that in Gen G T1. And I think it's a pretty solid pick. I'm curious to see what Meech is able to do with it.
Well, okay. Thinking about that Callista for a while, but instead they go with the Twisted Fate locked in on the side of NRG. Now let's see what kind of bans we get in the second half of things. We have already seen the Ashe, the Senna, the Rumble, Skarner, Vi, and Nidalee, like we're already mentioned earlier, at the top of the draft. What's it going to be, NRG? What do we want to focus here? You already know what the enemy bottom lane is going to be. You also see the Taliyah as well to be able to help with Roams down there and being able to help both of those guys. Jax banned out, keeping that one away from Sniper.
Yeah, if you're worried about counter-picking this Twisted Fate top, then the Jax is one. Also, I don't know if they're really worried about it, but you could ban the Yasuo top counter-pick, the Wind Wall into Twisted Fate. If you're worried about Sniper looking for more solo kills on you, that is definitely, you know, one of the counter matchups that goes hand in hand with things that deal with gold card. It's Jax Counter-Strike and Yasuo Wind Walls.
Well, I feel like Sniper's absolutely the kind of player to slam something like a Yasuo top into a Twisted Fate as well.
Absolutely. But it's the Jace. I assume they just asked Jokla, what do you not want to face? That could also be, obviously, they could still flex. They could have flexed the Jace mid and played Taliyah jungle. That's also still an option open to them, should they want to go for it. Because with the Varus banned out, Corki is actually still open. So it'll be interesting if they wanted to do flexes on either side.
All right. First pick of the second half of the draft for NRG. We'll see if they really want to lock in this Leona. You already mentioned, Emily, how the Maokai is great setup. You can go in for the engages on that one, but having something else to go with it, something with a little bit more than just the Twisted Advance that is reliable since the ulti often requires an angle for the setup. I like the Rel here. Big team fight engage for NRG.
And it also keeps the Tristana flex alive. Tristana Rel is a potent kill lane for bottom lane. Could try and go for kills on the Nautilus. So leaving that flexible option here until the very last pick for NRG, kind of hiding their hand a little bit. Meanwhile, NRG, what is it going to be? Show what is going into this Twisted Fate. It's the Renekton that had got all the way through the pick and ban phase here. Not super exciting, but definitely a sturdy one.
Very, very heavily banned in the games yesterday as well. Very popular top lane pick as per usual. I feel like this guy's the most evergreen top laner in the game, but hey, that's the pick for Sniper.
And pairs really well with a Taliyah because anytime you have a roaming mid laner like that, you have the options, or actually here with the Kaisa lock-in as well, going to be Jungle Taliyah. So Jungle Taliyah pairs even better with the Renekton than the mid lane Taliyah, as you can easily stun into the seismic shoves.
All right.
And so we're going to be getting, the Kaisa pick is really, really interesting here.
So both Kaisa mid and Ezreal mid have seen play in solo queue in Challenger. Ezreal going with the lethality builds. So it really depends on what matchup we're looking at in here into Smolder. I think that Quid is one of those Ezreal mid enjoyers, but we'll give him the full, down to the 20-second mark you have until the swapping ends.
Yeah, and I think obviously another thing to call out is that Meech should be more than comfortable on this Kaisa. It's something that we know he already has played in his career and is very comfortable on. It is really interesting to see the Ezreal mid coming out.
Okay, so we're at the 20-second mark. We're not going to have the champions traded around anymore. So now that we know exactly where everybody's going, which side of the draft do you guys like better?
Ooh. I think NRG has really good setup for their poke. I am curious to see what happens in top lane, obviously, how they're going to, how this Renekton TF matchup is going to work out for them. But yeah, I
mean, I'm going with the Ezreal mid for sure. Okay. Emily is confident.
I'm waffling. I'm like, who has better poke? Who has better setup for this? I don't really know.
I mean, we got a banger Ezreal mid showing up. We were talking about the draft last time around these two teams played, where, you know, they were pulling out Veigar mid and stuff, but
We're on to the Rift for game number 1 here with this best of 3 as FBI immediately gets caught by a dredge line. Ayla leads the charge, and Meech is right behind him. FBI can just walk this one off, though. No summoner spells required to be spent. Should be able to recall, get back to the lane in time without a real serious punish here.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what 100 Thieves do off of this. Love the use of the Nautilus level 1. Whoa.
Nice. Okay, maybe I was wrong after all. Maybe you did delay him long enough to annoy him just a little bit further.
All right, so Quid, Ezreal here in the mid lane, 400 Thieves. Another one of these AD mid laners. We've been going over the super common Tristanas and the Corkis that everybody is used to, but pulling out another one that is even fairly rare in solo queue. I mentioned that it does show up from time to time in Challenger, and it had a couple of builds. You know, there was a lethality version that went around for a little bit, but I probably think he's probably going to go with the Trinity Force this time around, and we will see. But another one that brings a lot of early range, early poke power, the level 1, getting the shove here onto Palafox Tristana, getting the early lane priority, not to mention they had the level 1 little invade there, 400 Thieves.
And talking about Palafox, I think for a lot of NRG fans, he's a guy that they're looking for him to really step up in summer compared to spring. We even heard from Palafox last split how he felt like he had some seriously weak performances in a lot of those games. Back in summer of last year when these guys surprised everybody and made that run to become champions, he was a huge part of it. But now here in the bottom lane, the 2v2 breaking out yet again as FBI gets ignited. But he and he can fight back well enough. They're not really that scared.
I mean, this is one of the most exciting things about, you know, the improvement that we saw from Quid from last year into spring. It was not only that he was playing so much better and he had so much better synergy with his team, but he also pulled out a bunch of fun counter picks. You know, he was the one with the Aatrox counter pick slamming mid, a lot of flexibility given to his coaches, and they have the confidence in him to be able to pull those out. So see what it can do this time around. Meanwhile, check on the other 2 lanes as well, as Twisted Fate here. Always going to get the early buildup of the minion waves. Whenever you're running the Twisted Fate into a lot of these more generic melee matchups, very easy to slow push your wave. You always want to slow push it, don't unnecessarily quick push it, so that you can get that extra damage at the tower. But here we go, flash in.
Yeah, Ayla ready to lock down Huhi. They got River coming in, but they don't even need him. He's just there for moral support. It's first blood over to Meech.
Yeah, and that was kind of set up, again, off of the level 1, but the way they're going to be playing around this Kaisa Nautilus, being able to go in. This is something that Meech and Ayla are super comfortable on. And, I mean, this is already just so fun to watch. Obviously, bot lane scrapping. Kobe, you brought up, though, that these 2 teams have been really specifically flexible around their solo laners. And obviously, Sniper was one of them. He had the most solo kills this past spring. Here's the list of his
Douglas was sitting over there
victims,
with a previous headshot there where Sniper was able to solo kill.
Now he has the target on his face, right? So we'll see how this top lane goes.
For summer, he has not yet been solo killed. For the first 4 minutes of summer, no solo kills.
Off to a slow start. Okay, but it's obviously going to be pretty difficult with the Renekton to deal with Twisted Fate here early on, like you already talked about. TF's going to acquire the push. We'll see if that Talia can get up there, be able to punish him, work together with the Renekton like we were talking about in draft with the setup for the seismic shove, the point-and-click stun, can really be a threat, but we have to get that Weaver's Wall online first.
Yeah, whenever you do have, especially this pairing combo against the Twisted Fate top like that wants to abuse your top laner as much as possible, pushing into tower, getting that turret plate money off of the slow pushes, and then looking for roams as well. Your big point, your big counterplay is a flash stun from the Renekton into the Talia, the jungle gank up on top side that should try and punish the Twisted Fate. But if Dokla's able to easily scale up there, able to easily get to his ultimate and start to apply the extra pressure to the rest of the map, then NRG have a lot of really good scaling options. When you have Twisted Fate and a Tristana on the same team, not only is it a lot of global pressure, it's also a lot of tower pressure, quickly being able to take down turrets, and then Smolder here looking to scale for them on the bottom side of the map, obviously.
Yeah, and we'll see where River decides to go after this. He has paid just a little bit more attention towards bot and mid. I do like, again, River, we've seen him play this before, but My quintessential River games are always ones where he is going in and affecting his lanes early. Obviously, they didn't necessarily need him to set up that kill on bot side, but he was there already and aware of what was going on. I think his awareness in relation to his lanes is usually really, really good. So I'm always curious to see how he helps set them up.
I mean, I remember back when he first came into the league and he was the Jarvan guy and he's just chain spamming ganks all over the place. Obviously, he's evolved from that reputation since then, but I feel like if you're ever known as the Jarvan guy, you've got to be an early ganker. You've got to be an early playmaker. You've got to be some guy who wants to affect the lanes like that. But right now, it's him and Sniper. They're going to acquire, looks like all three of these grubs without any sort of a contest from NRG. The Drake on the bottom side not going to be taken in trade at the same time either. So River and 100 Thieves pretty happy about that.
Yeah, and that was set up because, Ayla was able to roam up through mid as part of that bot side pressure that they'd already established, right? So they didn't end up losing Drake for it, even though it does look like Contract is going for it now.
Yeah, should be able to
go for that trade.
Should be able to trade, no problem here for NRG after pushing in on the bottom wave and moving up to the Dragon. Standard stuff so far. I will say I am keeping my eyes on this Twisted Fate ultimate because they did get to the level 6 kind of breakpoint there for the top lane. Sniper obviously does have that threat for the all-in. We just got attacked by a Hex Dragon.
That spooked me.
I don't know if that was as loud for everybody else as it was for us, but
yeah, I jumped.
The Hex Dragon just unleashed on us.
Okay,
as it goes down.
If that's what it's like in the game for the characters, that's pretty scary.
The Hex Dragon was previously my favorite dragon because I really like the stats, but now I don't know. That's not a secure spot. We'll take a look, though, here as we do get a reset for River in the jungle as well. You mentioned it, but they've just been power farming there. River had a really smooth kind of pathway up to top side, too. And while it's debatable, and some people are on the Dragon side and looking for longer games and going for souls, and some people are on the newly buffed Grub side of it, I personally, and I know a lot of junglers, really like when you're the team that is built around going for the Grub side because the Grubs themselves give so much more experience and resources to the jungler that takes them. So it is that nice little buff there in River with the level 7 on Talia. Now, probably finally looking to make some real moves here. He has picked up a Dark Seal, and whenever you grab your early Dark Seal, you usually want to follow that up with some early kills, some early stats there. So I would expect at some point a visit here to either the Nautilus or to the Renekton. Those are the two that are really going to set you up for the big plays. And of course, with 100 Thieves bottom lane having that really good and easy, honestly, start to where they got that very kind of free kill onto Huhi, that might be the play.
Well, now you see them swapping up towards the top side and sending Renekton bot. So we have a little bit of a kind of a delayed swap going on, and we'll see what 100 Thieves want to do with this as they're looking for a kill on top.
Oh, Ayla going in, but he does not connect on the dredge line. River wants to follow it up, goes for the seismic shove. FBI staying alive for now, but Meech has the killer instinct to take him down. Quinn's getting the kill credit, making a double. Back over to 100 Thieves.
Huge surprise play right there from 100 Thieves. They were still in the fog of war on their swap on the recall timing that you mentioned, Emily, and then when they go for the play, it's actually not even the Nautilus flash that gets it off the ground.
Yeah.
It is River with the seismic shove here. River's Talia flashes forward, and 100 Thieves, they are off to the races here. Now it just kind of balloons into 1.7 thousand, the gold lead, and we're pretty close to the second spawn of Grubs, only 40 seconds away as well.
Yeah, and it gets Sniper out, right, where he's able to push this wave in bot. As we take a look at the setup on this hill, like you said, Dredge line misses, but Talia is just such a strong champion for setting up a lot of these ganks, whether she is in mid or in the jungle, as we see River coming in, and then
yeah, River says, fine, I'll do it myself. Goes in on the Talia. Golden Glue's like, that's my jungler. That's my jungler.
He's pumped, man.
And honestly, those are the types of plays that people were expecting. When they saw this River signing originally, even in spring, everyone was so hyped for this squad, this 100 Thieves squad that kind of took spring by storm, at the regular season at the very least. And so it's nice to see them here in summer, starting out with some really big plays from him. We are going to get into the second Grub spawn, and technically Sniper has teleport. 400 Thieves, so could join it to make it the full squad.
All right, first grub is about to die. Energy's going to secure that one, but Ayla, Quid, and River are ready to contest. Meech dueling with FBI up on the top, but in the meantime, it's Huhi. Drop before the fight even starts. Now he's got to be a little bit careful. Ayla trying to get away. A lot of damage pouring into himself and River, as now Dokla picks one back up. It's going to be two going the way of Energy. They're not only going to take all 3 grubs, they're going to win the fight on the backside of it.
And I think the big difference maker there is obviously you had talked about how, okay, Sniper can TP in, right? But he TPs really far behind, as you can see, where this teleport is going to come in. It's going to come in, that was way bigger than I thought it was going to be. It's going to come in up here, right? And so he then has to go all the way around the pit and isn't there on that flank, because there's a world where he sets up a phenomenal flank, but instead Energy, even though Huhi dies, are able to get in and do damage.
Yeah, it was effectively a 4v5 right there, and Energy are like, oh great, we'll just pick up some extra kills on top of our grubs. So Energy feeling very good about that little comeback play, and now maybe another.
Yeah, Ayla in some danger here as the gold card already connects. That Nautilus is not walking away, and River might just join him here in the morgue. It's Contracts tying up the game 4-4.
Oh, it's all falling apart quickly here for the 100 Thieves. They had the moment of brightness there with the River play in mid, where they were able to get those picks, and FBI had been kind of lazy with the summoner spells, not flashing that seismic shove. But in the last couple of plays here, Energy really just taking what is right in front of them. Multiple objectives on top of the extra kills. Stokely here now trying to defend the remnants of the tower and at least not give up a bunch of extra turret plates in payment for that Dragon number 2.
And now I'm curious to see how Energy want to be able to set up this composition, both in their lanes and then trying to get more picks, right? Because Contracts is going to be kind of quiet in relation to his lanes thus far, at least, you know, from what you and I are familiar with him, right, Kobe? And so, but this Maokai, as we talked about, the way these comps work, has such great setup for the damage to come in from the Tristana, from the Smolder, who is still stacking. And then obviously Dokla can freeze people on the backline as well.
I'm really curious how FBI is going to, or when, excuse me, FBI is going to hit those big breakpoints on the stacks. Yesterday when we saw Jan playing the Smolder in the series against FlyQuest, he hit that 225 mark just about 21 minutes into the game. Right now, it's only 84 stacks, 13.5 minutes in for FBI, so I want to see him accelerate that just a little bit.
Yeah, definitely a lot slower pace on the stacking there for Smolder, and 100 Thieves still have the extra gold lead that they got from the bottom side kill that they got kind of on Huhi and then the mid lane play. So they still have really fed AD carries here, 2 of them for the side of 100 Thieves, with the Ezreal finishing that Trinity Force that we mentioned, as well as the Kai'Sa getting a bunch of the kills for Meech here. So 100 Thieves, the game plan is the same here. They're still on track. They also just got level 11 on the Ezreal, which, by the way, they keep buffing his ultimate. So rank 2 on the ultimate is crazy now. This thing is getting to nuclear levels pretty soon. Ezreal now joining for the Rift Trail fight, but the objective's already been taken.
Yeah, objective secured by Energy, and now they want to take the fight, but the damage immediately pours in on Huhi, and he's the first to die. Sniper's in the middle of everybody looking to lock him down. Contracts gets chopped, and Meech is the one holding the axe. As Dokla, FBI, and Palafox all try to get away, Dokla's now finding himself in danger. Meech and River in hot pursuit. Seismic shove gets Meech another one. A rampage for the 100 Thieves marksman.
Yeah, let's take another look at that, because obviously 100 Thieves come in, want to contest it. NRG, the Maokai ult is good for zoning, but then only hits Ayla, and Huhi explodes before they're able to get in and do damage. And then obviously with this composition, 100 Thieves are already in such a better spot and have really good setup on the backside of this with Meech going in. And once again, Talia is just so good at setting up those picks, right? Like, she's just such a great champion for that.
Yeah, River really good at it as well. I mean, you mentioned it, but Huhi just exploded across those rocks. And the double AD carry power spikes were primed for 100 Thieves. They were glad to fight on these. And even though Meech was a little bit farther away, he's Kaisa, so had an easy time joining off of the plasma into the ultimate there. And so 100 Thieves increase their gold lead, get themselves even further ahead here to be able to fight off. Still have some options for NRG, of course. They did just group up everybody, kind of 4 people up on the top side and get defended though, so they're losing out a lot on the map right now. They had invested so many people and they're gonna lose a kill too!
Contracts, it's not where he wants to be, man. He flashes over the wall just to barely escape. 200 HP is enough to get the Maokai out. But this 100 Thieves squad, who we talked about finding that nice play earlier, then throwing the game back over to NRG, they're now 4,000 gold ahead again.
Yep, definitely a very big one for them. They had a successful defense on the top side grouping that we mentioned, and then NRG, they don't lose the kill, but they do lose the flash and the Maokai ultimate. So that is a huge window now, again, that 100 Thieves have to continue pushing this lead with their fed 80 carries. Mid lane tower is about 50% HP. That is going to be the next target. That is the biggest objective on the map for them. Dragon will join fairly shortly, so get your resets in now. You've got 30 seconds and some to go get your control wards and set up your vision.
Yeah, and we'll see how NRG respond. They can obviously do the kind of drop Herald mid into Drake setup that is the classic. If you look at Palafox pushing in this top side, and also 100 Thieves pushing out their bot side.
Yeah, I think NRG making the call here, and a correct call, I would say, to just give up that dragon. They're not in a position to fight these team fights, as we saw in the last one. Gonna get run over, so they make the call. You know what? You get your dragon. It's fine. It's only going to be the first one for you. Yep. We will try and get some gold back in payment for that dragon, for that objective. Pop the Rip Herald on the top side. They got at least the outer tower finally on top side to get a little bit of gold for themselves. But Rip Herald here getting 50% of the health on that one.
Yeah, the Weaver's Wall was intended to troll the Herald, but it accidentally trolled Sniper instead because he had to walk around it to hit the stupid thing. So a little bit of miscoordination there in 100 Thieves top jungle duo, but hey, it all worked out. The turret's still standing. Palafox is still hanging out up there around that top side of the map as River, Quid, and Meech will now finally move over to that Drake, work to take that one. The 4,000 gold lead has shrank back down closer to 3K now as Ayla is just waiting in the brush. Dokla walks up, he face checks, and Quid hits him right in the mouth. 100 Thieves find kill number 8.
Yeah, where are you going? This forest is dark and full of terrors that's warded up by 100 Thieves. NRG had made the call pretty much already by going topside and that they were going to give up the dragon.
Yep.
And then you kind of wander into enemy territory here where it is all dark. The Nautilus is in there. Ayla says, thank you very much for the extra gold. And 100 Thieves, not only do they get that dragon, but they also further increase the gold lead here to further punish NRG.
Yeah, and we had talked about how, like, yes, the mid tier 1 is not down yet. That's probably what 100 Thieves are going to go after next. But they'd already pushed out bot side. To your point, Kobe, we'd already thought NRG were going to give up this Drake. And on side lanes, especially on that bot side at the time, they had complete vision control as well. So obviously able to get that pick off of that. And we'll see now if they end up setting up for this mid tier 1.
Yep, here we go. River makes his way over along with Ayla to help out on the push. FBI stack check here is only 151 at 19.5 minutes, so it's gonna be a little bit longer, but at least they have him in mid lane. This is one of the best areas to try and farm up those stacks. You can see him right there. The reason this is the best area is because not only is it pretty easy to defend usually at the tower and you get a lot of the wave, but you can also kind of cheat and get the Raptor ones as well. Hopefully, for their sake, they can accelerate him a little bit because they're going to need it.
Yeah, man, he's going 35 and a 55 on the stacks right now. This dude needs to press the accelerator and get caught up. They're already down 4,000 gold. They need him firing on all cylinders. Sniper getting caught out a little bit here, but he gets away. The rest of the team ready to come in now and try to make something happen off the back part of it as Quid not going to find his mystic shot there.
Engage.
Let's see. The Maokai ulti comes through. Nice follow-up from Huhi with Mom coming in over the top, and Dope was grabbing a kill on River. Meech tries to go over the wall with a shut down goes over to Palafox, and NRG end up getting 2. It wasn't the one they looked for at first, but they still get an even better consolation prize. Baron is now live on the map, and NRG's got a 5v3.
That was such a nice look from NRG. They go with the double split push, and Dokla pops the ultimate. They fake out 100 Thieves and then get their re-engage with the Wombo combo. Maokai ult into Rel ult, and now 100 Thieves gonna try and fight them off the Baron.
Ayla goes for the engage. Injured health bars on Energy's side. Sniper has no ulti though, keep it in mind. They want to try to flash in and take him down. Sniper goes for it, he finds Dokla, but he's gonna be traded. Contracts and who, he's still in the pit. Baron at 2,000 HP. Quinn and Ayla still fighting. Contract shot down. True shot barrage. Quinn takes the Baron. Quinn with a quadra kill. Quinn is him.
And Quinn with a little Gen G flash at the end. I hope that is a shout out to Pays from last night as we further see. I was initially surprised that they ended up wanting to go for this because it is a 3v5, but just absolute trust. Even when Sniper gets gold guarded in, is able to still get into the backline. Baron is doing damage this entire time, and then just watch Quinn. He's untouched, he's dancing around, he cleans up, flashes the Gen G emote at the end for the style. That's our spring MVP.
This dude's good, man.
Yeah, so I would say very dangerous to leave a fed Ezreal just shooting you over and over and over while you are in the Baron pit, trying to finish the Baron there instead of dealing with the threat. Yeah. The age-old question of turn or burn.
They burned all right.
The answer to that last one was to try and turn, but they opted for the burn and couldn't get close to it. So they got the worst end of it, where they did not finish off the Baron, but they did burn it so low that then Quid was able to pick it up after he got all his kills. So it's a quadra plus a Baron. That's like pseudo penta. I'll give it to him.
Yeah. Baron counts as one.
Baron counts as one. That's like, yeah, you got 4 plus the purple one as well, and now 100 Thieves. Quid's like, well, great. I basically won the game for us, guys. You guys want to finish? Let's take some towers. It's pretty easy now.
I mean, that could have been the massive swing the other way. If NRG ends up getting the 2 kills and then they grab the Baron this early into the game, they pick up a lot of standing gold in the turrets that are still on the map, which, by the way, is pretty much every turret still. NRG has only claimed 1 this entire game, but Quid's hero moment is huge for the Thieves.
So, since all of this discussion I know is going to all be around this Baron for this whole game, for everybody, is to also be wary of Baron spikes. Sniper, though, is going to have to be more wary of NRG members. I think we saw a large grouping of them here.
Yeah, and this is unfortunately a lot of the criticism that Sniper received last split as well. The dude is really good mechanically, but his decision making can often put him in spots where he gets caught out, gets punished. We'll see if 100 Thieves can make there be some kind of a consequence for this violence, as now immediate burst on Dokla. The dude's already out of there as Contracts and the rest of NRG are trying to fight back. Meech drops. Here comes Mom, who he's going to be your sacrificial lamb as NRG tries to get somebody out of here. Contracts running and running and running and running. Run away, Mr. Tree. It's only him and FBI trying to escape. The Smolder's still not at 225. These guys cannot fight back. Yes, they were able to take Meech and Sniper with them, but the fight still ends up favoring 100 Thieves.
And you still now have a 9-0-4 Ezreal.
Yeah.
Poking at you from and taking down this turret here. I think the big thing is that in a lot of these setups, it's actually the team that ends up responding. So even when NRG are trying to make a play, 100 Thieves are still in a really good position to respond and collapse with, again, their fed carries.
Also, solo lane Ezreal, when it used to be a thing, years ago as well, always liked building Frozen Heart, even in the previous iteration. And Frozen Heart right now is insane versus this NRG lineup. Twisted Fate is basically considered another AD carry, so it's basically like Frozen Heart versus triple AD carry. So not only is Quid the richest person on the map, but he's kind of God mode right now with a very good defensive item, specifically versus NRG here. So Quid Quid is basically a one-man army right now.
Yeah.
Level 16 on the Ezreal, so the full rank on that ultimate with all those buffs that has been buffed over multiple patches here as well is going to be very difficult for NRG to deal with.
It's taking me back, Kobe. You know, like Ezreal mid is back. Apparently,
yeah, I want to go all the way back to Ezreal jungle. Do you remember those?
Yes,
No.
I
We
do
lost
remember the
so
Ezreal
many jungle
days.
items because Ezreal abused them. Ayla gets rooted up. He blocks the Maokai ulti for Quid and River, flashing back over the wall to keep himself alive. Contracts wants to chase, but he's already killed. Ayla still staying in the game. He's down to 300 HP, but the rest of the Thieves have immediately drawn battle lines. FBI's gonna get all the way out as Meech goes all the way in for the tier 3 turret here in the bottom lane. River, Quid, and Sniper all following up right behind him as the projectiles fly, and NRG has to cover their heads and run. Bot lane inhib already down. Minion wave crashing into the tier 3 turret back over in mid lane, and it looks like 100 Thieves ain't done yet. He trying to stand and defend there, but the Shattering Strike ain't enough. Tier 3 gone here in mid now as well. Inhibitor's gonna be your next target. Big engage coming out from He's Magnets from. He locks down 3, but where's the follow-up? Support for support gonna be traded out. 100 Thieves finally end up losing their mid laner for the first time this game. It's NRG making the moves, finding Quid, but it's still a 2-for-2 trade. It's still the inhibitor in mid, going the way of 100 Thieves. Dokla makes it a 3-for-2, using the ulti to pick off River.
Oh, and objective bounties are up because NRG were so far behind. They could deck this dragon. It would be number 3 for them and a big bunch of gold on top of it. We're not quite done yet, Flowers. Even though 100 Thieves still have a massive, massive lead, that was quite a blunder.
Yeah, they're not able to close out the game. NRG will now find themselves on Drake.
Wait a second.
I've seen
Are
this.
they even done yet?
I've seen this show before.
Quid is 4 seconds away. Okay, Quid, can he get there in time? NRG are gonna race the clock.
I've seen this show before, man. I've seen this episode.
It goes down quick. It goes down quick.
It's not a bad call, right?
All right, let's see. Palafox already down to 1/4 HP. Ayla going in for the dredge line. Meech flies in for the killer instinct, and Palafox is already dead. He and Contracts trying to stay alive here in the pit as Dokla wants to kite it, but he just can't fight it. A double kill for Meech, and once again, the same damn way it happened before, but with a different AD carry. It's another massive multi-kill for 100 Thieves. It's another barren blunder for NRG.
I mean, I don't hate it, honestly. It is a blunder, but like, what else are you going to do? You were finally able to kill the Ezreal. You found a window. They're gonna close out the game now. And congrats to 100 Thieves. This is a great showing from them. Like, I love the Ezreal mid. I love the poke coming through. Amazing.
It is a strong game 1 here for Quid and the 100 Thieves. 10-1-7 on the Ezreal. Meech 9-3-5 on the Kaisa. And look at the assists on Ayla. 1, 4, and 20. 21 out of 24 KP. That's like what, 88% kill participation? That's pretty nuts. 100 Thieves got to be happy about that one.
100 Thieves coming into summer hot here, telling NRG there will be no revenge for you yet.
I just love, I mean, we already talked about how much we love this composition, but the quintessential platonic ideal of 100 Thieves. Get River involved with his lanes early, have some really creative draft picks that more specifically suit your players, right? Quid looked great on this mid Ezreal.
Yeah.
I also want to call out again, Meech on the Kaisa, something he's super comfortable on. Being able to flex the Talia into the jungle, something River is super comfortable on. I love the way that this 100 Thieves like team and staff approach how to set up drafts for the team.
So we have Corki, Ezreal, and Tristana.
Yup.
Why not more? Let's go deeper.
Cog.
I mean,
Cog.
Varus very well could easily still be playing in mid lane too.
Yeah.
That's a solo lane AD
We've seen him top.
I mean,
we could go back to preseason 1 when nobody knew how to play the game and you just randomly pick Ashe and go mid.
Ashe mid.
Give me some Dravens. I know there's a lot of tilted solo queue people that play Dravens mid too. Do that.
At this point, man, anything goes. quit on that Ezreal. That Baron play is going to be what defines the game. But a reminder to all y'all out there, Fantasy LCS is happening on Sleeper. It's not too late to sign up and start a league with your friends. Then crush their dreams with your very own super team. If you had Quid on your squad, I guarantee you got a lot of points right now. You can head over to sleeper.com or sleeper.app to give it a try. But now with game 1 all wrapped up, we're heading back over to the LCS lounge to break it all down.
I crush my own dreams sometimes with my own picks, I'm just going to be honest with you. But you're right about that, Flowers. This Baron play is going to be the focus of game 1. 100 Thieves take the win. But it all is hinging off of this one play, Jet.
Absolutely. It starts with 3, 1, 2, 3.
Yep.
Versus 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So I will say the original setup for this, I'm not a huge fan of, Raz, just because I would want him more around this side, so when they move in, they have the ability to actually flank. But as Kobe mentioned, in the turn and burn question, they decided to burn. We can roll the clip.
Yeah, and the sad thing about this was that all this setup was because of the Dragon play that lost all of the ultis from NRG. So they were like, oh, maybe we're not positioned to fight on towards a range that Quid has here, but you should definitely turn. Palafox recognizes that he can't sit in the back of the pit, so he actually repositions, and this puts the entire backline, including Contracts, in harm's way.
Yeah, can we pause and back it up, actually?
Back it up.
Back it up about 5 or 10 seconds would be great. And play again right here. Watch Sniper. Once Sniper flies in, the back spikes of the Baron sync up with the Q from the Renekton, which chunks. That's a little bit of luck as well, because this fight, even though it was 3v5, was still on very small margins. But because NRG was so pushed towards the back of the pit, the Baron also joins in when the Renekton flies and allows Quid to clean up the fight.
And I can understand the fear. Like, I understand the fear of NRG has, base timings are there, Talia has ulti, comes back, so if you have an elongated fight, maybe you'll lose that, especially with Ezreal that has repositioning on E and Flash. So the fear is there, but you just have to turn in that instance. So it sucks.
That's it.
Yeah.
Quadra kill for Quid, game 1 for 100 Thieves. But we've seen game 1 doesn't guarantee you game 2 or 3.
True.
That was yesterday. That's it for us here at the Lounge. We're headed to game 2. As we go, let's hear who pros think the most OP champs are heading in to Summer Split.
I think most OP champion is Blitzcrank. Corki or Karthus jungle?
Right now, Corki AD carry is one of the strongest champions.
Corki.
I think Corki. I think Skarner is very broken.
The most OP thing in solo queue is definitely Skarner.
Skarner, probably?
Play Skarner and abuse him. He's so broken.
Skarner. Skarner is the most OP in solo queue right now. You can play him top, jungle, support maybe, but he's just broken.
I think it's Skarner. Riot just like rework, so it have to be just OP, you know?
I think probably Skarner is the most OP solo queue champ right now.
Yeah, I think I'd still say Skarner, especially when you're playing him top and jungle. He's just perma-ban him.
It's not actually Skarner, even though he's up there. I'm immediately thinking of Karthus, where it's just like, he does his thing, and 15 minutes later, you roll the dice. Does it do 1,000 damage? Does it do 500 damage? Does it do no damage? Does it do half my health? Who knows? Like, you'll figure it out when you get there, and man, that's rough.
There he is. He's right there.
Cover more ground in the Kia Sportage Turbo Hybrid. Kia, movement that inspires.
Red Bull gives you wings.
limp ball. Okay, yeah. You should fight here. Calm down. Calm down. Clear. Okay. So the other flash. Yeah, you guys should go. Go here. Go. Nice. If you can. Back.
Welcome back to LCS Summer 2024. We are in the middle of NRG versus 100 Thieves in this best of 3, and the Thieves started off swinging. Absolutely awesome game number 1 from them. I think it's pretty easy to say Quid was the highlight of the show.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think, again, when we're talking about success for both of these teams, it has been creativity around their solo laners. And we saw that already in game 1 from Quid. It opens up another option in that mid lane pool for AP junglers that we've been talking about, Kobe. So I'm really curious to see, because best of 3s, draft adaptation.
Exactly.
Hell yeah.
We get to see some adaptations here. NRG get to reconsider their life choices around Baron.
Yeah, they should do that.
And some of the commitments that they've made or have not made. I would also say one of the big things to bring up too, although Quid did end up like stealing the show there, I would say 100 Thieves bottom lane absolutely gapped the NRG bottom lane. Absolutely gapped them. And this is Meech and Ayla. This is one of the least hyped up bottom lanes in the LCS. Whenever people are talking about, oh, rookie of the split and rookie of the year, and everyone mentions Sniper on the team, nobody talks about Meech. And FBI was looking quite rusty there. He gave up the really early kill as well. So the bottom lane for 100 Thieves, I think, doing way more work than people would have predicted coming into the series.
And I think that jungle was a pretty big gap as well. Honestly, the only role that wasn't a massive gap was top, and it's kind of hard to gap your opponent when he's Twisted Fate and you're
cards at your head.
A lizard. Like, it's just not going to end up being one of those matchups you can just dominate. But let's go ahead and get into our second draft here, as NRG are they learned their lesson from game number 1, their first ban. They are not going to allow Quid to play that Ezreal again. They're also banning out the Vi, with 100 Thieves taking Rumble off the table. Skarner, there's your red side tax.
Yeah, unfortunately, you kind of have to ban Skarner red side unless you want to let it through and have answers like the Rumble, or as we've seen in LPL, the Mordekaiser, which we saw banned yesterday. And then taking the Vi away from River again. River is just such a great jungler on that pick, able to sync up with Quid specifically. And then
Yep.
the Nautilus ban coming through. Nautilus is obviously a really strong like engaged support that we've seen coming out of the bot lane now that has gone towards tankier engaged supports. And Ayla, as you already pointed out, 100 Thieves bot lane had a great series, and it really started from level 1 with the Nautilus.
Oh yeah. All right, so if you're NRG, what are you gonna change this time around? Obviously things kind of fell apart pretty quickly in the previous game. They did have that moment where it looked like they might have been able to bring it back, you know, where they found the fight after ending up losing in mid. But hey, here's Nidalee in the jungle.
And Contracts is a long-time Nidalee enjoyer. He loves playing this champion. This is one of the most aggressive jungle matchups that you can get. Want to see what you pair it with, though, because Nidalee with winning lanes is very different from Nidalee with a bunch of losing lanes.
Yup.
And having that priority is incredibly important as well. There are a lot of AD mid lane options that we have mentioned, but Nidalee also greatly benefits from things like the Renekton, obviously, with the point-and-click stun that is up and available yet again, so could be another Renekton run back with the guaranteed combo here with Nidalee.
Covering the Ivern, but I don't think that's gonna get lost.
No. You cannot, there's not that much wiggle room with a Nidalee, so.
It'll be interesting to see if Talia comes through, only because I'd be expecting more of the Corki. Yep. We're going to do the Corki Trist trade, which obviously if you have these kind of farming AP junglers, you really do want an AD mid, and Corki is incredibly strong poke that can come out of that champion, and so we are setting up a poke composition.
All right, now with the poke composition, they need CC. Let's see what they decide to go with here. Top lane they're gonna keep for the second round, and so they lock in the defense first. The Braum pick. This is actually one of my favorite picks, and especially when you're already showing a Leona that is one of these one-way ticket supports that is an all-in engage. You've got some good defense here for your long-range poke and your Nidalee sustain later on. Really rounds out your team fight. Braum, I think, is really underrated by a lot of teams. With everybody looking towards these engage supports.
Right, he's such a good counter engager, right? He's so adept at protecting his own team when you're trying to full send, but it looks like Jinx Leona is going to be the bottom lane here this time around for 100 Thieves.
Yeah, this is a really interesting, slightly different look from 100 Thieves, and we're going to be looking to see what they end up doing with their top side. I assume they're going to be saving R5 for Sniper, and we'll see what bans come through.
It's very interesting because it also makes NRG think about what are they going to actually blind pick on their top side. You kind of have to go with a tank that could be lane swappable, because a Jinx lane swapping on you, if you pick a carry top lane here on the side of NRG, and then 100 Thieves lane swap on you, and they've got the Jinx lane swap, plus they're the ones with the low econ tank, and you're sitting here with some useless carry that gets zero farm, then it's really difficult. So I kind of like doing this from a red side like 100 Thieves are doing, and they're putting a little bit more pressure and more thought on the NRG side. Maybe regardless, NRG, we're going to go with you know, a tank-ish type of lower econs type champion for Doko on their pick anyway, but this kind of pushes them even further in that direction. And that's also why they ban out the Olaf. They're like, all right, if we're going to have to blind pick and we're going to have to play something more tanky than there.
We have Zyra jungle.
Oh, baby, let's go.
Get ready for some early Barons. Get ready for some super speed clearing. Faded Ashes has just enabled all of the AP junglers. Just screaming how strong this item is, even as a component item. And Zyra is one of the best, actually. You know, Zyra and Morgana are two of these previously very rarely and mostly solo queue played junglers. That have tremendous speed clears, and you get to the point that you can end up later just snaring the jungle camp and then walking away as they burn down, and you can be in position for plays and for counter plays especially really early on while keeping up your super quick clear speed.
Yeah, and as we see, we hear the shouts from the crowd at the Teemo hover.
Don't get baited, crowd!
I don't think that's going to get locked in, but we were talking about what NRG we're going to pick as that blind. Why are you booing Camille? She's interesting. I love Camille.
Because she's not Teemo.
The Camille ult on top of a Zyra ult, they have a lot of really cool teamfight setups coming out of this 100 Thieves comp, and once again, you're seeing that creativity come out of them. As I was interrupted as I was talking by the crowd cheers, but obviously that blind pick coming in is going to be the Cassante. We'll see what Dokla is able to do. But that off of the top side, because Snipers Camille into that should be very strong.
And we did, start to see at MSI some of these Camille carry picks coming out, and some of them especially into the Cassante. But since coming back from then, Camille did get some slight nerfs to try and get her back in range. A little bit less strong than previously, with a slight tap to some of those buffs that went into MSI. Still going to be very exciting though, and with so much turret destruction power, you're looking at split push possibilities here for 100 Thieves, leaving themselves open with a couple of options.
All right, I asked it last time, I'm asking it again. Which side of the draft do you like better? Emily.
I mean, honestly, I'm kind of rooting for the Zyra jungle.
Okay.
I like her setups a lot. I do think if NRG is going to perform, it should be on something like this, where especially on the top side, we have something that these guys are really, really comfortable on. And I'm curious to see how involved contracts will be. And I'm also curious to see, again, Zyra jungle coming out of River. How involved is he going to be? They have the counter pick on the top side in Sniper. Will we see that first solo kill coming out of him? Maybe there's a lot more potential for it in this matchup. And I think thus far, honestly, based on game 1 and with this composition they have in game 2, 100 Thieves, again, have drafted really well around what their team can do and seem to have a good idea of how they want to play these 80 mid AP jungle matchups thus far.
Somebody get Laura on the phone, quick.
Yeah, true.
Call her, wake her up. I don't know what's going on. She's a huge Zyra fan. Let's get it going. Elyoya had one of the games. Aki had one of the games.
Yep.
We'll keep track of it. Obviously, my focus is definitely going to be on the jungle clear speed, as that is one of the biggest strengths. But you do have a big AoE, as you mentioned, Emily. And it kind of brings a lot more structure to the team fights. We'll see if there's any sort of invade, though, because Nidalee catching a Zyra mid clear could be devastating. And it's going to depend a lot on the pushing power of our lanes. So everybody cheers. Everybody cheers in the chat for no lane swap. Yeehaw, we get regular lanes.
Hell
we get to fight it out.
That's my favorite thing, is when we don't lane swap.
Oh
yeah, sorry, I forgot that you're
lane
like
swap
the
enjoyer
lane
on the
swap.
desk. But I do think in this case, obviously, again, we talked about how it can help the Jinx, and Jinx was one of those champions initially that was so good in the swap because it gets her into a great position, and also she can hard push, especially if you're grabbing grubs on top side. But it sets up this top lane matchup that we talked about, right? And specifically, Sniper possibly being able to get the better of Dokla in this pick, as we see scrapping in mid lane.
Yeah, Quid and Palafox just really going all the way down to 200 HP each, really committing to the trade on these. Both level 2 now. River clearing through that jungle, as you can see. Very, very fast. You already mentioned it, Kobe. He is faster than a Nidalee, and not a lot of champions can say that they're faster than Nidalee.
Yep, all the way up to the top side quadrant here. We'll see which jungler ends up going mid first. Oftentimes too, Nidalees will come by and just give you a heal, and that can equally piss off the enemy mid laner, especially if you're trading this low. Kind of the drive-by heals coming through, but Contracts looks like he wants more than a heal here. See if he can, if Quid was going to get close to his side of the brush, any kind of stray spear always helps. But here's another look at it. The Zyra clears are insane.
It's
one of the
nuts.
big bonuses right over the Krug wall, because you get to leave those little plants behind. It's one of the best feeling things. It's just killing camps and then just walking away while it's being finished off by your plants.
Yeah. And they will see River invading here, but I'm not sure what Contracts is going to be able to do about it, as we see him harassing, and they have pressure from mid.
I love the way Zyra just swag walks at you too. Like you can't do anything about it. She's just completely on a mission.
She knows, queen of the jungle.
This is not Nidalee's part of the jungle anymore. River invading there. He's not in time to steal the blue buff, of course, but he does have control over this enemy Gromp now instead. Going to turn his attention back up into the top side River, looking towards that Scuttle Crab or a potential 2v2 here in the mid lane. Contract's coming around from behind. Will look for Quid, but it's hard to really make this work out super well considering there's no CC on either the mid laner or the jungler for Energy. And with Quid being Tristana, that gank is hard to make it work.
Yeah, it's hard to make it work, but it does end up resetting this wave a bit for Palafox, and he'll be able to push in, and now Contracts is going to see what he can get done on the bot side of the map.
This is looking so sad for Contracts.
Yeah.
He already, by spending so much time mid, got even further than normal behind his Zyra, and River took advantage of it, walking into his jungle, counter-jungling him, and then he was on that ward when he went bottom side, so not only was their bottom lane getting pushed in, but he was on vision, wasting even more time as a Nidalee. And even though he's like one camp or one even small monster kill away from level 4, you cannot afford to get behind a Zyra like this. River's already almost all the way to level 5. And guess what? Already did a full reset for my favorite item.
He's full build.
Faded Ashes. Oh, baby. Zyra can just throw down a couple of skills, walk away from the camps as they burn on down, and then try and walk into your jungle and do the same thing.
I remember when I saw Faded Ashes in the patch notes, I was like, there's no way this goes live. And then it went live and it got hotfix nerfed in what, like 3 hours or something? I was like, this is a really powerful item,
Hotfix nerfed and still Giga for jungle.
Yeah, still absolutely great. As we see Huhi now rotating mid.
Yeah. Energy really trying to
Quid is like, yes, hello,
Quid.
are you lining up for signatures after my quadra kill Baron steal last game? Wait in line, Energy members.
Well, it is Father's Day, and Quid was father of Energy in the previous game. I'll go ahead and put it that way. As Huhi tries to fall back here, just throws up the shield to block any follow-up there from Meech's zap. Quid, level 6, Palafox still only level 5. Honestly, River's about to hit level 6 here very soon as well on the Zyra, clearing out those Krugs yet again. A couple more auto attacks over the wall. Bye-bye, little Krug babies. This Zyra means business.
Yeah, even sticks around for the little baby ones. There's good golden nose, okay? Some people are in the habit of, just walking away from those.
It's a bad habit.
Not respecting them. Yeah, bad habit. There's some good value in those mini Krugs. Meanwhile, Huhi doing his best to fight the Vision War, but it's pretty dangerous for him, and he's taking a lot.
Oh man, immediately half HP on Huhi as Quid is ready to help out with the fight. Huhi down to 200. Sniper's coming in now as well, but he does not close the gap fast enough to lock anybody down with a Hex Tech ultimatum or the hook shot. So 100 Thieves, despite the fact that they don't get any kills there, they are going to earn themselves control over the top side River and control over the Grubs.
Yeah, it's the communication. You can see what's kind of going on there with the comms with Dokla coming down first, but in the early game especially, so much level 6 already for River off that grub too. You better be careful, Dokla.
Yeah, this
Zyra's not playing around. But it matters so much when you get the early health leads in these trades. You saw how much damage Huhi was taking fighting for the control ward. Even though Dokla gets there first, you have to leave too much damage soaked tanking those plants from Zyra as now he wants another pass.
Yeah, Huhi looking to lock this guy down, but the flash over the wall from River, he knows that Braum has to have help nearby as Quid jumps in after Palafox, but not going to get a whole lot more from that. Huhi goes for the exhaust. Quid's going to be your target, flashes back away. River does not land the lockdown. So 100 Thieves, they get out, but it does cost 2 flashes for both River and Quid.
Yeah, it's a fairly bold choice by Quid as he had perfect information on where Huhi was. And he's like, you know what? I've got time. I'll go for a quick little trade. Exhaust for flash is definitely not good for Quid, but at least they don't die quite yet.
Yeah, and we'll see if Energy are actually able to capitalize on it off of this reset, because again, that's going to be the big thing for me, right? Energy have been looking for these plays early out on the map and have kind of been stymied by 100 Thieves as Dokla comes in to check out, give a little glance to River.
Yeah, he's like, how's the farming going?
Yeah.
He learns that the farming is going exceptionally well.
Exceptionally fast.
Look at these plants rip through.
I'm telling
baby
you.
Krugs.
it's kind of a tough pill to swallow for like older junglers that see when all these like modifiers keep getting increased and a lot of jungle.
Are you telling me you hate Zyra jungle, Kobe?
No, I'm not.
Not a Zyrungle enjoyer?
I'm not I'm not explicitly telling you that.
But reading between
the trend of super fast clear speed, especially AP ones like Zyra and Morgana and stuff, you know, getting in there, it adds variety. Okay, so I'm fine now with it. While it is still very unique, you know, this is not like a super common pick. Obviously, it's fairly rare still. So, I'm still good with it. Okay.
Okay.
We're still now. For now, we're chill.
Yeah, we'll see.
Everything's fine.
Seriously though, when's the last time you saw Nidalee 25, almost 30 farm behind in the jungle? Like that's.
I mean, so remember your choices, especially early on, do snowball for jungle when you're waiting around mid lane for, you know, 2 passes at a Tristana and get very little value out of your time waiting there. It's quite costly, and the cost compounds with the respawns there for jungle camps and River being able to just burn everything down.
Yeah, and Kobe, you kind of talked about like what happens with this Nidalee jungle if it does fall behind, right? And like how do NRG end up playing around that? Because again, they've been looking for these plays, but they haven't been able to capitalize thus far, even on things like, for example, Quid's flash being down. Obviously, he's Trist, so he still has built-in escape from the jump. But its 100 Thieves have still been able to come out ahead on the map overall, getting the grubs and now first Drake off of their pressure.
And it's actually really interesting. You know, it's deeper than like, oh, this champion, you know, is super OP now, or like just faded Ashes and stuff. You know, a lot of things brought us to this point where we're seeing so many of these AP jungle speed clears. One of them, of course, as Contracts is going to get caught.
Yeah, Ayla immediately ready to wombo combo this guy. The Strangle Thorns aren't even required. The Super Mega Death Rocket from top lane gets Meech paid.
Yeah, nice little handoff here. Meech, would you like some extra gold?
Sure.
It is served up on a silver platter. Nice ultimate there to go collect it. But some of the things that brought us here are not only some of the changes to the champion, some of the changes to the items, but also the buff in experience for jungle camps really did reward this playstyle also. And so that's why we're seeing all this knock-on effect of so many AP jungle clear speeds paired with all of these different AD options. The Tristana, the Corki, which we have now, already seeing the Ezreal as well. You know, Jace getting some bans, so lots of the different AD options that you want to pair with power clearing junglers. We also saw Karthus yesterday as far as another AP option. We haven't seen the brand this season, although obviously that is also a super popular one there for burning down jungle and playing into this kind of style. But AD mids and AP clearing jungles is going to be something very prominent.
Yes, as we see, I'm curious to see what 100 Thieves are now setting up on this bot side with Meech pushing in. Zyra's also pretty good for setting up some of these dives, especially with the plants. So we'll see if Meech is able to get this wave in, and then they're probably going to go for the dive.
Yep, they already knocked off the bone plating from Dokla. Meanwhile, up here on the top side could also be a move onto Sniper, but it looks like FBI and Huhi just going to be working on plates now as 100 Thieves just force Dokla away from the bottom lane tier 1 turret. It's going to be NRG committing the same amount of manpower up here to the top side tier 1 as Dokla joins up with his own bottom lane, but they're losing the race. It's River and Meech doing so much damage to this thing down here in bot side. Looks like they should be able to grab it themselves. Yep, top lane will not be taken first, and that is first turret over to 100 Thieves.
And it's an important race now, too, on this patch. We're on live patch with the 300 First Blood Tower bonus gold, so they doubled it from the 150 previously in an attempt to deal with lane swaps, and so quite nice bonus now for winning that race.
Oh, hello, Death Rocket. Nice. Interrupting the recall there.
Right on the board.
Quid has to disengage from Contracts, and Huhi tries to get back underneath the tier 1 turret, but they force his flash as well. You could see the projectile in the air still followed him, stunned him up from the stacks of Winter's Bite, so he didn't flash there. Highly likely he could have been killed.
Yeah, and talking about, going back to what Kobe was talking about a bit, we'll see if they're gonna, anything's gonna happen. The other big thing is that they're funneling a lot of this into Meech, right? Like Jinx is one of their hyper carries. I mean, she is the hyper carry on this team. And 100 Thieves are doing a really good job of recognizing, obviously, he got the little tap finisher on the first blood, but also then being able to funnel all of that gold on the bot side into Meech specifically should pay off really well, as Dokla might be in trouble.
Meech flashing away, does not want to get caught by Dokla here. The Stranglethorns looking to start this fight off right for 100 Thieves. FBI's here on the front line. Energy's got all 5 men ready to rumble. Solar Flare doesn't find a stun on anybody. Sniper goes in for the Hextech ultimatum, and it's FBI barely staying alive, but Jinx just got excited, and the rockets are flying. Quid's over the wall. Contracts wants to chase him, but he should have just gone home. More rockets, more damage, more kills for 100 Thieves.
Meech is popping off. They go for him, they get his flash, but they pay for it with multiple lives.
And you see the setup for this Jinx in this Kia replay, as we see Meech is out here, lays out the trap, doesn't see Dokla. NRG think they might be able to go in on this fight, but Meech is able to flash out, and then the Stranglethorns sets up such huge zoning potential. It's also Ayla's ult that comes out across here from the Leona, and then Sniper joining in. You really see how this Camille works so well with the rest of the comp, and then Jinx firing on the back line.
Yeah, as soon as Dokla popped out of that brush, River is making the call. You know what? This is not legal. I am turning this around. Everyone teleport in right now. You saw the first teleport from Quid. The second teleport comes in from Sniper. Everybody arrives and they chase him down. This is a 5-0 start for 100 Thieves in game number 2. They are looking to make this even stronger than a repeat. I mean, last split, taking down NRG at the end of the year, and then in playoffs as well. You know, that one went the full 5 games. This one looking like they will not need the entire series.
Man, 100 Thieves is looking good in game number 2. And okay, if you're Energy, what's the bandage? How do we stop this bleeding? Because it's starting to feel real bad.
Oof, it's tough. I mean, you kind of have to get this Corki in. He's still going to do a lot of damage, and get Huhi in a position to where he can soak up some of the damage coming out of the Trist and the Jinx.
Okay.
Obviously, trying to use your poke also, being able to come out potentially from the Nidalee and the Corki to make a pick, as we see them setting up for a pick on the Sniper potentially.
Yeah, Sniper's going to get chased down by 4 members of Energy. The Camille is the target. Camille's normally pretty mobile, but 4v1, pretty hard to get away. So Sniper ends up getting caught. But is it really that much of a catch when it's traded for 2 turrets in the mid lane?
The sacrificial top laner, a tale as old as time.
The extra camp.
We saw some of this yesterday. We even saw this in the previous game where 100 Thieves were just blasting them, and then they did get 1 kill onto Sniper chasing him down, but not going to slow 100 Thieves down at all, as on the other side of the map, they even have higher priorities. So they're going to go for the reset into Dragon. Maybe River just takes care of the Dragon himself, since Energy also have very little vision, though they did sneak a ward in the back of the Dragon pit, so good call here for River not to rush starting off the Dragon. There is one in there. Wait for the resets for the rest of the team a little bit for them to come back out. Looks like Contracts isn't even heading over that way, though, so not even looking for the possibility of the steal.
Yeah, we'll see if 100 Thieves are able to respond to this. Again, that's such a great, that entire run of play, right? Like you asked me, Clayton, like how did they get back into it? Well, they try to make a pick, but then 100 Thieves are in such a better spot on the map that they immediately recognize, okay, you know what, Sniper, you're dead in the side lane. We're going to push mid, get 2 turrets, rotate bot, get that turret as well, because Triss was already set up on the bot side. They lock in their second Drake as I'm speaking, and they just have incredible map control and also some really nice map movements coming out of 100 Thieves.
100 Thieves is a team that has been really fun for people to root for with a lot of the signings that they got. You know, Sniper, Meech, obviously a lot of hype behind them as well as being super young. But as soon as they got River too, this team just became so explosive. Yeah. Especially with how fun some of the drafts have been with this team. It's definitely been gaining a lot of steam throughout spring. It was probably the regular season story that was the most unexpected and the most fun to watch. The kind of ascent of this team did fall off a little bit in playoffs. But it looks like in summer here, they're trying to pick right back up where they left off. Sniper, the recipient of some more pressure.
Yeah, but he immediately turns it right back. He wants to aim for Contracts. Quid's ready to reinforce them. Contracts barely starts to get away, but he still falls. 100 Thieves are making this 2v3 look pretty good as Sniper gets himself back away underneath the turret. Dokla's all out, but he can't go back in. Palafox trying to provide some covering fire back over the wall. Sniper still looking to see if maybe he can get a little bit more because Ayla's coming down to join the party, and I don't think Palafox wants to stick around. He should have called the Uber. He should have gone home, and it looks like he just might get away.
They let him!
100 Thieves, what in the hell are you doing? There we go. Ayla gets it.
And that entire time, I was wondering if they were going to end up going and pushing in mid as well onto the inhibitor turret, but really nice response from Quid, recognizing like, okay, we can take this fight with our Archerist and our Camille able to hold off. And again, NRG have so few options now, especially with how far ahead. Like, Triss comes in immediately. Sniper's like, I'm diving right onto Contracts, gets the damage out. Contracts pops.
You love to see it. Quid teleporting in. Get your hands away from my rookie solo laner here, defending his solo lane brethren in Sniper. Teleports in, they call in the reinforcements, and then they have a little fun with it. We said this team's a fun team to watch.
They are super fun. And I was going to point out, they cut the replay a little short, but I was going to point out they were actually still pushing down mid here until Ayla ended up rotating around on the back of that fight as well, recognizing that he could get the flank in as Leona.
And Ayla making that play happen. He goes home afterwards. He purchases his first big non-support item. It's a Warmogs.
Let's go!
If Nidalee didn't already feel turbo useless this game, Ayla now just stands in front of every spear at 0 consequence.
Warmogs right now is very good. They increased the flat health to 1,000, so it's pretty good for a lot of junglers that scale off health, Skarner, Sejuani, as well as some support champions. You know, Leona does get resistances elsewhere too, so it always pairs really nicely. The only drawback is that if you have too much health and not enough resistances, then you can still be kind of squishy to some of the percent health damage that is in the game as we get a little bit dicey at the tower.
Palafox jumping in there, trying to find the angle on River, but it ain't gonna work out because here comes Quid. He's on a rampage, and 100 Thieves brought the whole crew up to top lane for another heist. They pick up the enemy mid laner. The rest of NRG doesn't have anything left to fight with. Who he lived with 10 HP, had to use both summoner spells. 100 Thieves has total control over this second game.
You can say that again. Emphasis on
100 Thieves has total control over this second game.
Emphasis on the total part of that control.
Yeah.
Let's paint the picture from last game. You know, double 80 carries, both of them super fed. Neither Quid nor Meech has died yet, and Quid wants another.
Yeah, Cassante is Cassante, but even he's not gonna Cassante that. He's just gotta go home. Bye-bye, buddy.
Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, this is, again, every time the NRG try to make a play, as we see Contracts might get collapsed on here next.
Contracts thinks he might have found Sniper, but I don't think that's the way it's gonna go. Meech needs one more rocket, and Contracts is down for the 4th time. Who he's gonna join him, and it just feels like NRG are all out of options.
Yeah, anywhere they try to go on the map, 100 Thieves have coverage. They have vision coverage. They're able to collapse in. This should be a pretty easy Baron setup and take from them with Contracts dead and Kuki not up for another 9 seconds. NRG aren't even going to contest this.
Man, somebody get Courage on the phone. He's gonna be popping off right now for how good this team is playing. 100 Thieves are looking clean here in their debut series for summer. That's a 22-minute Baron.
Yeah, and as we talk about, I mean, they're going to get the consolation prize, NRG, of this Drake, but the big thing we were wondering about setting up into this matchup, the revenge match between NRG and 100 Thieves, where are these two teams at? 100 Thieves look to be picking right back off, not on their playoff performance, but their regular season performance, looking incredibly cohesive and locking in back-to-back drafts that, again, are super creative, meta, and make the most of the players on this team.
And now they are both rich and buffed by Baron, so they should have an easy time marching towards the base here. 4-1 split push, Tristana on bottom lane, rest of the team hovering around mid, just collect the extra wave, wait for Tristana to clear out the bottom side one, and then lay siege to the NRG base.
River just keeps zoning everybody away with the power of this Zyra and all these plants. That bottom lane turret, man. You're up against Jinx and Tristana. Dokla's about to learn the same lesson. Meech goes on a rampage. It's a 5v4 for 100 Thieves. That excitement, that attack speed just makes Meech into a turret of his own. As the mid lane inhibitor is their next target. Bot lane inhibitor already fallen down. Meech at half HP, but it ain't gonna matter. Super Mega Death Rocket keeps energy zoned away. First Nexus turret's gone. Meech has been excited since they broke into the base, and he ain't gonna be stopping anytime soon. That second Nexus turret is about to fall. FBI going into the back, but he won't find anything. He's your next target, and it's just too easy for 100 Thieves. They'll 2-0 energy to kick off summer.
Cleanest performance thus far that we've seen in these best of threes in the LCS. 100 Thieves starting their regular summer season just where they picked off from their regular spring season. Incredible performances coming out of them, especially in these double AD carry comps. We're looking at Quid and Meech, I thought had really, really strong performances.
Mid lane Ezreal and jungle Zyra.
Yeah, buddy.
The title of this series, that's all you need to know. That and 100 Thieves clapped them.
Yeah, I'm curious to see, like, again, because Quid came from Gen G, had Pays playing that Ezreal last night. I love the connection between the two there.
I want
with
to
the Gen G flair.
that he had not played Ezreal mid either. He had just seen
and
that.
And it's just like, oh man.
I'm gonna do it.
Yeah, let's go.
Might as well.
Let's go.
I mean, it worked out.
Yeah, such a fun series and fun team. And again, like really clean 2-0 from them, making the most of what we saw, the strengths of this team in spring.
Yeah. River and Quid working together beautifully. You already talked about it a little bit after game number 1, but the bot lane gap just felt huge. Like, FBI and Huhi, I didn't feel like we really got to see a whole lot out of them in this series, whereas Meech and Ayla were just lining them up and knocking them down. River on the Zyra, just again, I have not seen a Nidalee get terrorized to that degree in such a long time. This Zyra, like I've seen so many games where people lock in Nidalee and I'm like, yeah, I don't feel like Nidalee did a lot here. Just play Zyra. She's better Nidalee now. We're joining Chat and Sniper on stage for an interview. Let's go, boys.
Thanks, Flowers. Sniper, congratulations on the win. How does it feel winning your first, best of 3 in the LCS regular season?
It feels great, honestly. I'm really glad we're finally playing best out of 3s. And, I mean, I didn't really need to do much, to be honest, in 2 of these games. But, yeah, it felt amazing.
How did it feel coming back during the offseason and kind of grinding again to get through another regular season? Because you guys were so surprisingly good in spring, had some disappointment in playoffs. What was the motivation and process like to get back here?
To be honest, I'm still kind of trying to figure out just like how to get back in the rhythm, I guess, of just playing on stage, playing scrims and stuff. But, I mean, it feels amazing. I've just been playing a lot of solo queue, scrims, still learning a lot. And thanks to my teammates, we won these 2 games today, which is, yeah.
How long have you been back scrimming?
Sorry?
How long have you been back scrimming?
We've been scrimming for about a month now, yeah. Yeah.
Nice. And with playing best of 3s, did you feel any different energy in game 1 knowing that you're going to have an extra game if something goes wrong? Was there any mental thing that it unlocked for you?
Not necessarily, to be honest. I just came into the series just playing like how I normally play, and it turned out well, just like any other game.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, your team as a whole crushed. You guys looked absolutely amazing. How do you feel going up into the next week against Dignitas?
I'm feeling pretty confident as of right now, but anything can happen. But knowing my teammates and myself, I think we're gonna 2-0 them very easily. Yeah, we're gonna destroy them. Yeah.
All right, thanks for the time, Sniper. Congratulations on the win, and we'll see you next week. We're gonna toss a break. Shopify Rebellion and Immortals up next.
Yeah, bye. Yeah, I got you.
So they have both. Yeah, okay. They have to go for summer.
They were staying before.
Okay. Can be here then.
Yeah, we need to finish up.
Oh, yeah. Wait a little bit. Wait. He's here, I think. He's here.
We have TP. Let's fight.
I can
come to us, guys. Let's fight.
Look. I'm TPing.
Engage.
I TP as well. Just go fight. Yeah. You just send it. I can go. Look. Kasat the cannon. We can dive, just dive.
Attack a bit.
Just dive. Don't play too early.
I'm gonna look wrong.
Yeah, some of them are playing high control there.
Can you take top tower?
Yeah, I think.
Dude, why'd you put your new rig in the basement?
Didn't you hear? Bill's a good gillionaire now.
Basically, my new connection is so strong I can game anywhere. Check it out. We've got gamer rocker, gamer floaty, gamer couch.
Whoa.
It's got wheels.
Gamer bench, gamer throne, and gamer mower.
What's that?
It's hard to game while walking downstairs.
I get it.
That's smart.
Live like a gagillionaire with low latency everywhere. AT&T Fiber with All-Fi.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I've got the Samsung 990 Pro Series. Shall we get started then? The speed exceeds all expectations. Reading speeds are 40% quicker than before, and writing speeds are 55% faster. Through the in-house controller, the per-watt performance has improved up to 50%. The 990 Pro's nickel coating controller for its smart thermal solution technology controls you. Playing computer games? Obviously the best.
Hello, I'm here with victorious 100 Thieves support, Ayla, after a really clean 2-0 victory. So first of all, picking up not where you guys left off in playoffs, but where you left off in regular season, how did you prepare for this split?
I think going into this split, everyone knew we had to focus up. I think we were pretty lax in like our scrim culture and how we approached practice during split one, and everyone clearly thought that it wasn't like we weren't trying hard enough or like we weren't being critical of our mistakes. So this split, we really focused up. Our standards are much higher, and like every time someone messes up or we just randomly die, we're always getting called out for it, and our coaches are keeping us in check. So we're a lot more driven this split.
Golden Glue's now Taskmaster.
Yeah, I mean, he's keeping us in check, him and Sam.
And then I did want to talk to you briefly about Engage supports. They're back. Warmogs is back. How does it feel to now be that primary Engage force, which is where I think you've really shown in the past throughout your career?
Yeah, I mean, it's nice. I like to play both types of styles, but I think right now with the meta being how it is, I mean, it's nice to have a lot of control. I mean, you saw in the series, but it's really easy when you know how to play the game for me to like find the right angle to engage, and I think our team is really good at following up. So, I mean, it's nice. I can't complain.
And then looking at these compositions, were these something specifically you prepared for NRG or just making the most of the current meta?
I mean, we don't really look at NRG like specifically. We're just trying to get better every day. So I don't think we prepared anything for them. We just made sure we were ready.
All right. Well, thank you so much for taking the time to join me. You looked great, regardless of whether you specifically prepared for them or not. Looking great in this meta. Congratulations. And we'll toss it back to the lounge on the other side.
Hey, I'm Nick Smith. I'm the new head coach at Immortals. So we wanted to come back early just to make sure, since there's a bit of a coaching change up and obviously being like a last place team, there's going to be a lot of stuff to work on and a different perspective that we're going to have to go over. So wanted to make sure we had time to do that before other teams get back. In these last 3 weeks, we've been doing a couple scrims against collegiate, NACL, and Latin American teams. And we've also been doing a couple of team bonding events, primarily just trying to get more acclimated to what the players already like and figure out what they're like as a team. I've got a lot of confidence in this group. Honestly, like I know the talent is there, so really looking forward to having a much better showing this split than the last one.
Welcome back to the LCS Lounge. These two teams haven't played yet.
That's true.
Nope.
Yep.
The last two teams that haven't played a game yet, that's actually crazy that we're in the last series of the week.
Both want to make improvements.
Yes.
Only one can.
Yeah, from 0 and 0. From 0.
Only one can improve from a loss? Lose is improve.
It's true. These teams are great then, because they both finished at the bottom of the standings in the spring split. 4-10 for Immortals, 5-9 for Shopify Rebellion. There was only one roster change between the teams, and that was Shopify adding Tomio to their roster in the jungle positioning. But speaking about the positives of these teams, because I actually think there were many throughout spring, on the side of Immortals, Ole and B-Boy were quite good in a lot of their games. They just couldn't close.
Yeah, and Ole on Immortals is the player that they identify a lot of the time as the absolute scrim god. But again, I believe we're going to see some of his Bard highlights because he came out with this absolutely filthy Bard game. He also was known for, like, not even jokingly, but looking at the highest win rate supports and then playing them with the Maokai, with the Bard. And he was a really bright spot on this Immortals team, especially in a lot of their wins.
Yeah, he was a player that is always willing to pull the trigger. And a big surprise to me was the performance of Castle coming into this split. And even though you did mention, yes, you're right, that there's only one roster changes from the players, and Arrow coming in as a coach, I think, changes the direction of how, what they're focusing in scrims and everything. I've heard good things. But that, to be said, we've always heard good things about their scrims. True. It needs to be shown on stage. Who has actually shown great performance on stage has been B-Boy. First team All-Pro 80 carry from a team that wasn't performing in the regular season is kind of unheard of.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's so remarkable, and it really speaks to how well he was able to perform once he was able to start on this roster. Because obviously, he got off to a little bit late of a start, didn't arrive in time for their first matches of the split, but really, really showed up and was, again, a bright spot even in some of their losses.
I agree, and it's really insane to see the moment you have a player on a team that's generally not performing well, that is the star and is able to showcase that within this first split. Usually you rally around that. You go into the next split saying, okay, we're playing towards bot lane, we're playing more supportive picks around B-Boy, and I think that would be the best thing to do with how well he generally plays. His Lucian's great. I know he played Ezreal, but I'd like to see him on basically more, basically create AD carries where you can play front to back and just try and keep it a lot more simple for the team. Because when they took wins, sure, it was on their surprising picks. It was on the Sion mid. I remember the Sion mid versus NRG last split. But I think they really need to hone it in like they did at the end of the split.
I can't wait to see Tomio's first game.
Same.
That's what I'm excited for. His first LCS game. He was the 6th man for them last year. He won with the SG, but he's been around so much. He's played on EG Prodigies, EG Academy. He's been playing competitive league for upwards of 4 to 5 years now. Not on stage. I can see Revan actually in the jungle chair at the moment, probably setting things up for Tomio. So hope everything is okay on his end. But he's just such an exciting personality that a lot of other pro players have been watching his stream for years. He was C2 Meteos if you go all the way back to like 2019, 2020 in stream. It's going to be exciting to see his first game.
Yeah, and as we take a look at predictions for the series, I think the big thing for me is how is Tomio going to fit and what is their meta read, right? Because we just saw, again, the AP junglers, the AD mids. We are all going IMT, and then Discord is going Shopify.
And all 2-1s. So every series today, we all predicted 2-1s. So none of us were technically right, even though Raz was the most right about Series 1.
True.
I'll take it.
Thieves.
Raz, you can gloat.
NRG looked a lot worse than 100 Thieves. 100 Thieves looked great. But in this series, I guess I was buying into the scrimbucks of Immortals and what an Arrow would have been able to do with the team that had a lot of potential and couldn't quite close games because I felt like they just needed to be pushed over the edge to win a lot of games. But on this other side, Shopify Rebellion, they had a lot of really weird, I'd say like draft losses last split. And that should, in theory, be neutralized a bit with best of threes.
Just a lot of uncertainty with the team. And I think the Discord vote comes to, yes, the confidence in the system that Shopify has, but also like there's just a lot of fun players that you want to really tag yourself behind. Insanity just has like such a personality that we haven't even talked about that people love. And then, of course, yes, the rest of the squad. So there's a lot there to be excited about, but I just want to get to the games themselves.
Yep, these are our predictions. And Raz, right before the game, you caught up with Revan and Anero. Check it out.
What's up, everyone? I got the new head coach for IMT, Anero, and I've got Revan, the head coach of Shopify Rebellion. For Anero, I'll just go into it. You're back. It's been some time. You're balder. You're older. Just like, how has it been acclimating back in the LCS with the IMT crew?
It's been pretty nice. It's fun. I love competing. I'm glad to be back scrimming, being in person, doing it all again. It's sick.
What's something that you noticed from the team? You don't have to explain anything, but just like at least for yourself on Rust and getting back. I mean, you were coaching in NACL, but something about coming back in the LCS that you had to work on yourself.
Honestly, I don't know, man. It was just getting back into the routine of everything, going to the office again. Like in ACL, you're kind of a DJ, and you wake up in the morning, go to your PC, stay at your PC, go to sleep. So now I'm going to an office. Feels good. Get the routine back.
Sounds good to me. And for Revan, just a question about like coming into this split. You're bringing in Tomio. New player, but he's been with the team for a long time. Talk about the time that Tomio spent with your guys as a sixth man and what you saw in him to bring him up as the main starter now.
Tomio was always a possibility. That's why we got him at the beginning of the year. We tried him out in boot camp. He was doing very well. He's been continuing to do very well because of his pre-existing synergy with our top and support, and we just hope he performs on stage today.
Sounds good to me. And just a follow-up question to you is also like, just like anytime you're in front of the camera, like you have high expectations for your team. A lot of times you feel a little tilted at times. But what's your goal? What's your expectation coming into this split for your squad?
First and foremost, win this battle for 8th place match. And then step by step from there, we can just take it one step at a time.
Sounds good to me. Good luck, guys, on the series. And I'll be it for now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Raz, and welcome back, everyone, as we're getting ready for our final series of the day and our final series of Week 1 for the summer split of the LCS. I'm Rafa, joined once again by Kobe as he's doing double duty today. I hope your voice doesn't give out today, man.
Well, luckily for me, but not so luckily for NRG, the last series was super fast, so
True.
I'm fine. I mean, that was
but true.
a blowout. Hopefully this one goes a distance. We get some full, best of 3 action here. This one could be very exciting. Once again, all last year, we're hearing IMT, they're so good in scrims, like they're trashing everyone. Even when other teams, even when IMT stopped playing LCS, they are already getting kicked out, teams were still requesting them as scrim partners because they were so good at scrims. So this year, their #1 goal is to bring that to the stage.
Yep.
Win on stage, scrim on stage. Let's see if they can do it. Anero is the thing that they did change for this team. Now, he was previously doing a lot of GM duties and not necessarily helping with a lot of game-focused stuff.
Right.
So we'll see about how much of an effect he has on the game-focused stuff as well as the administration stuff, but he's never been super far away from the game. He always keeps fairly well in touch, so excited to see what this year and this season is going to look like for this team.
And one of the other players that we already talked about in the lounge that could be the key for Immortal's success in this very first series for them in the summer split is Ole. This guy, even in their losses, looked like one of the few bright spots for the team, as they already mentioned during the lounge, that big Bard game that gave them the massive upset over Cloud9 during the spring split when we still imagined them going to be a top 2 team during the league. And you have to see, this is currently the best supports on the patch, as Ole tends to favor what is really strong in solo queue. We'll see if he brings that out today.
Yeah, Ole said in an interview, this is why we're showing this, that he just looks at whatever is the highest win rate on the patch that he's playing. So if we follow that, then we'll follow that graphic for the pick order here for Ole. There were, funnily enough, you saw Galio really high up there, #2. It's so much talk, and a lot of it was scrims and originating from Core JJ at MSI, playing a lot of Galio support in scrims. I was looking forward to any Galio top, Galio mid, Galio support, and I never got it at MSI, so I hope that Ole will deliver it to me now, but I don't think it's a super high priority, and I don't think it's super likely.
Right.
We're already into the picks here. #1 priority, get that Skarner for your top laner.
Yes, sir. And it's still a potential flex option depending on what the composition looks like, but as Flowers mentioned multiple times, so far the strongest role and the most reliable position is in the top lane. Shopify answering with a pick that has also been contested in bans for most of our series this week in that Rumble, and of course the Corki potential flex option most likely going to go into the mid lane.
Yeah, Fake God really liking his Rumble. There is still the option because Senna is not banned. You could pick up a Senna and like flex the Rumble down to support if you really wanted to. I also want to mention that Rumble Jungle has been regaining popularity recently. It is an option that is out there with the prominence of AP junglers. So whenever you see this, I'm just waiting for one of the teams to do that sneaky switcheroo. I will primarily assume that they are going top lane, but you can definitely play it in jungle right now in solo queue. It's pretty good for carrying by yourself.
Yeah.
But that being said, we do expect to be top, and we are going to get that Sejuani for Tomio, which when I think of Tomio, I always think of the Graves, but I know last year, he just played so many Sejuani games, and Sejuani is honestly Giga right now.
Yeah.
For me, I've started, whenever you have a melee top laner, fitting in some Sejuani games because I really like the Warmog's rush on Sejuani specifically. Her and the Skarner, to me, are the two best jungle uses of that Warmog's rush. That's pretty popular now.
I mean, both of them benefit with so much health scaling that being able to rush that item, and considering how much poke is in the game now, it's a great anti-item to soak up the damage, back off for a few seconds, let the Warmog's passive work its magic to regain all that HP and be ready to soak up more damage as you continue Siege. But we're in the second round of bans. A couple supports in Leona and Senna being kind of a two-way flex, most likely the AD carry option, trying to prevent that Senna Nautilus combo from being locked in for Immortals. The Vi also taken off the table. Immortals, if they still want to continue down the support train, they can look at, nope, not going to be that. It's going to be an Ezreal. Taking some notes from Quid's mid-Ezreal game just last series.
When I see multiple patches where they buff damage on Ezreal Ultimate, I was thinking this thing is really starting to hit hard. Buff and buff and buff, and then ends up on the ban list here on 14-12 on the live patch. So we'll see. Now, Varus last split was one of B-Boy's favorite champions.
Yes, sir.
It was his most played champion, and it was the key to, honestly, a lot of Shopify's wins. And they didn't have a whole lot of wins, but a lot of them were because of B-Boy's Varus. So I like that they are just going right back to what worked in spring. The analyst desk was mentioning how it was impressive how B-Boy made top LCS rankings there on a losing squad. So we'll see who's going to get the advantage in the AD carry matchups. Tactical was also very critical in Immortals wins.
We're going to see what Shopify round out this composition with. Immortals pick their jungler of choice with the Xin Zhao, and the Zeri will go to Tactical. So far, nothing too spicy in this first look at Immortals and Shopify since we last saw them. Remember, these were the only two teams that didn't make the playoff cut, despite not being that far behind. For Shopify, they were literally one game away from clinching playoffs, and it just came down to NRG just barely sneaking into the 6th seed.
All right, onto the stage. Completed drafts, no super crazy things. But we'll see, can Immortals get Tactical some early money on Zeri? This is a guy that has paid back Immortals whenever they invest jungle pressure down there, whenever they invest extra ganks, extra resources to get him fed, and now he's on the Zeri. So definitely in a position here to try and get them on the board.
Taking one last look at the stage, the coaches giving their last words of advice before they go off to handshake and let the players do all the talking. It's our first look at these two teams since March. It's been 3 months. We're gonna see how the new Shopify and Immortal squads look in their first series of the summer split. On his first stage game in the LCS, we're getting Tomio fan chants. This is how you welcome a rookie into the LCS.
I mean, Rafa, you have cast Tomio for like 4 years.
True.
Through all of Academy and Tier 2. What are some of your favorite Tomio memories?
Honestly, there's so many. I still remember the first time I saw this guy in action was Honda Scouting Grounds in 2020. He was on Team Infernal. He was playing a ton of Lilia, a couple of Evelyn games that were just monstrous. But honestly, the best parts about Tomio is when he is streaming. And anytime you got to tune into his streams, he's just talking. He's having a great time. His personality is super infectious. There was this one game in Champions Queue where his team is demolishing the other team. He's playing Volibear, and the rest of his team is trying to come. It's like, okay, this is how we're gonna end the game. And he goes, guys, I'm a bear! Roar! And he just gets like a triple kill on top of it. And that's just like the goofy personality that Tomio is. And I want to see that fully embraced, not just on this squad, but in the entirety of the summer split.
All right, well, on this game, he's riding a pig, so, you know, still animals involved.
He can still lead the charge.
Exactly, the Sejuani on the front lines, the vanguard there. Sejuani also early stages here, starting on bottom half of the map, so you can path up to your Rumble matchup. Your Rumble matchup that should be winning versus Skarner early on. You have really, really good AoE damage priority here. Fake God with the Comet trying to get a slow push going for himself. Pretty nice job here. Meanwhile, Castle very safely and respectfully farming away with the rocks here. Dodges out on the Harpoon, but still getting burned by the Flamethrower. Not much you can do versus the Rumble early on. As we mentioned, this should always be priority there. And of course, the Rumble has a pretty easy time building into a Leandries as well. So the health stacking Skarner, kind of an easy target for them to really increase and milk those DPS numbers.
Yeah.
You'll see these top laners with crazy damage numbers at the end of games because they're just constantly trading tank on tank and roasting those HP pools. Meanwhile, Armeo heading his way towards bottom to really focus on this bottom lane, and that's one of the biggest stories for both these teams that we have had coming into this, because last season in spring, these teams did not win very many games when their AD carries were behind.
Yeah.
In fact, Shopify, I believe, won 0 games when their bottom lane was behind, and Immortals only won a single game when Tactical was behind. So very critical, we know, for both of these teams to get their bottom lanes ahead. You have to have that reliable team fight later.
With a lot of the AD carry itemization changes, we imagine that these teams will start playing towards that bottom lane more often. I know that even talking to Joey, who is the assistant coach for Immortals, that a lot of the problems that went wrong was just, you know, new team getting together and communication issues, as Tomio might make his first move towards mid lane. It's just a Valkyrie forward from Insanity. Mask, safe enough distance away from Tomio. Does not need to burn the flash, but it does allow Insanity to get that push.
Meanwhile, the roasting continues on top side because they know their jungler's on bottom side. And even with the visit there from Sejuani, nothing the Skarner can really do. So Castle's got a timing for a teleport back. Goes into the tier early. We are going to get the Thimble Winter Skarner. Very popular, very strong, especially with so many AD carries floating around the mid lane. You can then build into a Frozen Heart later. You get your extra bonus out of your mana. And you've got that very, very effective attack speed AoE reduction that you can apply to both Corki as well as Varus. Meanwhile, the wards that were left behind did see Armeo cross river. Doesn't matter for him, just drops his 2 wards from the control as well as the Trinket ward and dropping the Scryer's Bloom. So everybody knows the location of both junglers because you know the Sejuani started on bottom side and has to be re-clearing right now. So by process of elimination, you can assume okay.
We're back. It's okay?
And we're back.
Nobody panic.
It's the glitch in the Matrix.
For Shopify, so far, nothing too spicy has come out. It's just been kind of an exchange of crashes and wave pushes. No really strong backs on either side yet. Tomio was able to get a Kindle Gem, more than likely rushing towards that Warmog, as you already pointed out. He's getting a chance to take these second rotation Raptors away from Armeo.
And he also did pass by a ward. There was a ward here, and there were wards here. So both the support resets as well as the jungle move there to go look for Raptors. Seen. The vision coverage has been strong for both sides. And now Armeo gonna make another pass.
Wait, Tactical's on the top side of the map, answering back with Castle. The play made by the top laner sets up Tactical for success in its first blood over to Immortals.
Another one of these bot lane reset timings here on the Void Grub spawn. We saw it in the last game, in the last series, and Immortals make a similar one here. Tactical and Ole, they reset from bottom side, they try and surprise on top side, pre-6 minutes, which is where your Void Grub, bonus is gonna be. But even better than just going up there for the Void Grubs, they've got a Skarner on their team, and Skarner's very good at catching out enemy top laners. Just pulls in Fake God. Nice job there by Castle. Castle goes for the flash, yoinks in Fake God, and right into the wall, into the ultimate. Zero escape possibilities there for him. Tactical finishes the job for them. They got the money exactly where they want it. Rafa, this game is going perfect for Immortals, and they want to make Fake God feel even more pain.
And he used Equalizer in the prior fight, so he's not going to have it to defend himself under the tower. Castle leads the dive first, tries to flash away, but Ole is there to intercept him with another CC ability. Immortals on the board with 2 kills now.
You have to stay on your feet here. You have to always keep track of resets. I don't classify 6-minute swaps as lane swaps. You know, these are I would say mid-game once you get Void Grub swamming in and we get into here, the first few minutes. Like, these are mid-game macro moves. Maybe early game. All right, we'll go with early game. Early game macro moves, but these aren't.
They're doing it again, Kobe! Just leave Fake God alone, but this time Zazel is there to defend his top laner from getting bullied, and it's a kill back over to Shopify.
All right, Skarner goes splat this time around because they've got Zazel there. They've got the cover for Fake God, and they get the dragon. So that kind of cascade of gold and top lane pressure for Immortals comes to a screeching halt. Meanwhile, Shopify with Tomio picking up that dragon, not feeling too bad about it.
I will say, it was not fun for Fake God to get dove twice and to get ganked by Tactical, but he's still up in CS, so, consolation prize that he's still keeping up in gold, whereas Castle, to make up those plays, he had to sacrifice a lot of the time trying to CS. We're going to see how well that actually affects Fake God's ability to stay relevant as we get closer and closer to the mid-game. Yeah. There's still 6 minutes of turret plates. Maybe Shopify can rectify that with the moves that they made on the bottom side of the map.
Yeah, Rumble obviously milking and making the most out of some of the early stages there. Now back onto the bottom side. So again, keeping track of this with the Zeri. Gonna have a pretty easy time for the Zeri in that matchup. Meanwhile, Castle here, honestly, not very dangerous for a Skarner. You are pretty immune to tower dives unless they really bring the whole squad to come get you. As you have a lot of options under tower to really outplay. So looks like we are going to continue with the mismatch there. And jungle even going bottom as well over another ward here for the side of Immortals as Armeo passed by that control ward and passes by this Tribrush ward. But the goal is achieved the same. Both teams just zoning away the enemy top laner. No sneaky soaking of experience for either of you in our mid-game here.
I will say, both junglers are putting a lot of attention into their bot lanes, as we were kind of hoping to see as the big change for Immortals and Shopify going into the summer split. As we probably will remind fans that when they weren't playing through the bot lanes, they didn't win a majority of their games, and it happened a lot during this week's split.
Yeah, definitely critical to get the extra money on them. And, I mean, as we're going to see a lot more of these, so, like, I guess we still have to use the technical term of lane swapping, but I don't look down on mid-game lane swaps the same way that I do the early ones, because the early ones are way more boring to watch. But it's still going to be fairly similar here in how it plays out. Now both of them slipping back in, kind of collecting. Meanwhile, we just had the farm off in mid lane. Nothing spectacular going down there either. Hui going with the very normal, get your tier pretty early on, start stacking for your Seraphs. That thing is just so good now, the extra defense, once you're able to get it transformed. So want your tier stacking up very early on. That plus the last chapter means you have a bazillion mana and you won't have to worry about your clear at all. Always going to be able to replenish it. Now we've got a reset for Grubs number 2 though. Fake God does have the teleport ready for the Rumble. Meanwhile, Skarner has the same. So the options are there to actually fight it, but it looks like they're just going to continue pushing topside for the side of Immortals.
Yeah.
Zeri and Nautilus just want to get that wave in and make you lose out a little bit more at the tower in payment for these.
They got to be careful. If they don't crash this wave fast enough, okay. They get a chance to do it. There was a world where Shopify, you could see that they were pinging towards the top side of the map. They had Unleashed teleports on both Insanity and Fake God, but they don't pull the trigger.
My only question there was, are Tactical and Ole going to greed a little bit and go for that turret plate?
Yeah.
Because the turret plate was pretty low, but they don't greed for it. They make the good call. They back off, and they don't get the extra plate money, but they also don't lose their lives.
All right, Tomio knows his job. He throws out the ulti and sees whether Mask believes him or not that it will hit. And Mask is like, yep, I will burn my flash. And that means the next time Tomio has his ultimate, it will be before Mask gets his own flash up. And that should be a guaranteed kill zone.
Yep, guarantee right there. Payment. The wave flash will be easily tracked. Zeke's convergence, by the way, the rush, not the Warmog's rush here for Tomio. Zeke's, since they took the mana off of it, it became way more attractive to junglers. Junglers always feel really bad about buying anything that has mana on it because you get so much mana sustained through jungle item. But it's really nice for a lot of these tanky-ish junglers because you get both resistances. It's a very easy kind of one-stop shop. And the proc is quite nice as well for Sejuani, bringing the extra damage as well as the extra little bit of slow there. So rush for him, gonna be that he has a really early completion. Meanwhile, Xin Zhao, I would say always go for Titanic Rush. You should always do this. It is so nice. Some people do prefer the sustain of the Sundered Sky, but man, the auto attack reset is so transformative for Xin Zhao's kit. Being able to quickly get your knockup is just insane with this champion. And so the only kind of edge that the Sundered Sky has, of course, is the healing if you're really going to be taking a beating.
Yeah. Quick update for the rest of the map. We are at 13 minutes into the game, which means there's only one more minute before all the turret plates are gone. Second dragon has spawned, Shopify taking the first dragon in the game while Immortals took that first rotation of Grubs. But the fact that Shopify was able to get the second rotation of Grubs means that it balances out the neutral objective power that they've gotten so far.
Yeah, and we did see Armail kind of slinking around the second Grubs. It's always worth mentioning that it is very valuable to be able to steal one of the second pack. If you've got the first three, trying just to get to 4 to get the single might spawn is incredible. Not to mention the extra bonus experience for stealing away one of those Grubs. And since the enemy jungler can only smite one of them, there are 3, and sometimes there are a lot of good windows to go in and steal. Unfortunately for Immortals and for Armeo, Xin Zhao is not very good at getting away from situations like that. Will oftentimes have to burn the flash. It's not very slippery, so did not want to invest the flash or risk anything to go for a steal on one of those. And that's why we've had this fairly calm, besides the lane swap surprise kills action that we had in the beginning, fairly calm sort of mid-game here with just the trades. Meanwhile, on the timer for this Rift Herald, they're actually making the call for 3 members to group mid, and Immortals are trying to see if, maybe we can get some sort of setup here to catch anyone rotating back over, but it's fully warded out for Shopify. So Insanity just walks right back around. They take their Rift Rail. They go right back up to the top side. Now Immortals, though, want to trap.
Yeah, they're giving a priority to go for the second dragon. They're just looking for Tomio as the Dredgelight hits him as he comes out of the jungle with the Arctic Assault. But Zeyzal holds the line. And now Armeo tries to go for the charge. The counter engage from Zeyzal's Insanity is his first. The rest of Shopify, can they get the damage down? They find Mask before he's able to pop anymore, but the Spiraling Despair was thrown out. Trades it out for Insanity. Armeo trying to take out Tomio, but it's tactical! That saves the fight as he now is just gunning them down, and the rest of Shopify are able to walk away.
Ooh, Zeri getting a bunch of these early kills is very scary. B-Boy was able to get a couple of them too on the Varus, but I'm more worried about a Zeri absolutely taking over. Tactical did invest both summoner spells though, So B-Boy does have the summoner spell advantage as he's able to push out this mid lane. 2 for B-Boy, 3 for Tactical though now the count. As Ole was the one that started out, and both supports with their aftershocks shrug off the first initiation. But the critical part here was Mask has no flash. You see Mask at the bottom of your screen there. He immediately went down, but luckily for him, he got his ult off. He got his Hwei ult off as he was dying, and so that meant it was going to be a mid lane 1-for-1. And the tipping point is just Tactical chasing down with his ultimate proc here to be able to get those last couple of kills and even up the kill count.
Shopify going to drop the Rift Herald in the mid lane. They should have enough firepower to be able to take this turret down. Castle is the only one defending the tier 1, but the rest of Immortals, 4 men onto Insanity. They know that he doesn't have flash from the prior fight. It's just easy setup to give another kill over to Mask, but they get another charge in the mid lane on the side of Shopify. Castle, can he stop a further onslaught? He's forced to flash away, but he gets the Impale, dragging Zeyzal back with him, no flash, and he gets the E to pull right back in. The Rock hits him in the back, but it gets traded by Shopify.
Oh man, Castle's able to pull it off. Nice little Skarner mechanics there. It's pretty funny, the hitbox on the E and charging people backwards. He was just right next to him, pulls him back in, even deeper, does get the 1 kill. It was WoW, you know, you go for the dragon, so an extra turret goes down. It's 2 turrets mid, Rift Herald invested, but dragon plus the extra kill on Insanity picked up on the other side of it. Definitely fun to watch. I mean, I would do the same thing. If I'm just watching them push at me, I'm super bored. I want to make something happen.
Sure.
He gets a kill for himself. Top laner's got to be able to live a little here, baby. Let's take another look at it. Honestly, pretty nicely done. He flashes away from the jump, then goes ult into, here's what we're talking about, the E. If you're just right next to them, it looks funky, but you can just E him back, and then he's able to hit the rock there at the end to finish it off. So gets his kill, gets the 1-for-1. Unfortunately for him, it is an assisted kill, so the other team gets a little bit bonus money, and the tower went down anyway, but have a little fun, live a little.
Gotta be careful when disrespecting the Scorpion. There's a reason why Flowers and so many members of the community have been hyped up on this champion. I mean, as Flowers put it, he went from not even being on tier lists to now being S++ tier on multiple tier lists. But I have to say, most of this game has really been around the bot lanes. We already touched on it earlier in the game before, but B-Boy 3-0-1 on the Varus, Tactical 3-0-2 on the Zeri, as the engage from Shopify finds Zeyzal or Hole, and B-Boy will find the arrow to kill him back. Zeyzal still tanky enough to be able to walk away from the onslaught, and Immortals starting to crumble here.
Yeah, and this is on-hit Varus too, so this guy is going to melt through a Skarner, melt through a Nautilus. These health stacking champs, when you are in these, well, Sanity now under attack again.
Still no flash. The Impale locks him up, and Tactical is just going to get spoon-fed another kill. His 4th one in the game.
Hit a Q challenge. Doesn't matter, though, because he's right next to you. Ends up collecting. You were talking about the AD carry race, Rafa. They are staying even here.
Yes,
neck and neck. Just as B-Boy gets one on the top side, they get the kind of free kill there onto Ole. Another free kill here handed to Tactical on the bottom side. To me, though, the Zeri is always the most scary because it has more mobility. Although it is on-hit Varus and the damage output is quite nice, especially versus some health stacking frontliners here, the Zeri with the extra mobility as the game gets long.
Right.
It's really scary. Plus, the Zeri has a Skarner frontline here, which makes things a lot easier to play.
Yeah, and the way that these two compositions want to play team fights are vastly different as well. Shopify, they want to set up a fortress, set up proper battle lines to make sure that B-Boy, while in this Varus, doesn't have that mobility, but he has so much attack speed to be able to pre-fire. As IMT trying to set up this pick on the Zeyzal, the crash down gets him away, and it's forced to flash, just respecting the amount of engage tools that Immortals were looking to use.
Yeah, and Immortals also have the push on bottom side. The Skarner here, Castle, with his Hollow Radiance magic resistance, plus his Merc Treads, he is fully built for the side lane versus specifically the Rumble, with so much invested in magic resist here that he's able to get the push on bottom side while the rest of the team makes this move mid. And getting out a flash from Zeyzal is not like the biggest victory because it is a rel with Hex Flash, but it is something, you know, and it's one of these things where supports, especially Nautiluses and rels, are going to be some of the more frequently caught out.
Nice sidestep from Mask, and the terrifying Visage on Atomio fears him in place. But the equalizers, Fake got teleported onto the top side. They cut off Mask from any support. Armeo's gonna see if he can get a redemption kill back as he finds Fake God and stabs him with the spear. Ole is caught off from the rest of the team, but Tactical's not even there at the fight yet. He's making his way over, but Armeo still gets a kill on Atomio, and Warriors are doing just fine without Tactical in this fight. And Shopify on the run. Tactical gonna get the soul and the laser, forcing B-Boy to flash, but the depth charge was already channeled. He's keeping his distance. The rest of Immortals not gonna find anything more. The Chain of Corruptions, great punish by B-Boy.
Again, closely fought here. The turnaround kill was a nice little setup there. Zeyzal stayed further back in the lane. I like the positioning, so then he was able to use his crash down to both escape himself, but also set up the turnaround there. So B-Boy, as the tanky members were trying to walk away from their turret, easy time, lands his ultimate on the wide target that is Skarner, and gets the counter kill here. So again, we're still in this race, this AD carry race. And as Tactical right now, you see him pushing mid lane. So he was taking care of that mid lane tower while the fight was going. So all these kills here, Armeo collects the first one. He flashes in onto Tomio to make sure that they're going to get the second one as well. And it's 2 over to the Xin Zhao. But by the time that Zeri eventually gets here, it's going to be this nice little escape that we're talking about where Zeyzal moves up in the lane to be able to soak. And then good crash down. Castle can't get away with the ultimate afterwards. So the gold actually going into a better spot for Shopify in this one, where B-Boy just continues to collect.
Love seeing the reactions from both sides of the rift here. I will say Immortals have been showing a lot more proactivity in this first game than, I want to say, on average from their spring split alone. It seems that, you know, with the coaching change and just more time with this team, as Anera was the only real change for the squad going into summer split, the rest of the roster having more time to just synergize and build up even more reps together during the offseason, I think has clearly paid off.
Well, game neck and neck, gonna be a close one here. One dragon each, basically dead even in gold. It's gonna come down to some team fights, baby. So how well can they set those team fights up? Skarner does not get anything this time around. They are still moving in with vision advantage though for Immortals. Armeo pops his sweeper here as well as they try and push out. It's gonna be a little bit harder to threaten your turn. You still have Nautilus ultimate, but without the Skarner also having ultimate, your turn off of Baron and your Baron baits are way less threatening. So it actually was kind of a big cooldown that Shopify know Immortals are not using right now. They're still gonna try and go for it. They're gonna try and go for their Baron bait here. They've got their vision set up. You know, the checklist is all in order. So now they're gonna look at the turn with a Nautilus ultimate. The damage on Baron is also pretty good. See if they can get their turn here though. Doesn't look like it.
Big eyes on B-Boy. Still no flash from the prior couple fights ago. Shopify would have to buy some time as the dredge line from Ole doesn't land. The Glacial Prison is the first thing. Massive Magnet Storm from Zeyzal locks them all up. Insanity's able to kite this one out though. B-Boy untouched. Insanity forced to flash. Immortals just are packing more damage than Shopify is, and they're able to trade out Tomio and Zeyzal.
Okay, that's gotta be a return to the Baron then. They've already got the pre-existing control ward set up behind. B-Boy, this is your time to shine again. Can he steal away this Baron? Ole's looking around, teleport flank. They want a pincer movement. Castle's coming in behind him. Skarner can just go straight through the wall.
Dredge line right onto Fake God. The blast cone sends Fake God right into the arms of Armeo and Tactical. Castle's into the back line. The Impale will spear them all in front of Immortals' waiting arms. Immortals with the near full ace will take this Baron.
Nicely done from Immortals. They've got pressure on the Baron, they have pressure on the lower right, and the teleport from Castle completes the trifecta. Cruises through the wall, his ult is back up from the previous play, and they get the kills, they get the Baron. Immortals should be able to just decimate the Shopify Rebellion territory now. Take a look at this. Like, there is nowhere for them to go. Ole goes in, starts it out with the nice hook into the blast cone. So Fake God is stuck inside the pit. Meanwhile, the other two are stuck between a Skarner and a wall, which is never where you want to be. He gets wrapped up, gets his ult off cooldown. Baron taken down. Now they're going to teleport for even more kills.
But it's a teleport back from Shopify. Mask immediately forced a flash, which just sets an easy Glacial Prison from Tomio to lock him down. He's surviving just enough to throw up the Spiraling Despair. Maybe a trade's back on Azazel, but Tactical is here for the cleanup crew. He's got his broom, and is sweeping them all under the floor.
Yep, looks like this one's going straight into the base. Let's see, how deep can they get? Triple for Tactical, Immortals here with the Baron buff. They lost Mask, but it's fine because they got 3 kills, and they might even be able to go pretty deep. Let's see how deep. Inhibitor for sure. Can they end? Insanity and B-Boy waiting 10 seconds on Zazel. Probably can't end. Zazel will be back up. Tomio will follow shortly, so it's just going to be the retreat for Dragon, but 7,000 gold plus the extra Dragon here for our Immortals. They definitely have control of the Rift.
And it's a 7,000 gold lead as well. Immortals are so definitively ahead against Shopify Rebellion. I mean, when we looked at both of how these compositions were going to interact, both were seemingly built for the team fight. But as you mentioned, while both B-Boy and Tactical were on par in terms of overall strength, the big problem is that Tactical has much more freedom and much more mobility, and Shopify don't really have a solid answer to deal with that mobility.
Yeah, plus Nautilus Skarner is just like such a giga frontline. It's so easy to execute. Your Nautilus is point and click. Your Skarner is just can fall up from anywhere. So let's see, how can Shopify work their way around this one? Honestly, they're gonna have to get really creative. Right now, it's gonna be a tough spot as well. Rumble's far away, and
wait, they didn't know where Insanity was. Armeo tanks up the Glacial Prison. And it looks like the rest of Shopify are just gonna be on the run. Wow. Insanity somehow made out alive. No one even knew where he was. But Shopify still have to worry about Immortals, who are now starting to lay the siege through the top lane.
yeah, Minion Wave's pretty far away, so they might have to wait around a little while, but it is inevitable. Minion Wave on the way. That top tower will die. They still have 12 seconds left on the Baron buff, so at least this secondary tower down. More payment to Immortals. They've got the 4-1 split push going. Castle taking care of the mid lane wave as they move on up. Now, Shopify, they got to get a good Sejuani ult with Varus and Rel following up here. That is their dream. Can they make their dream a reality here? The defense is very difficult, but you got to look for that opening. Tactical, remember, he's got both summoner spells, so it's going to be very difficult to pin down this Zeri. The 10-kill Zeri is your #1 enemy.
Tactical taking a giant chunk out of Insanity's health bar with that laser over the wall. As Tactical is going to be potentially solo splitting on the top side while Mask is drifting back and forth between the mid and the top lane. Mask has a decent amount of CC, Ole does as well, and they're ready to see if they can catch Shopify in transition to either of those lanes and see if they can get a pick. The Baron buff has already expired for Immortals, so they no longer have that as an extra siege buff to make short work of these inhibitor towers. But they're finally going to step up. The Equalizer comes down for Fake God, tries to push Immortals back, but not a lot of damage. It just takes out the minion wave.
Yep. Meanwhile, since everybody rotated up there, oh, he goes for a little cheeky steal over the wall. Can't quite grab it. But they're just going to go for the reset anyway. He's got level 16 for Castle. Teleport is up, and they're going to call it at that. Immortals go to spend all of their extra money on luxuries, and we'll get right back to finishing this job later. I mean, just look at the experience advantages that have also ballooned because of the control of the neutral ground here in the Rift. Immortals, this is looking pretty casual for them, and honestly, this is the look that you want to see when you're trying to transition your scrim results onto the stage. They're calm, they're collected, very easy way to play this out with the turbo-fed Zeri at the top of the charts here. Tactical has the game in his hands, and Ole and Castle are there to serve it to him.
And it definitely feels good for someone like Tactical, who is the longest standing member on this Immortals organization, the only player that stayed with them while Immortals picked up the 4 new players during the top of spring season. And it looks like the synergy has really come through. Obviously, this is against Shopify Rebellion, and we might not know what that strength looks like against the rest of the teams in the league. But if you want to make a strong statement for the start of your summer split, this is how you do it.
Yep, and they're going to charge right into enemy territory. Olay kind of shrugs off the initial damage here as they move up. And again, closing through your 4-1 split push, the Skarner top lane is a very good split pusher. I mean, usually you're like, the tanks, not that much, but Hollow Radiance actually just kind of annihilates minion waves. And Skarner being able to cruise through walls means that you can always threaten the collapse of your 4-1 split push. So he's kind of a cheeky split push as well as being a massive frontline for your squad. Gives you a lot of options, and they use those options to push Shopify so far away from Baron that it's not going to be a turn off Baron. It's just going to burn it down, and they'll return for Siege Part 2.
There you go. It's just really clean stuff from Immortals. I mean, Shopify are very limited in options and trying to get through the jungle quadrant without potentially giving up more deaths that would lead to the game ending. So I imagine Shopify's hopes are, I mean, I know that we're 8,000, 9,000 gold down, but our powers in our team fighting, our powers in the CC abilities that we have.
They're going to go on this wave because Mass just teleported up to this wave with the cannon. I actually like that call. They want to make use of this particular cannon as they get inside. Mask here, by the way, also reaching the level 18 on the giga scaling of AoE damage way. So honestly, Shopify, there's not an angle, but gotta go.
There's a death charge, the counter engage from Zazel, locks up a couple members. Ole's the first one to fall on Immortal's side, but Tactical still is free firing into the backlines. Armeo leading the charge. They dodge the Impale, but you have to dodge Tactical Zeri, who is just going to clean up every last member of Shopify. And he's just styling on them, going looking for the 360 no-scope like it's caught out here, and Shopify Rebellion. They tried. It was an honest attempt in the first 15 minutes of the game, but once Tactical got rolling, there was no way they could stop him. Immortals will take game 1 of this series.
Tactical was having a hard time hitting his cues when he was attempting to aim them, so he said, you know what? I'll probably have the same hit rate if I just fire him off in random directions towards the end. And that is going to be a nice one for Immortals Summer Split. Coming out, laying down game number 1 versus Shopify. Job is not done. We are best of 3s, of course, but this one is definitely going to inspire confidence. That was a deathless game from Tactical. And honestly, with Skarner at the wheel here, starting the game out with the hand-picked kill for Tactical, just kidnapping Fake God, bringing him right over to the Zeri.
Yeah.
I really like this set play. The lane swap at 6 minutes for Grubs is a very common one, but it's a very effective one. And they actually did it, a little bit before, and they primed it with a Skarner delivery of a kill to the Zeri. So from that point, it's just like, dream start to this game. And then they followed up with some cool, calm, collected fights.
Yeah, and it's just a far cry from the identity of what we saw from Immortals, who have multiple games throughout the spring split. Tactical was left alone on an island. There were multiple times where they were getting dove, the Twisted Fate 80 carry game, where he was pretty much just left for death multiple times, and Immortals were just preying on, well, maybe we'll play through Castle, maybe we'll play through Mask. But the fact that even the majority of the members of Immortals were empowering Tactical goes to show what happens when Eddie Raw is the star of the show. But before we head over to break or the lounge, this split, you can head over to the Riot Games merch store to support your favorite LCS team with the new LCS Timbers. You can change these patches to show your support for all 8 LCS teams, and I had a patch is somewhere around my desk. Aha! Okay, hang on. In celebration for Immortals' first win of the summer split and of the series. Boom!
Cute!
LCS Timbers, fan of Immortals right now, but maybe Shopify can earn it if they take this next game. But as we take a break, we're going to take a look at our LCS Connected Comms replay presented by AT&T, voted on by chat.
Focus on Baron. They might like. Oh, look.
First.
Yeah. First. Focus on fight first. Okay.
Yo, low.
We're looking at Baron.
Guys!
Nice.
It's my
Kill
game.
them more.
Nice.
Yay. Oh my god. Okay, we should look at Dragon now. Where do we want to play? Okay, the bot.
Go main bot. Turn edge.
I just make sure.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Make more good in the Kia Sportage X Pro. Kia, movement that inspires.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Riot Games Arena here in Los Angeles, California, where if you missed Game 1 of the series between Immortals and Shopify Rebellion, it was a steady but nevertheless convincing win from Immortals under the helm of new head coach NRG.
Yep, and Anero did his job. You know what he did? He first picked that Skarner for Castle.
Yes, sir.
He got that Scorpion, and the Scorpion got them that game. Honestly, it was a couple of big moments for specifically the Skarner. We mentioned at the end of the game, the first kill that he kind of hand-delivered to the Zeri on the lane swap at 6 minutes for Grubs sort of reset. But also, you know, it makes closing out the game really easy too, because then their 4-1 split push, they got the teleport back in behind Baron to close in and guarantee those extra kills. So nicely used by Immortals. I know specifically from like hunting on player solo queues, a lot of top laners been spamming Skarner, but Castle specifically too has been putting in a lot of time too. It's not going to be anything out of the ordinary, as everybody knows. It is super high prio, but well done there from the Immortal squad all over the entire game, basically. And now we got to look at Shopify.
Yeah.
Because Shopify are the ones that have to make the corrections.
That's right. Either they need to pay that red side ban tax if they are still going to be on red side, which, according to our screens, it looks like they will be taking that side once again. And I imagine that they will be taking the Scorpion away from Immortals. But I think the other thing to mention too is that the composition, the way they drafted as well, did not have any single target CC options for that Zeri. And the fact that Immortals had saved the AD carry pick until the second round of ban phases, it honestly just gave Shopify very little options to pick from at that point in the draft.
Yep. Very difficult to pin down a Zeri if you don't have any tools to do it. And so they're going to have to reconsider quite a few things. Revan over there is very popular among players and known for putting a lot of the focus of Champion Select into the players' hands and like really getting kind of their signature champions and how they want to play. So we'll take a look at the adaptations for Shopify. In spring, they were one of the most exciting teams with some of the things that they pulled out. Like, I've been waiting to see again Insanity's Graves mid after the Graves crit changes and then some of the options there. Though I don't think that we are going to see it, even though it's a good time to do it with AD mid laners being kind of at a premium with the strength of AP jungles.
Sure.
I just, from the interviews that we heard from him afterwards, talking about, you know, not necessarily wanting to continue down that path, I feel like they probably are not going to show it.
Maybe. But I do agree with the philosophy of having a strong AD mid laner, which Insanity has in his versatility and his wheelhouse of champions. Because then that sets up for your magic damage source to be coming elsewhere. Shout out to the LCS baby. It sets up your magic damage to come elsewhere, and with the Faded Ashes item coming into the mid-season, it is allowed for so many strong AP junglers, which is something along the lines that Tomia would like to play. I know that the Sejuani was his first game on the LCS stage, which was more aligned with what he was playing during his time on either C9 Challengers or Disguise last summer. But his past, and if you got a chance to see his introduction video on a part of Shopify Rebellion, it was things like the Nidalee, right? But we're blitzed through the draft phase, and they did not respect the Scorpion once again, so Immortals are gonna say, well, Castle, how's the second game of Skarner for you?
And this is one of the things where you're like, okay, Rumble can get a CS lead for Skarner, but then the other team has guaranteed Nautilus and Skarner engages. You have a point and click, and you have crazy, crazy follow-up, and the possibility of just moving the opponents around. So we're getting a little bit of a salty run back. Honestly, I'm kind of, even though the first game did feel so much towards Immortals, you can tell what Shopify are thinking. They're like, you know what? That was our blunder in not expecting and not tracking the reset on Grub Timer.
Sure.
If we correct that, then we'll go down a very different branch in the timeline, and we'll be able to use our lane power that we get out of these matchups to snowball the game. That's what they're thinking. And with best of threes, we now actually give the teams the power to do salty runbacks. So this is the potential of having best of threes now. If you are salty about the first game and about one of these early decisions that you made that you feel was the main reason for a big branch in the timeline and the way that it snowballed out of control and went that way, then you actually have the power to say, no, we're going to run it again.
Yeah. And so far, the only changes in the draft phase that has come from the second round of bans.
Hey! COG win!
Oh, man. Respect to that guy.
I didn't even know I was a father.
Happy Father's Day to everyone out there.
Now I'm gonna get like DMs and text messages and like, did you know that you also have a child, you know, on this continent, that continent?
I hope that's not what actually happens. Well, Shopify took away the Senna alongside the Xin Zhao, whereas Immortals took 2 more jungle options, and that's Sejuani and Maokai. So the jungle pool is getting slimmed down even more so. Now, Shopify, they are saving the jungle pick for Tomio to the very last round. Okay, now I'm excited, because now this opens up the world of possibilities of what you could pick for Tomio in the second game.
Meanwhile, the Vi not going to get locked in quite yet, though still a possibility. I mean, that would be a lot of point-and-click engage. And so they definitely would have the lockdown, but they're going to yoink away the Varus this time around. I mean, we mentioned last time too, this is B-Boy's most played in spring.
Yep.
They heavily leaned on this champion, so it seems like Immortals are giving a little shout out here, like maybe you lean a little bit too much on this champion, and they just want to try their hands at it. Meanwhile, what is actually going to happen here? Because Rek'Sai did get nerfed on this patch. We are on live patch, so this is the nerfed version of Rek'Sai. It's still a very good champion, but does not scale super well. So Immortals this time around, they don't have as good scaling. We'll see about how they actually operate with it. Okay. Tomio got his Nidalee!
All right. I'm also hyped that Tomio is getting a carry jungler. I will say, in terms of setup, there's not much. The only CC that you really have is very little. It's through bot lane. You're hoping that Zeyzal will land the Q flash into the crash down that sets up the spear. Everything else, it's either a slow from Kalista, it's a slow from Rumble's E or the Equalizer. But the benefit of having Nidalee in this draft is the assumption that every single lane on Shopify will be pushing, and this allows Tomio to play the way he wants to play, which is getting in the face of Armeo, contesting him on every camp, trying to skirmish and duel him in the jungle.
I feel like this is like a very Revan thing to do. They're like, all right, you know what? We put you on the Sejuani game number 1. It's fine. Shackles are off now. What do you want? Go for the Nidalee, even though you've got a Rumble top lane. You know, that pairing's not going to be great, but see what you can do into the Rek'Sai on the rest of it. I mean, you are going to have some pushing lanes to work with. Because they invested in the Kalista, because they invested again in this Rumble counter pick to the Skarner, now they're going to have a Nidalee to try and benefit from some pushing lanes, from, you know, some aggressive early power.
The question is, Kobe, can Shopify actually pull it off? Because this is now a game plan where they're not as much concerned with the mid and late game. Their whole tactic is blitz Immortals through the early game before the rest of Immortals can come online.
The spear. I heard that one. Split the leaves of that brush.
You can see the 5 members of Shopify Rebellion taking a luxurious walk through the bottom jungle water. Skilling barely touches the spear.
The sounds of spears whiffing is actually quite calming. I kind of like it.
As an Italy main, it's tempting. And unfortunately, I hear it at least 50% of the time.
The self-report.
Hey, you know what? My solo queue win rate on her right now is 70%, so we take that dub. Thank you, Freak, for the buffs. Shopify do not end up finding any kills or summoner spells in the invade, but they did lay down some aggressive vision in that bottom red quadrant. Armeo starting on the top side of the map. We'll see if he continues to make a full clear route or if he will try and burn any summoner spells. Flash on Burrow, still a very effective tool to trying to make an impact early.
Yeah, definitely. Very, very powerful. A little bit of damage taken off it, but the knock-up, and now it being AoE, definitely possibilities of making some nice early game moves. Especially with this bottom lane. This bottom lane is a very interesting problem this game, because you know the Rumble into Skarner again is going to be a little rough for the Skarner early. You get burns, you get roasted a lot, you get pushed in. You know, Comet is a pain, the Flamethrower is a pain, but you also really care about the bottom lane and the early game help here with Ole and Zeyzal being very aggressive supports. So both junglers will have their eyes towards the bottom side of the map, which is good news for Fate God. He gets to just have free time up there on Rumble to try and punish. And it is going to be an invade for Tomio.
Yep.
Here we go.
The plan already, Insanity and the bottom side of the map getting the push for Tomio so he can freely invade and contest these Raptor camps. Looks like Tomio is able to steal them away from Armeo and pushing him out. And this is Tomio's dream. Getting in the face of his enemy.
And the crowd goes wild!
He gets to do what he loves to do best. And now he's even taking the red buff on top of it. Armeo has nowhere else to go.
We got Nidalee Spears and Callista Spears stacking up. Armeo, though, sneaks around to pull his Krugs away from that Nidalee Spear so they don't get tagged. So at least he can salvage some Krug gold for himself. Meanwhile, Shopify's bottom lane with the early priority there and moving in, helping support, everybody helping support Tomio up on stage here. Crowd as well as teammates. As we get our all-new Kia multi-lane camera taking view here, taking stock of who is pushing who. And honestly, Castle's not even getting pushed around too much this game. Not very dangerous because he's got his jungler in Fog of War. This is the thing where Skarner got pushed off red, but then Fate God knows, all right, well, there's going to be an angry Rek'Sai, excuse me. Angry Rek'Sai up on my side of the map now because the Rek'Sai just got pushed out of bottom half, so Fate God gonna say, okay, fine, now's your time to farm Skarner.
Yeah.
You can push on back, hand me the big wave.
It didn't seem like they had perfect vision on where Armeo dipped after he got pushed out, so as you called it, Fate God just playing with respect, making sure that he doesn't get jumped on like he did in the first game. Tomio pathing towards the top side of the map as Armeo collects his second rotation of this Grom. It's a big wave that is crashing into Fate God's tower, but it doesn't look like that they're going to be threatening. Castle will get the crash and get his first chance at a reset. So far, the game plan has been pretty tame. The only action that we got was Tomio invading that bot side of the map, but nothing has really resulted much from it. It's just been 2-3 camps ahead for Tomio. What I want to see how this translates is if Shopify can continue taking these pushing lanes and then get that objective priority.
Yeah, biggest thing here is that now we are approaching again the timer for a reset towards Grubs if you want to go for Grubs. And Shopify are the ones with the pushing matchup this time around with their Callista Rel. So Callista Rel gets the wave in on top side. Now they go for their reset, and they're the ones that are going to do the Grub swap leading up to 6 minutes. 5:30 here, you see them going right back, and Fate God is going to head down to the bottom side of the map. So Tomio is here first, and Shopify bottom lane will be there second. Immortals, I don't think will be too sad about it, though. Their bottom lane pushes right back out, and then they can just do the trade, go for Dragon, or even head up and actually fight this, because Varus and Nautilus are making it look like they actually want to fight it. Skarner is wrapping around behind the Grubs right now and might get a chunk on the Rel. See, Skarner actually just passes through. Castle doing a little cruising here, yeah, and they're going to start the Grubs up themselves.
Tomio face checks into the Impale, gets pulled right back by the Dredge line, punished by Immortals.
Castle Skarner cruised right through the back wall of Grubs, and they have deleted the Shopify Smite.
Oh, but a flash from Zazel. They want to punish Ole, and not a chance for him to flash away. Shopify get one back.
Counter deleted. Ole also goes down there. Fake God unleashes the Rumble ultimate. So both top laners instrumental in getting those kills, but Shopify, you gotta respect the Shopify Kalista. So as B-Boy is heading down, they knew it was coming. They try to back off, and it is just going to be the 2-for-1 split on the early grubs. So nobody's going to get the full 6. Nobody's going to get the double Void Might spawn. However, it is still on the table and pretty easy for either side to go for the 4, so you can get the single one here.
I'm trying to remember if prior series the other LCS teams were prioritizing Dragon as much, but Immortals and Shopify have definitely taken their time with Dragon so far, just based off of game 1 and how the second game has progressed. We'll take a look back at that earlier fight around the pit.
Yeah, so he just left the bush as Rel walked in there, and then just didn't expect it. I mean, the Skarner here. It's hard to keep track because he can cruise through walls, but they should have been a little bit more suspicious.
Yeah.
You got to be a little bit more. Some people use the term respectful, but I use the term fearful whenever you give over a Skarner like that.
Yeah.
Just because it's so devastating early on. In the end, though, they chased him off and they still got one Void Grub back for themselves. They still got one extra kill there with the Rumble ultimate. So. Not too bad.
Yeah. And thankfully for Shopify, at least their bot lane is still doing pretty well. I think the focus of this composition still comes down to how well the Kalista is able to get off the ground, and Sanity also farming up decently against Mask's Way. But for Immortals, the fact that Tactical got the first blood and is already accelerated does make Shopify's lives a little bit more difficult as we approach that mid game.
That was a pretty good recipe for game number 1. Tactical getting an early kill. And he is going to lethality this time around, so it's not going to be, as devastating as like the Zeri, knowing that the Zeri is just going to be out of control later when you don't have any lockdown for her, and it's just going to get out of control later. But Shopify will eventually pick up their Dragon on the bottom side of the map since they rotated B-Boy and Zazel back down there. The Kalista Rel, where they go, so too goes the Prio for them, and Tomio will get right back on track. Pick up Dragon number 1 here for Shopify.
Shopify getting their first neutral objective of the game, or at least fully complete, as they were able to bully away Immortals from the other Void Grubs. And Tomio, bounce back, buddy. And the first death was unfortunate, but it's okay. Tomio's gonna still keep those spirits as nice. Fate's Call from B-Boy, it is a trade, as Immortals did invest that roam towards the bottom side of the map.
Yep, Varus ultimate for Kalista ultimates. Not too shabby, not too much extra damage given, though a little bit. As well as the cleanse cooldown here, so Scuttle Crab picked up in time for Tomio as they vacate the bottom lane and should continue on with the power clear here. Wolves into Raptors for Tomio. And another sort of calm early game. This time around too, with the swapping. I mean, the Skarner's farming out quite nicely here, so Immortals feel pretty good about it, though the Mountain Dragon is a pretty decent bonus.
Yeah. I will say Fake God is definitely feeling better about this game. He's not getting dove multiple times in the first 10 minutes of the game. He actually gets a chance to farm up decently and play a majority of his laning phase safely, as B-Boy and Zazel are gonna swap back over to the top side of the map. The nice thing about having something like a Nidalee, as they are already here for the grubs, even if you're not able to land these spears, the utility you get from buffing up your marksman with the extra attack speed ratio does make them more lethal in a short skirmish. We'll see how well Shopify can play around, but Immortals have answered back, and because they're just a tad bit stronger, Shopify are paying their respects.
Yeah, Insanity's bottom lane, and even though he has teleport, I would just say, you know what? Take your payment in plates.
Yeah.
Get your turret plate money. Keep pushing on bottom side. It is a bit annoying that Immortals are going to have the Void Might spawn for later, but it's honestly not the end of the world. I mean, this game is going to be won around team fights.
Sure.
So honestly, just try and get a little bit of money right now. He actually didn't get up to the turret because teleport easily used there by Castle. So while the Corki does push out the lane, Insanity actually didn't cash in very big on that investment from Immortals.
Still been a relatively quiet game for the first 12 minutes here. Still a couple more minutes before those turret plates fall off. And Immortals and Shopify have been constantly answering each other's swaps towards the top side of the map, either sending their bot lane or their mid lane over, and making sure that neither team is able to successfully get first brick just yet.
Meanwhile, some of the first item completions coming in that do matter a lot. Tactical, namely, getting his opportunity. The Varus poke can go crazy now, and they situate him in mid lane immediately. And then a Trinity Force Corki moved up there. You really should not underestimate the all-in power there from the Corkster after the changes. Mask on top side, he's able to get control of the wave though, so pushes wave out, and then is able to roam into the river to join with the rest of the team. And link right back up for them. Doesn't seem like we're gonna have you know, the early explosiveness this time around. Skarner though is heading over towards mid lane to see what they can fish around for. They just pop the extra vision and then rotate on back.
Insanity does have Zazel for backup. The Crushing Maw did interrupt Insanity mid-Valkyrie, but Ole wasn't in range to really follow up, so no real danger, no need to flash. Tomio's on the top side of the map to hover as well.
Yeah, I really like the kind of defensive play there from Immortals to hover around Mask for Ole, keeping the vision. This is the all-in.
And Mask might be in trouble here. Fake God cuts him off from Ole. And nice pickup here for Shopify Rebellion.
Yeah, that anytime you look at the scoreboard and you see these desyncs in items where it was a lot of mana items and components there, it was just like the lost chapter in the tier for Mask at the time. Corki on Trinity Force. You didn't know Insanity is like, I really want to all in him. I got to all in him. I want to all in him. So they're waiting for the opportunity to all in. And that's why they go for the teleport. Fake God comes in, he says, fine, we can go for it. Then when he dies, Mask is able to complete the Seraphs and does get it actually in inventory afterwards, but they get their play off, they get their teleport, they get their 1 kill. Bottom side is pushed in though, and pretty low, honestly. Castle was able to chunk that thing down with the help of the minions.
Yeah, big crash too on the minion wave. Insanity going over to pick it up, trying to see if he can stall the recall and the reset. Big meaning though for Immortals. Oh, okay. Maybe a dive here from Zazel and B-Void. They're in range, the crash down. Now B-Void was forced to burn Flash and Cleanse after a 3-man dive attempt from Immortals earlier in the mid lane. So he has to be a little careful if he were to overextend for play, which I think is why Shopify don't need to overcommit. The Dragon just spawned. They're just going to use the priority both from mid and the bottom lane waves to get that Dragon.
Yeah. It was definitely a good mid lane play there, some critical summoner spells. Seems like it's still going to be off of bottom lane push, a pretty easy Dragon number 2 here for Shopify. They show a little strength, you know, they just poke around. Nobody's going to go for the dive though, even if Skarner's kind of low because the rest of the team rotates over, and Shopify continues stacking their dragons. They're happy to just collect those and keep playing towards their Dragon at Soul win at Con here.
Sandy will clean out this tier 1 on the bottom side of the map. Looks like Mask was able to take the tier 1 on the top side. And now Shopify, I want to see what happens now that a majority of their team should be on first items.
And I think they are so happy to see a Hex Soul rolled for them, having Nidalee and Corki here. Really, really some of the best champions that benefit from that particular Dragon Soul. Meanwhile, saying just gonna walk away. But rolling that Hex Soul after the early stacking here and having these particular ways of poking, even Kalista, you know, Lethality Kalista likes to throw out the Q-Max, you know, a little bit of poke there. The slows from the Hex Soul will be so crazy good for this squad. If Shopify can keep it together and keep on stacking, they very well could push us to that game number 3. So they've got their sights set on it. got a ways to go, of course. You're only at number 2 here, but keep focusing on pressing your vision down there and setting up well.
There's a lot of burst damage and a lot of poke options, as you already highlighted for Shopify Rebellion. And it would just be up to Insanity and Fake God to kind of do the finishing jobs of making sure they are executed after a lot of the poke has been ramped up. If B-Void can safely get into these fights once his summoner spells are both up and ready, then he can unleash some major damage. There's no dragon up for the next 3 minutes, but they want to contest control on this bottom jungle quadrant, but Immortals not going to get too far up into the base of Shopify Rebellion.
And it's really dangerous because the first step in getting your Nautilus Skarner their first picks is getting that early vision into enemy jungle. Kind of, we just saw the first step where you go slightly in. It's like the shallow vision that they place, and then that shallow vision is what you're able to use to move in more effectively and get the deeper wards up by the little jungle pathways where people are rotating through. And then as they're leading up to those dragons, that's when Immortals try and strike. They try and make use of this kind of fearsome CC combination that they have drafted themselves once again. Skarner and Nautilus can just be so devastating. You get like 0 time to move, especially if Tactical is there following it up with a Varus ultimate. So Immortals here, while they do see the dragons on the horizon, I don't think they're particularly panicked or worried just yet.
The fact that Shopify were able to regain that vision control back in that bottom jungle quadrant is so important because we are now just 2 minutes away from dragons, so those next 3-4 minion waves are going to be so important on how well both Shopify and Immortals are playing off of them. That means who is getting the first touch on those minions to see that who gets the first move into the jungle to continue establishing that vision line. Because if Shopify is able to clean this third dragon, then they get on Soul Point, and then 5 minutes after, Immortals are forced to fight even if they didn't want to.
Well, let's see if they can do it. Control wards purchased, control wards moved up. They even got the extra vision from Scuttle Crab, so Shopify doing a good job in retake. And retaking vision is one of the things that we have really looked heavily at in, you know, the last, I would say even in spring, it was a kind of big issue for some of the teams. And trying to retake these quadrants of the jungle that you previously had lost control of. But Immortals will sweep right back in. When you get that mid lane tower down, it is just so easy to immediately rotate over and delete the control wards. Now they're in the spot we are talking about where they're lying in wait, looking for their pick here onto any Shopify member that pokes their head out.
They get vision on this blue buff. I'm not sure. I don't think Tomio got a chance to get the blue buff. It looks like it was stolen away by Immortals. The flash from Ole gets a respect flash out of Fake God. And Castle might get jumped on here. B-Void, Tomio, locking the down, but Impale from Castle buys some time so that Mass comes in and maybe becomes a hero. Armeo will commit the Void Rush to clean out B-Void from this fight. But the rest of Shopify now have to be on the run because Tactical is looming in the shadows and looking for the arrows to snipe them down. Zazel dodges out on one. The Crushing Maw doesn't do a damn thing to stop him, but Tactical will find the headshot that he needs to, and it's a trade of supports.
That was a close one there. Shopify, they're able to avoid the Varus ultimate and the Nautilus hook. But then again, the Q from Tactical is enough damage. As long as he hits that skill shot, still gets the kill, still get the dragon, still avoid the danger of the dragon stacking here. So Immortals, goal accomplished nonetheless.
And they stop the Soul Point from happening for Shopify. Take a look back at this fight again.
So Tactical's trying to do the charge into the wall there, and then as he's dying, as he's about to go down, he gets the ultimate 3-person delay off, and Armeo critically able to touch the Kalista there just enough, and then pops the ultimate to finish the job. Here's where it could have gone even worse for Shopify, but nice little shoot there from Zazel, and then he goes back in, so they avoided the initiation, but Tactical does find the later snipe on the Q to be able to answer kill for kill on supports.
The Rift Herald was forced to spawn through the top side of the map. Looks like no one from Immortals will get a chance to use the charge mechanic. Insanity will answer that top wave crashing. But the rest of Shopify have to be careful. Their main damage dealer, or one of their main damage dealers in B-Void, no cleanse, no flash. It's super hard for him to step up. As Castle does get a chance to use the charge mechanic, gets decent damage. The dredge line barely whiffing on Tomio.
All right, but I've got a question for you now. How does Skarner even fit inside the Rift Herald? Skarner is literally as big as the Rift Herald. That Skarner should not be allowed to drive Rift Herald.
You know what?
I think
Kobe,
Skarner and like Mundo or something. Who else? Cho'Gath?
I mean, I don't know about the other two tanks, but
His
for
physics
Skarner,
don't work out.
that's a Flowers question. He's the Skarner expert, you know?
And even if Skarner gets inside there, are those claws really going to give you the dexterity to drive a Rift Herald?
I wonder if it's like, you know, like 2 controls. Like you get into the cockpit of like, what is like the Millennium Falcon or something, and you're just driving through there, but then the pincers might not be the best grippers there. Now, Shopify Rebellion gonna try to retake vision control in this river. Spiraling Despair right on top of Tomio's head. Will he go down to the Severing Bolt? It's the Void Rush from Armeo that executes Tomio in the back half. Thank God, the next one to fall. And Impale from Castle once again. He's just been too damn clean with the ultimates today. And Shopify losing 3 means that Immortals get this free Baron.
The Immortals Scrim Gods on Father's Day are delivering Shopify into the dirt here, collecting kill after kill after kill. Baron will be theirs. They're making this look so effortless too. It's been such a calm series from Immortals. I like this look for them. They are not panicking on stage at all, and it really does seem like we are gonna finally this summer get the look that people have been talking about for over a year for Immortals here. Let's take another look at how they started this one out. I like the poke damage, and then once you have that Hwei ultimate on there, Armeo says, we for sure have this kill, because Hwei has the follow-up snipe plus the ultimate proc, and then they also on the mid lane got their screen grab here with Castle. Skarner being able to yoink in another one, and Nero's like, you know what, I did my job 2 games in a row. We first picked Skarner, we got some picks, and there you go, wrap it up. Tactical here, 400 gold bounty on his head. So from the Shopify side, I'm always, you know, trying to look for the possible comeback area, and you always start eyeballing some of these gold bounties on people's heads. It's going to be difficult to cleanse Flash Varus, and both of those are available, but got to shoot for the stars.
And Immortals' first look back in the summer split with the Narrow at the helm. Shopify, maybe one last Hail Mary. The Magnastorm into the Equalizer does decent damage, but they don't take out Tactical, who is now in safe range to fire these arrows from the backline. Zazel will be the first one to fall from the crushing maw. Ole tries to get in range, but the dredge line hit a minion, unfortunately for him. Armeo also here for the charge, and Shopify limp away from the fight.
Yeah, it's so difficult for them to actually carve a way out back into the game. They would have had to pull out something right there. So you're always looking at the timing windows where you can try and go for a miracle play, because you know it's going to have to be something spectacular. But if they had been able to pull something off here for Shopify, then you could turn it into a Dragon number 3, because you want to go for those plays, you know, like more like 30 seconds, honestly, before the Dragon. And just try and all in, you know, around the time where your opponents are not expecting it. But you could also have some big rewards. And unfortunately for Shopify, they don't get a comeback play. And Immortals, the pain train is going to continue on right into the Shopify base. Nobody going to stop here. Immortals will be able to get the inhibitor on top of it.
Another 25-minute push where Immortals are 8,000 gold ahead. Now 9,000 thanks to the local gold picked up from the falling of these structures here. The Shopify, knowing that they could not defend that push from happening, allows Tomio to sneak this 3rd Dragon of the game. Now remember, it's a long shot for Shopify, but maybe, just maybe, but if Immortals try to end the game right here, that soul point will not even give them a chance. But Zazel, thankfully for Shopify, makes it out alive.
Yeah, I mean, it's a really sick sneak, because you get your gold bonus objective bounty, bonus gold here. Plus, like you're saying, set yourself up for the dream. The dream is alive.
Yep.
Please, can we get the Hex Soul? That's how they try and come back. It did come at a fairly hefty cost. You know, your base is wide open. You have, you know, top side inhibitor down. But honestly, that is a very, very good sneak from Tomio.
It's going to be more difficult now, as you already called out. Shopify with that top inhibitor being destroyed. Super minions will be barreling through the top side, which creates extra pressure on Shopify to not have a chance to leave this base as often. Immortals now can focus their efforts solely through the mid lane and the bottom lane. They're already set up to do so. The vision line starting to suffocate Shopify from being able to enter into its own jungle quadrant.
Looks like they're gonna rotate on over to that spear though. Nice hefty chunk of damage onto Mask from Tomio. Despite Mask getting up to level 16 here and the Hui just being so scary at the moment, 3 item power spike, level 16 Hui, like that is just a massive amount of AoE.
Yeah.
That is really hard to avoid too. The later you get into this game, it's actually become quite a bit of an issue for Shopify. Again, they don't have a lot of CC on their side, so it has to be a really good engage from Zeyzal, and he's gonna have to be a really you know, prominent person here in the comeback if they are going to be able to pull it off.
Can he find that Magnastorm? Can he find the CC combo that sets the rest of Shopify's damage to lay down super easily on the follow-up? We'll have to see. Immortals taking their time once again. Nothing new from what we learned about them in Game 1, where, yes, it took them a while to close out the game, but they were meticulous about it, and they were also steady with it to make sure that nothing goes awry in the closing out of this game and what would be the series.
2.5 minutes until the dragon spawns, but Immortals are looking to do irreparable damage to Shopify's base before then.
Yeah.
If not win the game outright, destroy another inhibitor, and just completely neutralize Shopify, pin them inside their own base. So the next 2 minutes are going to be incredibly critical. Shopify trying to push out minion waves here. Even as their topside super minions get leaked into their base, that's going to cause them to have to retreat here and deal with those. Insanity is going to be the one to do it.
Castle walking forward, seeing if he can find an impale engage on any members of Shopify that step too close. The Q from Zeyzal into the engage. Gets a decent chunk on the Castle, but Zeyzal falls before the rest of Shopify can do anything. Fake God is next. Tactical looking for the snipe. Just takes him out with a blight of arrows. And Insanity will fall next. B-Boy having to cleanse from Castle CC. But the impale is still available. Tomio found a snipe.
Was there a trap burning him and the red spider?
I have no idea.
He died all the way over there. Must have been a Nidalee trap on him or something. His tactical goes down, but it doesn't matter. Immortal.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to matter. Tomio found one last play. The Castle is going to flash and get the 180 spin. The Impale will take Tomio and B-Void down. Immortals with a clean 2-0 series win over Shopify Rebellion in the first week of the summer split.
IMT with a 2-0 over Shopify. And there was not really a moment in the whole series where you felt like Immortals were worried at all.
Probably the only point was in the early game, like maybe the first 10 minutes where Shopify were slightly competitive. But then once the mid game started breaking out, Castle making the plays alongside Ole, Armeo, roaming in the right times, in the right places, and just setting up tactical for success. I mean, we talked so many times throughout the spring split and coming into the series at the top of the day that Tactical was left on his own, having to fend for himself a majority of the time. But it seems like just from the first series alone, they've cleaned up a lot of the communication issues that plagued them and are now setting up their bot laner for success. Eddie Raw is getting to live his best life on the Rift today.
I like Armeo pulling out the nerfed Skarner as well. Doesn't care. It was not that substantial, didn't hinder him at all. Really nice snipes and finishes on a lot of these critical kills. When you're talking about possible turning points in the game and possible windows, you remember back down to the bottom side of the map where they made the collapse onto Castle, and as they're chasing him back, Armeo just gets the last little bit of damage onto B-Boy, and just enough to tag him so he can go for the ult and finishes off the Callista so they can critically keep on with their smooth game plan. But that was one of the only reasons why it continued to be smooth.
Yeah. I will say for the side of Shopify Rebellion, it is tough to not get this win against Immortals, because when you look at the strength of schedule for the rest of the season, it does not get easier. And all of us on the power rankings kind of agree that these would be the weaker of the teams throughout the irregular split here. But Shopify, maybe they can bounce back going into week 2. But for now, we'll be joining Emily and Tactical on stage for the interview.
Hello, I'm here with Victorious Immortals AD carry Tactical. After, as you said, as you stepped next to me on stage, clean 2-0 win. How's it feeling to be back in LCS and now in best of 3 land?
Yeah, I mean, it feels great. Like, we just shit on them, kind of. Like, it was like pretty simple, straightforward games. We're just ahead, just get Baron a few times and just win the game. Yeah.
Nice, it's that easy. One thing that I really appreciated talking to your team last year, you guys were really adamant about, like, we have the talent, we just can't make it show up on stage. Starting this season off with a really clean win, what did you guys focus on in the off season?
I'd say we have a lot more structure going into these games. There's a lot less randomness, things going on. I think last season we were doing a lot of random things and we're really uncoordinated. But now we're like able to be on the same page more, which is the biggest difference for us.
Okay. Going from, I guess, last split to this split, what's the #1 thing that you guys thought you think you did really well last split that you want to bring into this split?
Well, we did well in scrims, but we couldn't do that on stage. But I think this time we're, especially after today, I think we're going to be able to translate better what we do in practice. So hopefully we just win more.
And then for you, I know you're probably sick of me asking this question, but I always love catching up with you and seeing like where you're at in your career. What are your personal goals for this split on this IMT team?
It's like, honestly, it's really just simple as just want to win as many games as we can. Mm-hmm. Like, I really want to win right now, so just winning, I guess. Yeah.
All right. Well, you started off really well. Clean 2-0 win, like you said, super easy. Thank you so much for taking the time to catch up with me, and congrats on the rest of this, or going forward in the rest of the split. We're going to toss it back to the lounge to close out the day.
Thank you, Emily. Always good to hear from Tactical.
Yes.
What do you think of that series, Rez?
It was slow at the end, but it was clean. I'll say clean.
How much was the Skarner part of it? 2 games in a row, blue side Skarner. Seems like a bold choice, but at the end of the day, I also don't know if it's like, oh wow, the Skarner plays really did it.
I don't think it did, but it's really funny because whenever you go into a new split with like a really broken champion or a concept, they're like, guys, I have the pick. And so far this split with not just in LCS and LCK as well has been Rumble.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, guys, laning phase. And he was put behind in the first game for sure. Mm-hmm. But it does not matter, guys. It's just his kit. Like, as long as he really stops the Nautilus or Rel or Leona from engaging from the enemy team, it's just hard to engage on the Skarner team. Just get in here.
Okay.
What are you doing here?
We got a whole couch
sneak
for
behind
you.
the camera? No, sit down.
Yeah.
Just like relax.
What are you doing? Sit him up.
Welcome back. We have player of the series.
I feel like I should like
players of the series is the correct way to say
Plural.
it. These two from the 2 series today. Quid, Tactical.
Makes sense.
Just play 80 carries. Doesn't matter if you're in mid or in bot lane. Just play 80 carries.
And
Quid,
win.
Ezreal, Tristana, I believe.
Yep.
And Tactical, Zeri, and Varus.
Yeah.
Specifically on Quid, oh my God, he made Ezreal mid look so good. I was a big hater at the beginning of it. I was like, I have not seen a good Ezreal mid in the LCS in a very long time. somebody, like, I put that on Twitter, someone responded and been like, well, there was this one game 6 years ago. I was like, all right, if you have a Bjergsen and TSM image, that does not count. So, but he looked incredibly good, and Tactical had a near deathless game. I don't even know how he died in the last fight.
It was weird. I don't know. It was like a Leandri's tick or something.
Yeah, oh well.
Yeah.
We'll take it.
I was gonna say, I did especially want to shout out Quid just because, again, Pays, his former teammate, his former Gen G Challengers teammate, had such a great game on the same pick in the AD carry position. And then Tactical, we talked about how important he was to IMT's wins previously when we were looking at this team. But obviously, if they have the setups that they had today, and he's just firing from the back line, he's going to look really, really clean with this team.
Yeah, we got highlights from both series today. Let's roll those right now.
Yeah, let's throw them up.
Faster day. Yesterday we got the full best of 3 experience.
That is true.
Today we got a couple sweeps.
Yeah, we're not going to be we're not going to be basically spoiled like we did yesterday. I'm sure. But the games overall were really fun.
Yeah, they were really, really fun. Again, like, to reiterate, 100 Thieves coming out where they looked the best in last split, which is using the creativity of their players to come out with these compositions and then getting River involved early with their lanes and being able to deliver. Shout out to their bot lane, actually. 100 Thieves, like, we already highlighted Quid, talked about River on cast, but 100 Thieves bot lane played really well.
So what was really troll was mostly how NRG ended up taking fights. This was the fight that happened around Baron, where it was a 5v3, and even the players were talking about it when we ended up speaking to him a bit. It's like, yeah, maybe it was just the turn angle instead of burning it. But, I mean, those situations come in really difficult. I also remember there's another fight, too. I just think they need to look back at those team fights and figure out when they can actually find an angle to turn.
Yeah, you know who else had a bad day?
Who?
Nidalee.
Yeah.
They had a bad week, actually, in LCS.
Bad week in America for Nidalee.
Yeah.
I mean, this was a really heads-up play by Sniper, to be fair. Trapping Contracts right during that dive so he couldn't escape and they could just free hit him with the Tristana. And that was pretty much that game. It was like a couple Nidalee picks, they fell behind, and that was the much more blowout game of the two.
Yes.
Yeah, and obviously I think people are going to talk about how they let the Skarner through twice, and Rumble was unfortunately not able to be the answer as we may have seen it be a little bit more in other regions. But I think the big thing about this IMT team is especially talking to them, and Raz, when you cut up with a Narrow and talking about like what they can do better, it's bringing what they bring in scrims to stage because the talent is already there.
Yeah, he mentioned, of course, just at least Tactical mentioned that there's more structure. And if that's the case, then great. Then you can find more consistency. I just love the fact that there was a team fight there where we saw Skarner come through a wall and just get 2 people. I was like, okay, that's a great angle. A lot of the times it's like, yeah, great. Skarner was yeah, I agree with you, Flowers. I agree. I was just about to make the point, but honestly, you made it a little bit better. He's just the strongest champ in the game. Doesn't matter if he's far behind in lane for whatever they did. They even tried to they did a lot. They tried to do a lot top lane to put him behind. He was behind 20 CS, and I was like, oh no, this team fight's still strong. Still more impactful.
Yeah, he is. So we have our player of the series. Only one of the 4 player of the series this week will be player of the week, and it is Quid. Player of the week. Close call, I think. I'd say the players of the week, which were players of the series this week, was APA, Berserker, Quid, and Tactical, and Quid is the winner this week. And I think a lot of it has to do with actually this play, because he had pulled out the Ezreal, gotten a slight lead, but this is where he was really able to cash it in with this quadra kill and Baron take as mid lane Ezreal.
The confidence that he had in these team fights were really nice. So it was good to see with how the team fights were going that he was in the forefront of it, so I completely agree. And it was tough competition this week. We had it between him, as you mentioned, the other 3 player of the series winners were great. We just had a series that is, where Tactical was near deathless, so I think this was a really tough one to call, but it makes sense that Quid, MVP, comes into this split, has a great series.
Defends it right off the bat. Let's pull up our Samsung SSD Fast 5 for this week. First week of LCS officially in the books.
There's APA, Fastest Legendary. I do want to shout out, because obviously he did not get Player of the Week, but APA played really well. So even in their loss, I think, to FlyQuest, he had some like good moments. I know he himself said, he's like, yeah, I kind of trolled that game. But I thought he and TL were looking pretty strong in their series.
I just want to call out a new face in the league that ended up getting fastest 100 CS, which is Thanatos. We'll see him a lot more as we go on throughout the split, obviously, and hopefully in better performances. Just like throughout their series, even Blabber mentioned how they were getting better throughout that too. So we'll see them incorporate Thanatos a lot more and maybe see those carry picks.
River's fastest level 6 was on the Zyra jungle, I would imagine.
Yeah.
And really close timers on this fastest support item. I want to track that actually in future weeks to see if people get faster than 740. But that's it for Samsung Fast 5. A reminder that Samsung has partnered with Sleeper and Fantasy LCS, and you can earn bonus points each week for drafting the fastest performers to your team. How was best of threes?
Love it.
I
liked it.
Love it.
I liked it. I really felt like this week was good.
It was nice.
I think 4 teams completely agree with us. Because they're the ones that are undefeated this week, and the other teams are winless.
Oh my God, we need to show the game record. This looks rough, guys.
Yeah, we need to add game record.
Some of these were close, guys. Some of these were close.
All I see are 1s and 0s.
Fair enough.
Well, especially since like you might not know why Dig and FlyQuest are up there, although
For last place.
Yeah, they might be doing it in alphabetical order as well. But they both each went 1 and 2, where NRG and Shopify both got 2-0 today. So
Absolutely, and this is going to be the schedule for next week. These are all the games: C9 IMT and 100 Thieves Dignitas on that Saturday. And then Sunday is going to be Fly, NRG, and Team Liquid versus Shopify.
Ooh, which one are you looking out for?
The one right in the middle with the photo. I think 100 Thieves Dignitas.
I'm trying to look away from it, honestly. It's getting too much attention
how good
from me.
100 Thieves looked today and how good Dignitas looked in game 1 against Cloud9, it's gonna be a lot harder to find strength of opponent feels this year, since everybody only plays each other in one series.
I want to give a small shout out to FlyQuest NRG, because I really do want to believe that this NRG team has a lot more than what they showed in today's series. And I'm curious to see these two teams specifically, given the players on them, how they adjust and draft going into next week's series.
And I just wanted to make a quick call out, which was the IMT C9 series, just because that can change a lot of people's perspective. And do you remember the last time those two teams faced off against each other? Last week, IMT took the win. So I'm just putting it out there. Miracles can happen, and they look clean too. Let's look at the NCL summer split schedule, though.
Yeah, so this is a look of all of the NACL games that are going to be played this split. And also, NACL is continuing right after this. Disguised versus Fear X Starforge. So definitely check that out. And I think that's it for us. Best of 3 is a success. It's good to be back.
Fun weekend.
LCS is back, baby. Next week, Saturday, 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 Pacific. And now we're going to be sending it over to Blabber's stream. So check that guy out. I'm sure he's grinding, trying to get more wins.
See if he's playing Italy. Maybe he is.
Today's an Italy day.
Nice try. Oh, you're trying? Maybe. No.
Yeah, we do theirs.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah. What are they doing?
I'm not sure. Got him. We got him.
In the mid.
Don't care. They're looking at me. I'm here.
Oh, we're here.
We're fine. Yeah, we're fine.
Okay.
Corner.
I'll block Zeri.
I'm trying to leave.
You're fine.
Zinda will maybe come later.
We already are.
There's no dirty.
No. Barus behind.
I can run.
Go right. Go right. I can come right. Go right. Keep going right. I can carry. If they go on the door.
First, no flash. Wait, no flash here. Should die. Way's dead. Look Zen together.
Oh.
Zen. I have flip.
Zen is down. He'll flash first. Okay.
They're low.
We're looking first.
Guys!
Nice.
It's my
Get
game.
more. Nice. Yay.
Oh my god.
I'm working here. Yeah, I'll open up. He's looking rooted here. Bring him a close to 2. Close. Good. Clear. Let's go now. Nice. Carry. Careful. Careful.